All right, let's see. When last we left off, you all had traveled south from Aufstieg Ashe, or Icehaven, whichever you prefer, through the Saltwallow Bog, en route meeting with Keitel, one of the elder druids of the Feathers tribe from the Velven Thicket. Um, Made some plans with him, met with the elder druids, and Casper or Marcus, whoever he was, fought with him in the dream world after Youth opened the dream box, dragging everybody into the plane of dreams, managing to defeat both his physical form and the nightmare form that resided within him. And then you kind of woke up the next morning after a long rest, discovering the druids had left, and continued your journey back to Aufstieg Ashe, where you drove off. I will say some of you. Blue drove off a group of long-winded elves who were currently diatribing towards Alyssa Von Otto and pledging their service to her. The rest of you did some scrying and some scouting and some kind of reconnoitering. Black Teeth showed up at one point with a bowl of memories, saying that he had scryed himself, saying that it was Chandelar, or at least according to his scry it was. You guys got in an argument. He decided to leave in the midst of the argument, and then I don't know if the argument was really resolved before you had a long rest. And you all wake up in the morning now, free to discuss and figure out what you would like to do. I believe the options that you have would be the Dreamer's Rock in Rexentrum is something you know about. You also would know about Herzumin the Lesser, the genealogist that somewhere resides in this world, knowing about Alyssa's true family and patronage. I guess there is also what was else? There was other ideas that were floated. I don't recall them specifically.
Going to Euralis.
Oh, that was it. Yeah, going to Euralis to see if you could find Clara, who is supposedly there in a laboratory doing memory magic and possibly creating or cloning memories. Unsure.
Maybe
Yeah,
getting Chandelar's body? Question mark.
yeah, possibly Chandelar's body as well.
Because we think the bowl we have has his memories, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
That's our current
Brain
assumption.
juice.
Yeah, I think that is the current assumption, is that it has the brain juice of Chandelar within.
Then inhaled that and can say for sure.
Yes, yeah. Arthan did do breathing of the dreamer's or the memory fog, and definitely would have seen bits and pieces of Chandelar's memory.
Spooky.
The multiple thousands of years of his memory. It was very jarring.
Put the memories in a nebulizer and whip them up.
Yeah, exactly. Put them in a vaporizer. They're already vaped, so you don't really have to do much. Just breathe them in. It's like Vicks. You just rub it on your chest and get some memories.
Rub a little Chandelar on your chest.
There's a little inhaler there.
Yep.
I don't know, I was thinking maybe we try to sneak into Rexentrum.
Oh
Sarah,
yeah,
you
you
were
also
gonna say something and then you stopped.
I would say you also scryed on Matt House and found him to be under some form of torture.
But we can't do anything about that, okay?
I would just say that was something else that happened.
Can't or won't?
Both.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. That one's up to you.
Yeah, no, you got it. Can't or won't.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, if we go to Rexentrum, we could try to find the Twins lab. We could try to find a lead on Herzumin
The Lesser.
Yep.
Sir, that's where the Velvet Unicorn is also, so we have a lot of places.
Dream Rock thing.
Yeah, that's all there.
Yeah.
A lot of signs of pointing to
Probably
Rexentrum.
makes sense to go there.
Okay. So yeah, I would say as you guys wake up and kind of make that your decision from your little warehouse. I don't know if Blue slept there or not. Did you, Blue?
I thought she left because she was all mad at Tori.
Yeah, no, I left because There, Blue left because she was mad at Tori and Arthan for Huff and Chandler.
Look, all the cool kids huff Chandelier, okay?
Yikes.
That's just what they're doing on the streets nowadays.
Don't give in to peer pressure. Jeez.
And I would say, just for ease of Chris, the reason you weren't there is you went to hang out with the orphanage kids.
Hell yeah.
Because that seems within Mateo's frequent wheelhouse.
Yeah.
So yeah, you would come back and sleep, and then this would be the decision, I guess, in the morning, is try to sneak into Rexentrum some way. I would note that as you guys wake up, Arthan's probably woken up a little earlier than all of you, and you would go down to... Actually, you were all sleeping on the docks in the warehouse besides Blue, who I assume went back to the mayor's house. And you would see Arthan down on the docks, continuously like splashing into the shallows. He's trying to swim from one set of dock to the other, kind of across that U. He's trying to fly, but occasionally, obviously not getting very far, and not very much training so far. So it's kind of early days with that.
You know, I bet you
Yeah,
Puddles
so-
could help you.
He wouldn't have thought of that last time he knew Puddles wasn't really good at the flying bit, and yeah, it's one of those where he's trying to do it and getting frustrated enough that he's kind of getting obsessive over it.
So yeah, you would see him like throwing himself off and trying to flap and not getting it, and then cursing and splashing and swimming back to the dock and trying again and again.
Oh.
Have we had our conversation about going to Rexentrum yet?
I would say yeah, probably.
Blue wants to talk to Tori.
Okay. Bring it.
She'll come up and be like, Don't worry, I'm not gonna yell at you this time.
What's up?
We're doing all of this, and I figure you're the best person to ask because no secrets. Do we need to tell Alyssa before we go do this?
Probably.
It's kind of her whole deal, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I don't really see any reason not to.
I'll tell her if you want, but I think you should.
Why? Why?
You brought up good points about how we weren't doing this because of some rightful ruler dynasty thing. We were doing this to try to make it better. And I don't know, I just...
Yeah, but to her, what is that coming from me? What does it mean? Sure, there's a mutual respect. But I'm not nearly as close to her.
You're the one that had the most, let's go with concerns about being a fit ruler, I guess. I don't know. I kind of thought it might make you feel better. It's fine if I'm wrong. Any of us could go tell her.
think it should be you.
Well, somebody go do it, or I will.
I really, really love that that was how the Blue would like jump out of her fucking skin when she hears Penance because she did not realize that she was there. And just go, oh, okay, all right, okay. And then she just turns around and leaves. AKA Sarah doesn't know how to end conversations.
No, I think walking away awkwardly is a good
That's
call.
a good ending of conversation, yeah. That's how I end most of my conversations.
I believe it.
You got to give them the finger guns as you slowly back away.
And then
Right.
pew, 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 pew.
So suave. So suave.
Yeah. Okay, so your decision is made. What is the plan from here?
I guess apparently I have to go tell Alyssa that this is what we're doing, and then we go, yeah?
Yeah.
Do you want to
How
pick
are we
up
going to
Puddle and
go?
take him with us? Or is that probably not a good
Absolutely.
idea?
Would it be allowed?
Do you need me to get the bird when I go talk to... Alright.
Well, I'm just wondering if we want to bring Puddle or if it's going to be too much to bring a teenage phoenix with us.
I
To Rex
I
and
would
Trim.
I would point out to you that a phoenix going into the center of the Imperial City would not be the most
Casual.
casual,
low.
low key. It would definitely be attention drawing.
Let's leave the baby here then.
We could always dress Puddles up.
Like a dog or something. Like give him a tell him to just. Yeah. He's way bigger than a parrot.
I do have skill with disguises.
The only
Sure, I
problem
could.
would be making the disguise stick to something that constantly burns everything it touches besides the gloves with dragon scale.
Yeah, it's okay. We'll leave Puddle here. I'll just cry every night. It's fine.
Thank you, God. I had forgotten about his heat. And then the skies opened up and Ian's face appeared and reminded us.
Yep. Yeah. It would be a hard thing to do to get some disguise to stick to that bird. Now, if you wanted to disguise Youth's falcon, that'd be a little easier. But that's just a falcon. I'm sure there are plenty of people walking around in a big city with birds on their arms.
Absolutely. Fit right in.
Okay, so Blue is going to find Alyssa and tell her you guys are leaving.
Yeah. She's gonna be awkward about it, fair warning.
Okay. Yeah, you would find her eating breakfast just inside the mayor's
She
house.
goes up 20 minutes after she left, looking grumpy. So new plan.
Not surprised.
Yeah. There's no not weird way to talk about all of this. So here I'm just gonna, do my thing. So when we searched Matt House's ship, we found this like crazy book of genealogy that said some interesting stuff. Mostly about you, but it's your choice if you want to know. Do you want to know?
I don't think it matters at this point, does it? Is that why you've come here, Blue? To tell me about troubling genealogy you may or may not have discovered?
You know that we're all on your side in this because we all believe in the same things. It's not because you're supposed to be ruling or whatever. Ruling is a weird word. But this might help for people who maybe don't have that same mindset.
Well, that's, I suppose, an interesting thing for us to keep in our back pockets, and knowing my siblings' ability to manipulate memories, perhaps it is best that you and your compatriots keep it to yourselves for the time being. I would hate for them to somehow still have a link to me in some deranged way that they may be able to pull bits and pieces from, and for that information to ignite some further conspiracy within their hearts.
Yeah, I don't think they need any further conspiracy, and hearts might be a strong word.
I assume something pumps blood across their bodies. I did not mean spiritually, Blue.
Okay.
Perhaps,
Alright,
if
well-
and when the time comes, you can tell me, but sometimes it's nice to keep secrets within our own small court, as it were.
We know I'm so good at that.
That's why I'm trusting you to do this. At least do your best. Perhaps I'll hear it from some peasant along the way, but then I can just take it as hearsay or rumors.
Alright. Well, okay. Sorry, I'm literally the only thing I'm coming up with right now is awkwardly backing out of the room again. So,
If you start doing that, she'll
Blue-
say, is that all, Blue?
Yeah, I mean, like, bye, I guess. I'll see you soon.
You're going somewhere? I thought perhaps we would have dinner.
Blue, like, immediately blushes, like, bright red. He just goes, right, that might have been part of what I was trying to say, but didn't say. We're going to Rexentrum.
Along the road.
That is generally how you get new places. Why should we not?
I would just suggest that you endeavor to perhaps hide some of your more prominent features or prominent members. There are a few of you that stand out, and I'm sure that there are many. Once you pass the borders, I'm sure that your faces are not far behind on wanted posters.
Oh, you mean our party of multiple tieflings and blue humanoids and people with literal wings isn't the most subtle?
That is something I was suggesting, yes.
I don't think Arthan has actually seen Alyssa yet.
Oh, Jesus.
That doesn't mean Alyssa hasn't seen Arthane out a window.
This is true.
Okay.
Especially since the mayor's house has a pretty good view of the city and Arthane's been splashing into the docks all morning.
Okay. Well, we'll be as careful as we're capable of.
I know better than to try and dissuade your party from such reckless actions. But if you insist, she'll kind of tug on the necklace that is part of the sending group that Arthan gave you all. Will you at least act as my eyes and ears against the Empire? We have no reason to suspect that my sister is in league with them, and there's no reason that her hearing any of the troop movements should, I guess, be of benefit to her or her, whatever her cause is. But it would benefit us to have eyes and ears beyond our front lines. As soon as we can, we plan to, having secured the more northern reaches of our fledgling empire, we will expand and attempt to hit Eurosa and Pride's Call probably in the same time that you are heading to Rexentrum.
We'll let you know what we see. But just, be careful, okay?
You too. I'll let you know if anything crazy comes up. I would assume you will do the same.
When has anything we've done not been crazy? But I get what you mean.
She kind of rolls her eyes.
And Blue kisses her on the forehead and leaves the room awkwardly.
Okay. Perfect. Okay, so Blue meets up with the rest of the group, I assume, down at the docks where you're all watching and either encouraging or just silently observing Arthan.
Oh, Arthan.
What?
I'm just.
Oh, I thought you said, "Oh, Arthan," not
Oh,
"Go
wow, yeah,
Arthan."
no. I'm
Oh,
cheering
she's
you
just
on,
cheering.
man. Yeah. Positive influence, you know.
Has any of us ever been a
Yeah,
positive?
that's something he does really need.
I guess at some point while we're waiting for Blue and watching Arthan swim, I would go. Mateo would go sit down next to Youth and be like, "So, I've known you as Youth this entire time, and we just got. Well, I guess you just got a new name. Which do you prefer we call you?"
Well, I was brought up to have no attachment to names, so it is very odd for me to have one. It's our custom to let whoever talks to us choose what they want to call us, and I'm fine with that.
Well, that doesn't help. So what you're saying
Which
is you
one
don't,
which one do
really
you
care
think
the way.
suits me best?
Or
That kind of is my name in this tribe.
I don't know. I
Welcome to
thought
Palmer's
Youth
Word.
fits you, but I think Falke suits you as well.
Well, then you have choices for the different occasions that we may come across.
I think if I were to introduce you to someone new, it might be as Youth, so we know them better.
I would agree. I think Falca is my formal name, and it would be used on formal occasions.
I can agree with that.
So that will work for me, Mateo. Thank you for asking.
Yeah, of course. I bet you could help Arthan fly.
How?
Well, you know a lot about flying.
Yeah, the problem is that I'm only good at flying when I am something else, and I cannot communicate to Arthan when I am something else.
I know that would be the funny part for me.
Which animal do you suppose is most like Arthan's wing?
What do Arthan's wings look like?
Big feathered white wings.
Shape? Size?
Like, I guess albatross would be the closest thing that you would equate it to. They're very long, large. They look angelic.
Hmm.
You should go as a hummingbird to annoy Arthan even further.
I don't have hummingbird as a choice. I could go as
Something small.
bat.
Yes, a bat. You should definitely go as a bat. That will help Arthan. I know it in my heart.
But I can only change once a day, and if something happens where I really need to, I will have wasted it.
That's also a fair point.
Right.
Fine then. Let's not annoy Arthan.
Okay. I'm
still
sorry.
annoy Arthan.
I mean, I suppose I could go fly with Arthan.
You
and help.
could. Yes.
Oh, do you
And
think
you could even
Arthan would let
speak
me
while you
carry
did.
him like I carried Puddle?
I I would go give it a try.
I'm not trying to get punched in the mouth today. At least not this early.
Aw, come on.
Remember, this is supposed to be for my entertainment, not yours.
Oh, there's a difference.
Woo,
Okay.
Arthan, you almost got it that time. Yeah.
Are you guys gonna hang out here all morning? Or are you going to leave at some point?
I make our
Well,
way.
how are we going to get there? We're just going to walk, or do we have animals? I can't even remember.
You don't have animals here. You
No,
have
we
some.
abandon our animals.
You have
Does
some
that look
animals currently in what's it called? Uthadern. There is some horses, including the what is he? A donkey burger, Boyga.
Yeah.
And then you also have a set of animals in Odeslo that are all horses.
Yeah,
And
we
I'll be
keep
right back.
getting them and losing them.
Did
So
we
can you
kill the-
show us on the map where we are and where we're going?
You're in Ice Haven. It's currently here. And you're going
Can't see it. There we are. Okay, my
to
map
there.
wasn't big enough. There we go. Okay, so it
And
would be nice to have
Odeslo is right there.
Yeah, Odeslo is just
that's
north
where
of
the
there.
animals are.
That's one group of horses. There is
Could we
another
go by
one.
boat?
There's another one clear up here.
Could we go by boat? Because there's rivers and lakes.
To Rexentrum? Yeah.
Yeah,
And
that
Blue
might
goes,
be fun.
"Oh, God, no, do we have to?
It might
Yeah.
be faster and sneakier to go by boat.
I was told that we should be sneaky and like probably have disguises, which does sound very fun, but like it's gonna go poorly.
Let's not go by boat. I really like this idea. Canoes.
The elephant, didn't we?
Huh?
Did we kill the elephant?
Yeah, it's super dead.
Not me.
Anybody have resurrect?
It's been dead for a
Pate.
while. And
Oh.
yeah.
Wow.
It's been dead since before you guys went to the druids, so it's probably been dead for over a week now.
No.
I would assume it's
necromancer left.
probably been butchered.
For meat. Yeah.
Likewise, now that you
Mhm.
guys return, the giant carcass of the Leviathan, you would see has also been butchered in your absence, with just like bones and stuff left in the seabed. So any meat of the giant fish thing was basically harvested as well.
I guess our way of getting to Rexentrum would be what's the sneakiest? We could go by boat. We'd have to enter in through the docks, probably at that point. If they have docks for the
You would
city.
know the main way that anybody would get to Rexentrum by boat is via this path here, which is why Ice Haven's so important, is because it does control militarily this path by the Callan Lock and the Cali River up to the Erda Lock. And then you would know that the Amber Crossroads, basically, there's a dock here that you guys have traveled past on boat before. I think you even hired boats from there to get to Mount Mentiri, to the base of it at least, earlier on in the campaign.
Yes, we did.
Because I think that's Mount Mentiri.
People come up from like the Barrelbin River area, or would it be obvious we're coming from Ice Haven?
People don't. Yeah, they would come up from the Barrelbin area. Most of the people doing that would be like fishermen and people bringing stuff from Trostenwald as well would come up via that river. I don't think they would navigate all the way up to here, but like Trostenwald people might come from here overland to Felderwind, and then from Felderwind via boats bring the ales and things to Rexentrum, as that's kind of their chief export is the ales of Trostenwald. All of the trusts, as it were.
Yeah.
So you would know that This is more or less an inaccessible or untraversable river that goes north there. So that would be the main route. Would be kind of going, if you're going by river, that is, would be like this and in. If you're going by foot, the only way to do it would be like this, at least by road. Obviously, you could go overland and do like try to get to this island and then go wildernessy.
I have a boat.
We could slow and pick
return.
up our animals.
I think you have to go through Rex and Trum looking at the roads to get to Odesla.
Yeah, I don't think it'd help us at all.
You theoretically could also, if you were doing the boat thing, go to Odeslo
And
and
then
then
get the
down,
animal. Yeah.
if that was something you were concerned with.
How long ago did we leave our animals there?
Are they even still there?
That is the question.
We have-
It's been like 2-3 months since you guys left those animals there, probably.
Yeah. They were likely sold about a week later.
I
Except for Burger. Burger wouldn't have been sold.
think Burger's in Uthadern, right?
Yeah, that's the other group that's in Uthadern.
Ah.
It's much less. I think they've been there up a month per site, maybe ish, or so, and that's also under the eye of Malcolm, who you left them with.
Great. They're great there. They're fine.
Burger probably runs
Well,
that town
no.
by this point.
Any animals, she's named every one of them Bitey Asshole because it's been true for every single one of them.
So I guess that's the two main ways you could go. You could also be really crazy and go straight south from here into the bog again and try to cut east after that.
No.
Blue votes for that.
Say that last part again, Ian.
You could go straight south into the bog again and then cut east through the bog and try to get to Yorosa and then take the road, or you could be really crazy and go north and east to Bays Teal and then cut through the wilderness and try to swim the river to Old Eslo. I mean, there's plenty of ways to get there. It's just up to you guys how you want to go.
What is our contention with following the road? We don't want to go through Yorosa.
No, we don't want to be
Okay.
spotted.
Okay.
I mean, you guys
We
are a
could
fairly
probably-
obvious group
Could-
besides Mateo, I suppose, would be the least obvious of this group. Everyone else is kind of eclectic and weird.
Is Mateo the only human in the group?
Yeah.
Yep.
Human man.
The standard
Arthur
human is
and
what I
I-
have as his race.
Minus the wings for Arthan can be human passing.
Yeah, but
Ish.
if somebody gives you a close inspection at all, they're going to be like, that's not a human. That's a weird non-human thing. Kind
I
of like
can make
where,
my eye color normal
Tell
for
by
1 minute.
eyes.
Oh, for 1 minute.
could just-
So if
I
you're
Yeah.
stuck,
disguise
if you're
them
stuck in
too.
front of a gate, you're screwed.
Yeah, and I could also disguise them.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is that would be useful with the people, for sure. In this party, especially like the Fearbolg, you could probably. I guess the Fearbolg can turn himself invisible indefinitely, occasionally.
Like a cat.
I was gonna say,
Could
don't
we
do
could
any
we
acting.
maybe come up here and bum like a little boat off the
Yeah,
coin
totally.
tossers?
Yeah, you could probably get like a couple of canoe-sized boats to take everybody up the river
Let's
if you
do
wanted
it.
to.
And then we could just take the
Yay!
river all the way down to Rex and Trum. Maybe hop off
Exactly.
up here by Odslow?
Odesla.
Odeslo.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm sorry if that was already
Nope.
brought up. I
Get our
am
animals.
catching up.
Lying the
You're good.
entire time.
Okay, so that's
Say that
the
again?
plan then.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Okay, little
Yay.
canoe. They're canoes. They're not boats. You know.
Yeah, you're gonna get
Fine.
basically
Right.
hand boats, rowing boats, and you're gonna be
Samantha,
going
men on
upriver.
boats.
So that is the sad
Ugh,
part.
no.
Is that you're gonna be oaring
We
your
have
way
to.
upriver.
Or we can get Tori to swim and push us.
It doesn't work like that.
But it could.
Come on.
More unsteady.
So yeah, I would say
and Blue's
about
not paying any attention.
maybe a half day in, you would get up to the road where the bridge, I guess, is And you would see bridge itself spans maybe like a 300-foot tall ravine that drops down to the river beneath. You can see the coin tossers have established a pretty sizable retinue on either side of the mercenaries, the Order of Wardens. There's maybe about 50 guys on either side of the river. And you can see down the cliff face, towards the shoreline, kind of down that way, there is a switchbacking path that leads to the actual water that you can see 3 or 4 boats that broke off from your fleet to come up here and secure this location for the Zidal Empire, as it were. So I guess you guys would probably, seeing as you're looking to borrow some boats from them, head down that switchbacking path. You would not see Brandon. What was his name?
Bertrand. Nope.
Bernard.
Nope. Bernard.
Bernard.
You guys do this every time, and I love it.
Name like on hand. They
Yep.
just know it's a name.
Bernard. Yeah, you would go down and you
Bernard.
would expect to see Bernard, but you would not see Bernard, as he probably went down to Icehaven with all of the elves, and was hanging out there in the Matt's chaos and confusion of people. But you would see maybe 30 or 40 people kind of scattered around on these boats. One of which is pretty obviously a member of the coin tossers that looks to be giving orders currently.
Cool.
Yeah, as
We
you
need your
approach, he'll kind of
boats.
turn to you. Yeah, he'll turn to you. What can I help you with? You lot aren't wearing any uniform or anything. It's, are you civilian? I guess armed the way you are, you probably aren't civilians per se.
I'm the one who got you all in on this deal.
Oh, Celia, yes, of course. What? It bows very deeply, suddenly on the back foot.
Oh no. It's don't.
According to Bernard, you're quite
We're just
a
looking.
significant individual for Avandra's proceedings, at least here in Wildmont.
Oh. That's. Well, we're just looking for a boat, a few boats to go down the river on.
Oh, river. Oh, yes, I was going to say these boats are a little large for anything besides perhaps if you're looking to go up to Malayasmere or something silly like that. We do have a couple of, I would say, rowing boats we could provide to you. I'd say I'll give you an extra oar or two. It's going to be hard pushing your way upstream.
Yeah, that'd be great. We'd love that.
That'd be awesome.
Goes and about shouting at the crew, who then drop 2 of the dinghies off of these 4 boats into the water, with a couple of extra oars each, accompanying them. It's enough for each of you probably to fit in maybe 3 or 4 of you to a boat. And then 2 of you could row. And it will be athletics checks
can
to get up to the
definitely row.
lake.
I will
Athletics.
volunteer to row.
Yeah. It'll be athletics, to get up to the lake for anybody rowing. So
I can
4
help
of you
rowing.
total. And 2 to each boat. So you have to decide who's on each boat helping you, or it doesn't really matter who your passenger. I guess it could matter who your passengers are actually. So we should probably figure out who's on each boat.
I can help row.
Roll. Let's put,
Mateo could also
Blue in
help
the
row,
middle.
but he is not the strongest.
I can help row as well. I'm.
Okay, so who's on?
I
Who's
have
gonna?
some strength.
Who's gonna row for boat 1? Let's do that first.
Say Arthan.
Okay, Arthan and who else?
Penance.
I'll go.
And
Okay,
Penance.
Penance.
Okay. And who's gonna ride in that boat?
Blue.
Okay,
I was
Blue's in
literally
this boat.
I imagine that I go to get in the boat and Penance just goes, nope.
Okay, anybody else? Anybody else on boat 1?
Put you in boat 1 just to mess with you.
Okay.
I'll hang out in boat 1.
Okay.
Mateo will be in boat 1.
And then boat 2.
Darna, she's staying behind for now.
Yeah, you haven't seen Darna for a while, actually.
Hmm.
Yeah, so
Mhm.
Arthur will say, so what happened to Darna?
Did she tell us what she was up to?
Nope. The last time you saw her would have been like after the invasion, before you guys went off into the swamp, basically. Who is
She
row
do.
4, boat 2? I mean, she's been around like in Ice Haven, but she's not been actively engaging with the group. She's been kind of despondent, I guess is the way I would phrase it.
Hmm.
Boat 2, who's rowing?
I can row.
Okay, who else?
Celia.
Youth, did you want to row boat 2 with Celia?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I did.
And who's on that one? Is that going to be
I'll be in
Tori?
boat 2. Yeah.
And I think that's it.
Hey, we get the less crowded boat.
Okay. So let's have Arthur Independence and Celia and Youth make athletics checks.
An 18.
Okay.
Where is my die? There it is.
I've got to imagine at some point while we're rowing.
I also got 18.
I've got to imagine some point while we're all rowing that Mateo and Blue are going to end up in the water.
Yep.
No, Blue is like death gripping the side of the boat because she's fucking terrified.
Of water?
Yep.
And the
Can
Azimir
Blue
get
not
8.
swim?
Yep, the Azimir get 8. Peace. Peace sign.
I think
Good job.
Arthan's
Well
also
done.
just tired from trying to fly.
I think it's really funny that it went 18s and 8s. So over the course of the first day, basically one of you is carrying the full weight of each boat. The other one basically just providing a little bit of oomph. And you guys will make it to about here, the little bend in the river, before the sun is starting to set. And if you push on, the rowers will definitely be exhausted, with 1 point at least.
Do we have enough of us that we could just switch, right? And everybody else could row and
There's one person missing.
oh poop.
If you had one more person with you, yes.
Aw.
Fucking bird.
What if we tied the back ship to the front ship?
You could put 3 people in the front ship, I guess, and row it, but it would be really difficult.
Drag a canoe because it fucking sucks.
That's
Be
what I'm
really
saying. It
difficult
would
to
be very
maneuver.
difficult, yeah.
Does Blue know how to swim?
Vaguely.
And some
I guess
underwater
that would be a
shivers.
question while we're floating, since you're death gripping it.
And she answers very defensively and goes, "Of course I know how to swim." But you notice that she's like white knuckling the side of the boat.
And I would
I'm
note
rocking it every once in a while.
the river itself is not like rocky or full of rapids. It's just a very swift current that you're fighting all day, which is the reason you don't get as far as you would like. I would assume you set camp and rest, or do you want to try to push on?
I think if we don't have enough people to swap, we should rest.
Should rest.
Okay, so you pull the canoes, for lack of a better word, up onto shore, take a long rest. Who's on watch? Or are you taking a watch? It is a ravine, so
take-
it's not like much can get down to you.
Yeah, I'll take first watch like I usually do.
Mateo usually opts for second watch.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead and roll perceptions
take my
for me then.
second
Anything
go
to
with
do
Arthur.
with smell or hearing?
Probably not.
Okay. Where's my sheet? There it is.
Okay. So I would say that over the course of the first watch and into the second watch, both of you would notice the same thing. This very odd. It looks like a star at first. It's what catches your eyes, a star almost twinkling where it shouldn't be. And as you pay further attention, it almost looks like the outline is bright, but inside it is darkness. It's this weird ethereal point hanging above you in the way up in the sky. Other than that, you don't really see or hear much besides the river flowing very swiftly beside you and echoing off these 100-foot cavern or 100-foot ravine walls on either side of you very tightly. Think like almost Grand Canyon-ish in the way of this, but not nearly as grand. Like a small river running through this very tight ravine, basically. But the two of you would see this same kind of almost looks like an aurora, I guess, hanging in the sky, but is too small for a full one.
Arthur would be like, "You see that? That's weird."
Everything is weird that we run into, Arthan. Honestly, if I didn't look up to the sky and see something weird going on, I would be concerned. At
Enough.
this point.
All right. Well, it hasn't really done much through my watch, so.
I
All
will
right.
keep an eye on it. Should it decide to descend down upon us?
Sounds good. I think
Mateo's
Arthan uses.
Good. Sorry.
I was just gonna say, I think Arthan uses his wings almost like a blanket and to curl up.
Okay, cool.
I love that. Ian, Mateo's gonna draw it on his watch.
Okay. Go for that art check. Oh, it's a pretty good rendition, actually. For as weird and ethereal as this thing is, you kind of nail the appearance in, I guess, pencil or pen, whichever you prefer.
Probably pencil.
Okay. And then I would assume you pass your watch off to Penance for the final watch.
Yep.
In the wee hours of the morning. Yeah. Tori just wakes up and is naturally in that third watch.
Well, I assume Tori's usually up around the same time I am.
Actually, that's probably true. Yeah, he'd probably rouses from his trance about the same time Mateo does.
Well, if Tori doesn't see it, I would also point out the star to him. You have any idea what that is, Tori? Could I make some kind of check to?
I was gonna say, can I do something?
I would say, I would let religion or arcana be compatible.
Not great.
For
and that's
Tori,
untrained for me, Ian.
I would say for Tori, it almost looks like an incomplete teleportation circle spell, like what a teleportation circle would look like as you're weaving the spell before it solidifies and gives a destination on the other side. I guess is kind of the equivalence of what it might be. And then for Mateo, as this is untrained, something about this just feels wrong to the point where you're not sure what about it, but you like it feels like some kind of alien presence that you've never felt before is watching. I guess is the closest thing that I could phrase to it. It feels very similar to when the eyes of the Leviathan would have looked at you, but in a different way. And not as focused, I would say. I mean, that thing was a giant thing trying to murder you. This is just like a giant thing in the sky. And it's not even that big.
Mateo,
yeah.
When you stare up at the stars, Mateo, do the stars stare back?
Boom, boom, boom.
Mateo, I guess, while he's sitting there talking about this with Tori, we're like, I know this isn't helpful, but that ain't right. Something about it feels off.
Has it?
It almost looks like a kind of conjuration, like an unresolved teleport, even.
Oh, that's concerning. Or it could be good. Let's
be
think
happy.
it's good. Maybe it's for us. Maybe Paylor's eye is going to open and just look down at us.
What
I
did you
think
say,
that's just the
Penance?
sun, Mateo.
Comes out of that teleportation circle's not going to be happy when they land.
I would wake up Penance
Okay, yeah, for her watch.
and just tell Penance there's something fun in the sky. Look for it.
Okay.
Yeah, I would say over the course of your watch, with that guidance, you would probably see it. Even with a poor perception check, there's only a sliver for you guys to look at as far as the sky is concerned, and the rest
Mhm.
of it is this very rocky granite walls that rise up with occasional maybe shrubs and shelves sticking out.
That's a question, Ian. Does it stay fixed in the sky or does it rotate out like the stars?
No, it stays fixed.
That's not great.
Hmm.
Mateo would
doesn't
leave his
rotate.
drawing that he did like on a stump or something by the fire. Just like some rocks holding it down.
Yeah, so that would be the thing that probably keys both. I guess Tori would be the first person to notice it, but it would key Penance in as well as she watches, and then compares to the drawing. The stars are in completely different places, and it's Mateo's a pretty decent artist. That doesn't compute to when he draws something like that. More often than not, some of the details are in pretty precise locations. And then
Mateo got real lazy here.
And then Tori would back it up by saying that it's not moving. It's in a fixed location.
Well,
Well, shit.
Mateo sleeps.
it would sleep though.
Yeah, you would all wake up in the morning. The thing now being obscured by a thick, almost oily looking cloud that hangs in the sky, just fixed in that position. There are clouds that kind of move around and past it with the natural moving of the breeze, but this thick, kind of oily cloud hangs in the one location, unaffected by the atmosphere.
No closer.
No closer. It may have even been that the oily cloud was there and it was just not as obfuscated in the dark as it is in the light by this weird mass that is formed out of or around it. Are we sticking with the same boat cruise?
Blue's completely oblivious to the cloud, I kind of assume, but has been bothering Penance to let her row because she thinks it's going to make her feel better.
Mateo would also offer to row if Arthan is tired. Because Arthan's on the first boat, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mateo would be like, I can row. I'm not super strong, but we're not fighting harsh rapids here, so.
Continue rowing.
Sure.
Okay.
Keep on keeping.
So yeah, those of you rowing, go ahead and roll me the athletics checks. We'll just assume you're sticking on the same boats, and we'll just have you can make strength. No, just athletics.
Don't let me down.
17.
17. Okay.
There we go.
Boat 1 travels much slower today.
Yeah.
That was an athletics check, Mateo, not strength. Save.
Oh,
Let's see if you do better on that. Actually. No.
Oh,
I would say
I technically did better because I rolled better.
Blue's
Technically.
still just fucking terrible. So not doing great.
Okay, boat 2 with Celia, Youth, and Tori pushes very much faster through the smaller section of the river and basically sits in the lock for about an hour waiting for the other boat to slowly make it up. And you can just see Mateo and Blue red-faced and just sweating and puffing, with Arthan and Pennant sitting in the back looking a little bit irritated, maybe a little bit frustrated, like we could have done better than this.
No, I had imagined that they are fucking laughing their ass off at us.
They might be, yeah.
See,
There's definitely some red faces. You're not sure if it's from frustration or giggles.
They've been
I
doing the
think
weirdest
Arthan's
fucking
wings are
motion
dragging in the water.
child thing.
Maybe
He
that's why
forgot
they're
to tuck them in.
yeah, maybe that's why you're struggling. But yeah, after about an hour of waiting, they would get into the lock as well, pushing through the final section that has a little. Maybe you can blame it on the more swift current here, as that leaves the lock. It does gain a little bit more speed, so maybe there's that. But you guys waited for a while before they showed up. And then over the rest of the day, you would make it across the lock pretty easily. And at this point, it would be about maybe 4:30, 5 o'clock in the afternoon. And you could decide whether or not you wanted to try to go through the Kaylee River.
imagine I'm telling Blue, flat part against the current. Not the... No, flat.
No, I understand. No, you're using the blade. Don't use the blade, Blue. And Blue's like, but I love blades.
I understand it. It's just, it's not doing the thing.
No, it's not, because you're not going flat.
This is in the lake, by the way, as they're
Cutting the-
struggling and like occasionally spinning as one of them gets a better purchase with it and the other one than the other one. And it's just like, yeah, boat one is struggling today.
You guys know that I taught
Water.
canoeing at Girl Scout camp for like years and years and years, right?
Yep.
So
I
I'm
was gonna say
imagining-
you probably know exactly what this feels like.
Oh yeah, no, Blue's just doing all of the things that I told the 8-year-olds not to do.
Yep. As a person that hates water, I'm pretty intimately familiar with how to oar a boat, because that's where I want to be when I'm on the water, is on the boat. Yeah, so you can choose, I guess, at this point as a party whether or not at late in the afternoon if you want to try to push further up the river, or if you want to just camp here on the lake. It is, I would say, rather picturesque, with a small island in the center with what looks to be an old tower. Probably Dwindalian or Zemnian even in its construction, kind of leaned over and in ruinous shape, with the setting sun kind of off to the west of you guys, arching over these mountains, and pine trees kind of scattered around the lakeside.
Seems like a pretty place to set up camp.
Yeah. Let's enjoy it while we can.
Mateo, super all like looking beat and winded, was like, "What, you guys tired?"
Yeah.
When the call was made to pull out.
No, just want to enjoy this. Look at this. Don't you want to draw this?
It's very tongue in cheek when he says, "What, are you tired?"
Yeah.
Especially with the ravine to the west of you guys that leads to the lake, that kind of drops away towards the ocean and the frigid depths. It's a very pretty place. You can see why someone would want to build a watchtower, both as a defensive thing for the river, as well as it would be kind of a cool place to call yourself lord of the Kalen Lock.
I think when the call is made to stay here, Mateo's just going to take off his shirt and armor and just flop into the lake.
Yeah, I would say you guys are at this point also far enough away and into more of the Zemnian heartland instead of the frigid depths. So the spring temperature is kind of reached that zenith of mid-60s. So you're kind of at that comfortable temperature. And obviously Mateo is unaffected by cold. So the cold river of snow melt runoff and lake is unaffecting him.
Everything and start setting up camp.
Yeah.
So Blue, your Alyssa couldn't ask for one of those airships to drop us off at Rexentrum?
Blue just like freezes where she was and goes, "I literally didn't even fucking ask. You could have just fucking flown there."
Wouldn't that have been kind of a not low key?
We could have been there by now. And she's just like astounded while just like, I imagine like building
Yeah,
a fire or
it's-
something.
It's been 2 days, and realistically, if you had flown on the airship, you would have reached it probably by the early morning of the second day, instead of rowing your ass off for 2 days up a river and lake. But then again, you wouldn't also have experienced this wonderful picturesque scene.
We're also kind of criminals to the Empire, so that's also like a thing. We don't want to fly in. Feels a little obvious.
Fair enough.
I would say, well, yeah, you guys can roll a perception check for me, please.
Oh,
Ian, before I do
Everybody?
that. Sorry, go ahead.
Anything to do with hearing or smell?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh shit. What's happening? Oh fuck yeah.
Yeah, so you can go ahead and ask what you're asking,
Oh,
Chris.
the 19.
I was just saying Mateo was gonna draw everyone kind of walking around camp doing camp stuff.
Okay, go for it before
Yeah.
the perception. Oh damn!
Who all needs to make
Nice.
perceivo?
It's
Or as I call it, Gart.
that's some good art right there.
Mhm.
Okay, so
His passive is a 20, by the way.
so yeah, if you rolled higher than a 15 or you've got a higher passive than 15, over the course of starting to cook dinner, lighting the fire, you would hear coming down from the Kaylee River what sounds like splashing. It doesn't sound like the natural sound of the river.
Like a boat?
Good.
Oh,
My
guys.
passive is 16.
But he's
Yeah.
coming.
And as you guys sitting here on this almost, I guess, cape of the, I guess, the mouth of the river between the lake and the river itself, in the distance, those of you that got over the 20 again would see probably about 200 yards up the very slowly and gracefully curving river, what looks to be about maybe 2 canoes coming down towards you guys.
From the
Very sparsely
cave?
laden, maybe 3 people in each, with 2 rowing, coming down river.
Humans?
I would say Celia with a 26 is probably the only one that can make out that they are definitely not human. In fact, the majority of these individuals are short people. Very
Ew.
short people,
Short.
like either halfling
Short.
or dwarven or gnomish or goblin or something that doesn't have more height than maybe 4 or 5 feet.
Short people.
It's not very short. Not
I mean,
Like,
short.
that's at the
gnomes or-
tallest. That's like at the tallest.
You say short people, Mateo's like gnomes?
Like halfling, gnomes, dwarves,
I-
something.
I speak the short people speak.
Do we know anything about the denizens of this area?
Other than the fact that it's between Icehaven, which is a fully Empire-funded, almost colony, and Baestiel, which is the Elven place, not much. Eurosa itself, you've been through, which is predominantly human. Pride's Call is predominantly human and is one of the places that old Zemnian nobles founded.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that because we're not that far from Schottengrad either.
Mm-hmm. So the
Maybe
majority
coming
of
down.
southwest of you guys is majoritively human, including Comorta and Barrelbin and all that stuff. That's into the Zemnian heartland, which is mostly humans.
Folds his arms to his chest and says, "Well, the last time we had river people, I made a shit show out of it, so I'll let somebody else handle this."
Yeah, on our toes, but let him
His
do
one
their
eye
thing.
just like squinting.
We're just campers, right? It's fine.
Maybe
We are in Empire
stranger-looking
territory,
ones
aren't
of
we?
us can kind of
Mhm.
stay out of sight.
We
Towards
are in
us?
Empire territory. Mateo's gonna go ahead and put his shirt back on to cover up his big Avandra tattoo.
They are definitely coming down the Kaylee River towards you guys. So you'd probably see them about at that bend when you first see them. You would have heard them a little earlier than that, kind of splashing towards you, very quietly moving down the river, besides the oars hitting the water.
The stranger of us, that includes 99% of the party.
Yeah, but how long would it take him to get to us? Like a few
Currently
minutes?
they've got the current with them and they're oaring currently, so they'd probably be here within 10 minutes or so.
Earthman goes invisible.
Okay.
But they're going towards us, obviously, not into the lake.
I mean, it looks like they're just coming down river. It doesn't look like they're angling towards you. They probably haven't seen you yet.
Okay.
In fact, I would say maybe about 100 yards away, you would hear one of them shout, "Hoy! There's a fire over there!"
Only do two. I'm gonna go invisible.
Blue's
Yeah, I'll go
just
invisible
gonna,
too.
like, be casually leaning up
What?
against a tree, but on the side that they can't see.
When everyone starts like disappearing and hiding, he's like, "This is not going to make them feel very welcome, guys."
Why I'm being casual?
I'm just
Hmm.
gonna stay where I am near the fire. Keep an eye out, but
When
casual.
Mhm.
when they call out our fire, do they turn towards us?
No, they still seem to be.
Okay.
I guess with the perception checks you guys rolled, I guess roll an insight at this point if you want to know that, Mateo. I guess is the
Okay.
best way to do that. It's 16. They're definitely not angling towards you after seeing the fire. It seems like they're angling more towards the lake itself.
Okay.
I'm just gonna keep.
Good.
I'm just gonna keep standing by the fire, all
Okay.
fucking, looking all strapped and kitted out with my
Nonchalant but
menacing
kitted.
tattoo and everything.
Yeah, nonchalant but kidded, basically.
If
Just like
they just
sitting next
angled
to
towards
Celia.
us, Mateo was just gonna go greet them.
Yeah,
Honestly, I
they'll-
don't think Arthan realizes he went invisible. This is
Oh,
fully
interesting.
new to him.
So they're gonna stay about mid-river, and pull as they get up to about half, like even with your camp currently.
Mhm.
The two guys oaring in each boat will kind of back oar to stay even with it, and you'll see one of the figures steps out, smaller than the two guys oaring. You can see at this point, there's 4 dwarves, and each of the dwarves is oaring, and there is 2 smaller figures in either of the other boats. The one figure that steps towards you guys to shout and wave is a small gnomish fellow, who will just shout out, "Hello, hello! Have you seen anything important like uprisings, rebellions, insurrections, invasions?"
No.
Damn
Mateo would
it!
greet him back in Gnomish.
What would Mateo say?
It would just be like whatever like their Ola is.
Okay, yeah. He would.
Ola.
You'd hear him say very loudly, "Damn it! I was hoping that we would have some more interesting things to write about here." All right, guys.
Wait.
Wait a minute.
Bodwinkle, is it?
Winkle, Bodwinkle, Winkleback?
Oh, fans! Wow, I didn't think I'd reached this far into the wilderness.
Blue was immediately on her feet and like standing on the edge of the river, and she just goes, "Dude!"
Bring us in closer, guys. These are leans in. I would say if you wanted to hear what he says, roll a perception check, because he goes really quiet as he says whatever it is that he says to these guys. Mateo, he doesn't say friends. He says, "These are some fans of mine, people I know that really enjoy my works."
He thinks we're his groupies.
As you get these boats draw in closer, you can see in the other boat is a small goblin woman. With just like the whole other boat is just, you can actually see much more heavily laden into the water. Looks like it was following the other one and is probably 2 to 3 inches deeper tread in the water than the first boat that pulls up with Winklebach on it. And he'll jump off
the
very excited. The 2 dwarves will jump off, and then the other boat pulls in maybe about a minute afterward with a heavy thump, and the 2 dwarves just jump into the water and start unloading things, and you'll hear a very shrill voice just shouting, "My goods, take good care! They run me out of Uthodurn for these goods!"
It's the lady I bought the ring from, isn't it?
Yeah, you would see that it is the goblin lady that you would recognize from Uthodurn, Nola.
No.
Come visible.
Is she the same one that Darna bought the carpet off of?
Yep. She's
and my
also
ring of
a bunch of
regeneration.
things.
she's also the same one that the Oni thought they had beheaded for betraying them.
Mm-hmm.
Holy shit.
Wow.
Long time no see.
Yeah, Winklebottom
You're not
just
dead?
marched right up to the fire. I thought you said that nothing interesting was happening around here.
Well, I lied for safety. It's fine.
Because it seems to be like everywhere you guys go, something crazy happens, things change, status quos shift, and the entire fabric of the Dwendalian Empire seems to be under the whim of your guys' less than expert tailoring ship. I don't know what you call people who weave tapestries.
No idea.
Lots
Yeah.
happened.
In the
Here.
meantime, Nola is just shouting at the dwarves to take care of her shit on the shoreline.
How'd you meet Nola?
Oh, well, I needed to hire a group because I started hearing about all the unrest and craziness, multiple factions, uprisings. Seemed like something a great historian like me should probably get nose of and put to pen to paper for. So I started in the Blooming Grove. After working my way south with Nola, we met a group of dwarves there that seemed to not be enjoying their time in Uthadern, having fled. So we hired them and made our way over the mountains using their expert guidance and got some boats from those weirdos at that sanatorium and sailed down to the airlock and just continued sailing, hearing rumors of some kind of battle in Icehaven.
Yeah, there are a few there.
That's why we were headed there. Do you know? He whips out a book and pen. Do you know more?
Wait, hey, hold on. Listen, there's some.
I'll credit you in the book, I swear.
Hey, hold on just a second. I know subtlety is not my strong suit, but we were literally told to lie low. So maybe telling all of our shit to a historian who's going to write it down and sell it isn't the best plan.
I mean, it takes time to publish a book. Plus, I was still going to go down to Icehaven. I mean, it'll only take us a couple days to get there from here.
Oh, yeah, no, she's going to love you. Definitely.
Who?
Don't worry about it. Tell you what. Maybe once this isn't the middle of the story, then you can write about it.
I don't understand. I don't follow.
Do you remember
Dang
how much
it.
trouble you got in your last book?
No.
Am I remembering this wrong? I thought his sister tried to kill him and then got him put in jail for this
Yep,
last book.
that's actual fact. Yes.
Okay, cool. You know, the whole sister trying to kill you thing and the jail time and all of that?
Well, we're still undecided if that was my real sister or not, and also the jail time actually technically saved my life because of the whole rebellion with the Uthadern that you guys started, and I would have been just squashed like a little bug in the street. So technically, I think it was good for me that she saved my life by arresting me.
This isn't going how I wanted it to go. Listen, there's a lot of moving pieces, and if you fuck them up, it's not going to end well for you or a whole bunch of other people.
So don't take notes or ask questions. Got it. And so you don't. Sorry, Nola. I think we're packing all the things back on the boat.
Am I wrong here? We do not want him to be doing things. Yes, correct. Sorry, I'm metagaming right now, but that seems like it would be bad for the people that need to be subtle.
Yeah, Arthan's avoiding him specifically, so
Yeah, you would see Arthan is basically on the shoreline with Nola, who is bargaining with him while shouting at the dwarves. And then, after hearing that, she turns and shouts at the dwarves, who then grumble a little bit and start loading all four of them back things onto that boat. Takes them about maybe another 3-4 minutes of that process before Bodwinkle will turn, kind of give you a weird salute. Anyway,
I have a deal for you.
oh,
I will tell you everything once it's safe to do so. If you tell us everything you know right now about what the Empire is doing.
I didn't like stop in Rexentrum to ask questions. I had 2 dwarves and a goblin with me.
I know you, Badwinkle. I know you know more than this. I know you know things.
Let's just say they're a little distracted currently to the southwest of here. Large scale uprising, apparently infighting between 2 siblings. Big uppity to do. There's the whole Wilhelm guy who's taken over the throne, but then there's actually the other one, Malachi, I think is what Mal is the common name, but Malachi Dwindle also now having the backing of the people in the south has risen up, and there's lots of blood being shed right around Zadash area. Not a good thing. The Bromkiln Hills, they're going to probably end up renaming the Bloodkiln Hills. I shouldn't make jokes about war. He's going to give you that weird salute again. That's about all I know, but I don't think you know much more than what I do. So I'm going to just continue on my way towards Icehaven. I think we're going to go sleep on that island over there. It looks pretty nice. Secluded from lunatics, at least.
Yeah, because we're the lunatics here, definitely.
All I do is write. You guys insurrect. He's going to jump into the canoe with that and make a quick, I guess Mateo would hear in Gnomish, he would shout at the dwarves, "Let's go!" And they would just grumble and push off with their oars, and they would start pushing into the lake away from you all. And I would say maybe about 50 yards away, you would hear Bodwinkle just ranting about how you guys are crazy, how you brought death everywhere you've been, and how he's written a bunch of things about how everywhere you touch has gone to either ruin or power vacuum in the last about 2-3 months, and that's about as far as he can track. But he's just ranting, basically, like Blue would at these dwarves over the water, thinking that he probably can't be heard by you guys, but there's not much else to hear.
Interesting fella.
The party leaves it at that.
Probably might want to let Alyssa know that that's heading her way, right?
Ben's actually doing that.
On that. Boo will turn around and be like, "Sorry, I know he maybe is a friend, but that I'm learning how to be subtle. Is that okay?"
If it makes you feel better, he didn't call us his friends.
What the fuck?
Well, at least in Gnomish, he said that we were he akin us to fans.
Blue's now grumbling to herself. Just
Can't say I'm a fan of his.
He's an interesting fella.
Arthan's putting on some new boots he just got.
What are your boots?
Boots of speed.
You can go fast?
It just gives me a little bit more maneuverability.
Your boots. They look good. They're nice. They're fashionable.
They're a little worn.
Arthan just cares that they work.
Don't think Arthan cares about fashion.
Yeah, they're a little worn, probably about 5 years out of date. They look like somebody wore them for a while before something happened to them, obviously, because they're not wearing the boots anymore. Or Nola got a hold of them somehow, and now Arthan has bought them.
Seemed like Alyssa's that worried about it. She said she doesn't think it will hurt to have Somebody to document the truth about the whole thing.
Sorry, apparently Arthan already did that. My bad.
Well, Arthan did not tell her about the Dwendalian siblings, though. To which
I didn't
Oh,
hear
yeah,
that
no.
part.
To which
Yeah,
she would
Arthan
respond
didn't.
to Blue. Oh well, I suppose one of these could, in theory, become friends if we play our cards right.
I
Let
mean,
me know
one's
if you do any first-hand encountering.
That's all Alyssa gets back, is one's a puppet and the other one's kind of a dick.
I hate Mal.
Maybe you should scry on Mal.
Oh, I should scry on Mal. See what she's up to. I'm gonna do it.
Okay, while you're sitting at camp here,
Yeah. Just
what's
gonna
your
scry on her.
DC?
Is 18. It's gonna be a wisdom save. She probably doesn't get bonuses because I have met the target. But no extra bonuses on top of her wisdom bonus.
Oh,
Oh,
22.
Saves.
Okay. You are not unable to connect on scrying on Malia and Dwindle.
So try my mother.
Take
If
from
she's still
Ragnarok.
with her.
I can also,
But-
yeah, I'll how many 5th levels do I have? Yeah, I can also scry on Lady Wintermore. Do we have
Liana
anything of hers
Wintermore.
at all? By the way, do we have like a picture or a likeness or possession?
Arthan's got to count for something, right?
she's not my blood mother.
She rolled a 17.
Failed. I will scry on her then.
Oh, okay.
Or if Mateo, and if
What's this,
Mateo said that
18?
Arthan's gonna account for something, he would reply, "Not to her, I don't."
Oh,
Okay, so you would
Oh.
see Lady Liana Wintermore currently standing in a field, seemingly alone, standing in this open field. You can see things that probably recently have burned near her. Patches of grass are dead and blackened. She's just marching up to the top of this hill, looking over a city. You can see the city itself is currently encircled by troops. You can see there's a couple of burning buildings, and as you watch her, she's watching this city fall to amount of people. It looks like a city built with a pretty large hill, basically to its southeast, southwest rather. Not a very large city either. But she just basically over the 10 minutes of the scry, or however long it is, I think, that's what you would see is just her standing atop this hill, just kind of watching the city fall with that weird kind of shrouded look of maybe 5 or 6 other individuals standing on top of this hill with a large flag flapping behind them. You can see the flag itself is what looks to be a fish with a hanging like lantern beacon. Like drawing in, and the mouth is in very fine detail lined with swords and pikes and all sorts of differing weapons instead of fish teeth.
Lanternfish?
And it's in
Yeah,
black
we knew about that
this,
before.
like scale, almost periwinkle blue is the color of the fish.
Still overlooking war stuff happening to the south, as far as I can
Okay.
tell.
I would say about an hour later, you would see a giant bonfire burning on top of, or burning in the island, just outside of the tower. You can see the light kind of
Trying to
flickering
burn
through
that
the
thing
ruins of
down?
the tower.
Yeah, Arthan's like, "Are they trying to burn that down?"
Maybe in 15 minutes after that, you would start to hear what sounds like dwarven drinking songs echoing out across the lake towards you guys.
They're not very subtle campers, are they?
My bees are more subtle than
Sam,
they are.
Does Celia mention the lanternfish flag?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Didn't you guys all get like inducted into that syndicate? Does that give us any sway there?
Can't remember.
I don't know anything about a syndicate, so
Oh, it was in my notes, I promise.
This
I
was
didn't get
before
inducted.
Celia.
Before me.
Oh, it was before Celia.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I think it was probably before Tori too. Definitely before Mateo.
Yeah.
Uh,
Which would have been Arthen, I think. I don't think Penance
yeah.
joined.
Penance didn't join. She stayed outside with me and Todd.
Yeah.
So just Arthan is a member of said syndicate.
Or youth. Is youth in there?
Oh,
Youth, were
Youth
you
was
at that
was fishing.
Oh, that's right. Youth
Youth
was
was
fishing.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think it ended up. Yeah.
I think it's just
Arthan
Arthan at this
shrugs his.
point. And Darna, maybe.
Yeah, Darna maybe. Arthan shrugs his shoulders. I think we sent them to the Lanternfish to try before Alyssa's play for things. For
You
them
did
to
a
have
job for the
allies.
Lanternfish in order to get some information on Alyssa, which led you
Yeah.
to finding her, actually. And in doing the job, he also requested blood from some of your party. So you do have some blood sitting in a vault somewhere for the Lanternfish, I think.
And wasn't there a political marriage somewhere in there too between Mal and the
I don't know if our
Lanternfish?
characters know about that though.
Oh, we do.
No.
That's Malachi didn't. No, we learned that from a message.
I think
I
it was
messaged Mal.
I think it was proposed. I don't know that it was
Arranged fully.
arranged or accepted, so and I don't have any way of communicating to either Mal or the Lanternfish about that. So
Theoretically, I can talk to Mal, but I don't like talking to Mal. I do not like her.
you could talk to my mother too.
Yes. So I feel like there's
But
going to be a pointed insult to either one of them if I do, though. So
no, it's just good to kind of peek on them and see what's going on, I guess. But yeah, like I said, I have no way of communicating with any of them personally, so I'm considering it basically a moot point. And Arthur's gonna look up at the sky to see if that thing is still up there.
Yeah.
Ian.
Yeah, you'd see it, I guess, still in that same fixed position. At this
That
point,
thing is
the
there.
inky blackness is much less, like, visible. So the rift is visible again. It's like, at night, that inky blackness seems to blend in and disappear.
follow Arthan's gaze up, see if I can see it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he'll point it out if needed.
Yeah,
I need to roll
especially
for it?
without the... No, you wouldn't need to roll for it. With his help and the fact that it's been there for a couple of days now that you've noticed.
Hey, Celia, are you able to restore my tattoo?
Maybe. Let me see what I've got. I don't know if I have anything that restores bodily scarring. Say?
Just thought I'd ask.
Unfortunately, yeah. I mean,
That
I
feels
could
like
fix
it'd be
you
a lot of magic for you to like reconjure up too.
Mhm. I kind of use a lot of my energy on scrying.
It's not
Unfortunately.
exactly a priority, just more of a passing thought.
Yeah, well, if someday I can restore your tattoo, I'll let you know. The power is granted to me by Avandra and stuff. Maybe one of these days I can do that.
Blue pulls
Yeah.
out like something out of the makeup kit and just starts drawing on Arthan's arm.
His arm.
Was a tattoo on your side?
His tattoo's on his back, yeah.
Yeah, no, she's just being the brat.
She's gonna get a wing elbow to knock her down.
I was just trying to help.
So yeah, I guess you guys settle into camp, eat your dinner. The sound of the dwarven drinking song ringing out across the lake as you guys slowly fall asleep to that. At different
I'll take
stages.
first watch again, yeah,
Okay.
but comment will be, well, I guess if anything's going to attack us, they'll go after the loud ones first.
I'll take final watch this time and see if I can just observe the weird thing in the sky.
So, Arthan, go ahead and perception check first watch.
Okay, anything to do with sight or smell or hearing?
Probably not tonight, no. The only
Okay.
sound you're really going to hear is the sound of the dwarves drinking.
That's what I kind of figured.
Yeah, your watch passes uneventfully. Nothing really changes. I would say maybe 2 or 3 hours into it, the sound is the singing. It gets a little quiet, and you can assume maybe half of the dwarves went to sleep, and the other 2 are staying up and being obnoxious.
Yeah, and I think he'll be at like the bank or whatever of the lake a little bit, and then maybe a few times, and not getting obsessive over it, but just trying to do like a lift off with his wings, just kind of
I would say
practicing.
roll an athletics check at disadvantage.
That's fair. Disad.
Oh,
So unfortunately, you're still trying to get used to the weight, and more often than not, you're just using them to try to add to your jump, and they're throwing you off balance, and you're landing on your ass. You're not sure if you're even getting more height from the jump or not.
Yeah, well, if it sounds like I'm about to wake somebody up prior to their watch or something, he'll stop. But he was definitely gonna. This is gonna be something that he's gonna keep trying
That's fair.
and working on. And then we'll go nudge awake Mateo for the second watch.
Cool.
Mateo
Go ahead and roll
awakens.
me. Mateo.
Roll you? Or do you want me to
Roll
roll you
me.
in?
Roll me a perception. Roll me in the hay. Roll, roll, roll in the hay.
Heather might object.
Heather just got home and she's like, "Who are you asking that?"
oh, you know.
Hi, Heather.
Just all my friends at once.
Look, like I tell Carly all the time, I can provide you things that she can't, Ian. That's all.
Fact. Okay. So over the course of your watch, the dwarves get very quiet. You would note that there is 2 fires actually on the island. There is the big bonfire, and then there is what looks to be a much smaller fire at the top of the tower currently.
At the top of it?
Yeah, like the weird leaning ruinous tower. Somebody climbed all the way up to the top of it and lit it.
I guess Mateo would use his boots to get a little height to see what's going on the top there.
Okay. Getting up to there, you can see at this point one of the dwarves has climbed up to the top of the tower. He's got a little fire sitting next to him, and he's sitting there kicking his legs on like one of the ruined ledges.
How far out is that little island?
Probably a couple miles.
Fair enough. Mateo will just watch him for a little bit before he comes back down to shore. Can I
Yeah.
still see the scary star up in the sky?
Yeah, that still hangs up in the sky currently.
Mateo would get that drawing he had the other day and kind of touch it up some more.
I would say also that over the course of watching, the dwarf, he kind of sits up there for a while, and then he lays down onto his back, seemingly scratching in his beard maybe for a while, only on one side of his head, and then rolls over and goes to sleep.
I'll just keep an eye out over that way. If I see something, try and warn them, but
'Kay.
Looks like they're doing fine out there. But yeah, he'll just retouch up that previous drawing of the star.
Yeah, Tori's awake as well at this point. Hanging out, doing his spell book or whatever that he does every morning. Yeah.
Yeah.
His spell book. He just stares at his spell book every morning, like rememorizing all his shit.
Doing his
No, it's
spell
closed
book.
the whole time. It's just he stares at it.
He just stares at the cover.
Hand to the top. And gains its knowledge through osmosis.
And I'd want to take final watch to.
I'm doing my spell book.
Go for it. Roll that perception.
Yeah,
And then
when
I
it's
wanna-
the end of his thing, he'd wake up.
God, Sarah's taking us for a ride.
Ah!
Ooh.
Oh, I forgot.
Okay. 22 perception, and then I'm also trying to keep an eye out and see if I can't, just observe and look and think about that weird little void thing in the sky.
Yeah, you see it. It
Mateo
doesn't
would give you
seem
the
like it's
drawing, I
changed.
guess, to look at.
Could I potentially roll a religion tech too?
Totally.
Thank you. All right, not amazing, but good for intelligence-based thing. It's trained religion too, 18.
It feels very similar, again, to how those eyes on the Leviathan felt, but different. More alien, more unfamiliar. But that same sort of what's the word I'm looking for?
Bad
I guess
vibes.
overwhelming sense of knowing stuff you don't. And the bad vibes for sure. Celia, the vibe checker, would definitely get the bad vibes. But otherwise, I would say there's not much that you can gather from just looking at this thing.
Bad vibes. All right. Thank you.
It definitely feels like something powerful and something from maybe a realm or a time before you. And I would say over the course of your watch, you would probably see that fire atop the tower goes out, and the dwarf climbs down from that up at the top and meets up with the rest of his friends down at the base of the tower, and they start loading up the canoes pretty early in the morning.
Hmm. Okay. Great. Just help wake people up in the morning.
Okay. Yeah, you all are awoken. There's the embers of your fire from the evening. You can see the two canoes of the people that visited you last night kind of pushing across the lake at this point as you all wake up. It seems like you got a very early start.
Wonder if they noticed the thing up top.
Wonder if that dwarf did. Oh, we got another long day of rowing ahead of us.
Yeah, I'll take my turn.
Blue just groans very loudly when Celia says that.
So I guess Blue's volunteering to do some more rowing?
No.
Penance and Arthan again on
Yep.
boat 1.
Oh,
And who's on boat 2 as far as rowing? Celia and you still?
I'm happy rowing.
Or does Tori want to row?
He's not great at that.
Okay. So we'll continue the same way. Have you guys all roll athletics for me.
that's better.
Oh my god, we keep having the exact same roll, Arthan.
James and Penance is showing both of us up, but I find it funny that the Azamar are just on the same wavelength here.
Okay, so you guys make some really good headway this day. Both boats kind of cooking up this much slower section of the river. I would say at this point, where you hit right about where you are on the map, it's about 1 o'clock in the afternoon. And you can see the river, maybe for the next 4 or 5 miles, is heavy, heavy, turbulent rapids.
This ought to be fun.
Blue just squeaks.
Can we?
Fine.
Do we want to try and portage the canoes
Portage,
past
that's
all
the word.
that?
Yeah, do we want a portage?
Yeah, I've been learning all these words because I've been on boats, honestly.
We're cursed with this knowledge.
I know. How funny, Sam, that we're doing this and then now we're on the river.
I
I
know,
mean,
right?
theoretically, you could portage. It would be slower going, especially carrying both canoes and all your gear. But it would be much safer than trying to row upstream through a rapid.
I mean, a lot of our gear is in like bags of holding anyway, so in some cases we're a lot better off than like the expeditions to the Grand Canyon. But
Mhm.
Yeah, that's true.
Back in the yeah. Who
But
wants
they
the
were
portage?
also
Everyone who
going
wants the portage.
downstream most of the time because it's easier to go
Yeah.
downstream.
Yeah, Tori, you can't magically make the canoes like pocket size, can you?
No.
Ah, well.
Worth asking. We can vote if you want to portage this, or we can try to make our way through.
Not that I don't believe in your guys' ability to get us up that. I think it would be not worth trying.
Yeah.
Okay. So you guys are going to portage then?
Yeah.
I think
But
so.
how long is this section?
About 3 or 4 miles. So probably to about be right beyond that other, where the other river comes in. So probably about 2 or 3 days is what it's going to take you to get over there.
Oh,
Okay.
dang.
More
Right up
likely
like
2
Hawaii.
days. Yeah, to where those 2 rivers meet, basically.
Mm-hmm.
And then actually, yeah, from that point, it's probably pretty easily, as far as navigable, as far as by water. But yes, you guys pull off. I would say roll perceptions as you guys start portaging these canoes up the side of this hillside through the heavily wooded trees, trying to find
And
paths
my usual question: hearing or smell?
yeah.
Nat 20. I love
Okay.
it. I love to see it.
So those of you that got over an 18 would hear what sounds like men, probably about maybe 30 or 40 of them, shouting and cursing as they're coming down this rapid currently. You can see there's probably about 6 to 8 canoes, all filled with Righteous Brand members. They're just currently
Yeah.
coursing down the river. But they
I'm sorry,
currently
with what members?
Righteous Brand, members of the Dwindalian Empire. So
Army.
these are like army members of the empire you are currently at war with.
So we fight them, right?
But they are currently coursing down the river as you guys have kind of pulled off into the trees. They do not see you as they are currently contesting with the rapids and trying not to crash. As they basically would, if you let them, they will go past you.
Yeah, Mateo would kind of out loud. Do we? I didn't mean to click it that way. I wanted to shorten it.
Witch
Damn
bolt.
it, we could just let them go, and then we would have not made a
I didn't.
thing.
No, I'm not firing anything at him.
Okay.
I misclicked. Mateo's just like, do we just let him go?
Have to go through the coin tossers or there are what armies we have at Ice Haven. There are only 8 canoes.
By scouting anyway.
Yeah.
I would
Scouts?
say if you roll, actually, for Celia and Mateo, you're the only two that would hear kind of shouting at the head of this group of them is this Righteous Brand Lieutenant, who is basically turned back and shouting towards the group, "Press on! The dwarf said there will be traitorous people here!"
So
Motherfucker.
Motherfucker. Damn it.
Mateo would. The dwarves sold us out.
He only
better
said
warn
one
Alyssa then.
dwarf.
I did see the one dwarf sitting at the top of that tower at the island, but I didn't think anything of it.
We also can't risk Winklebach and that dwarf going into Ice Haven, because I think that was their plan.
Well, we can warn Alyssa. She's got one of the. Yep. No, go away. One of the communication gems, anyway.
Oh, look,
Tell the,
it's the
tell the guards at Ice
familiar
Haven to not
Saravia.
them.
Say it again, Ian?
I said we're back to familiar Sarah background.
So yeah, we can warn Alyssa, and then she can also send word to Ice Haven, and where the coin tossers would be.
Yeah. You talk to Alyssa. I'll warn the coin tossers.
Okay. Arthen will use. I think he's using a torque now. Communicate. Alyssa. Evidently, one of the gnomes party has been selling us out to the
Empire.
Righteous Brand. There's a group of like 6 canoes full heading towards the Callion Lock.
It's good to know. Thank you. We will make sure that the detachment at the bridge is prepared for any possible incursions, perhaps even head them off in the ravine.
And you might want to apprehend, I believe Mateo said it was one of the dwarves who was letting them know.
We
It's in the
will
company of Winklebuck.
make sure to question Winklebach and his party about their possessions and intentions thoroughly.
By the way, the Goblin Nola has some really good stuff, just saying.
Just saying.
Saying.
Like drink or
Magical items sometimes.
oh, okay.
She just-
Yeah, very well.
Alright, I'll let Alyssa know. Did we want that she'll be detaining Winklebuck and his group, and they'll have the ready for these guys.
All right. Do we still need to warn the coin tossers?
Yeah, I'd say go ahead and warn them so that way There's no delay in them knowing.
Sick.
We
I'll contact the guy that I was talking to a few days back.
So you never know when some long-winded dwarf or elves are gonna just take over poor Alyssa's time again.
Oh, yes. So I'll contact the guy that I was talking to earlier a few days ago and say, hey, it's Celia. Just FYI, a party of dwarves, a gnome, and a goblin might come through. Apprehend them. They might be dangerous.
Very
To
well
you.
then. We'll do what we can.
So I mean, we let
I
them
think I have
all
two
know.
more words. And soldiers.
Oh.
Okay, there we go. There we go. Forgot about
We
that.
let them all know, but if they knew about Ice Haven, they definitely knew about us, and right, just putting that on everyone's radar.
They may know we're traveling by river. And so that puts traveling by river as a bit dangerous.
They might only know what Winklebach was telling them, that wherever we go, death and change happens.
May have also gotten descriptions because we're probably on some wanted posters.
Oh hell yeah! I've always wanted my unwanted
Mhm.
poster.
So if our descriptions were given at all, they might be aware that we are on the river. But who's to say they know where we're going, right?
The rivers leave very limited options.
They
Yeah, we
definitely
can do a
never
few
looked right.
things to change our appearance.
I can change my eye color for a minute.
We could just ditch the boats and continue overland.
Yeah. Hell, why
We're
don't we
likely to
just
just
have
keep sending boats of righteous brand from Rexentrum down the river to attempt to catch us.
let's plant a few things on our boats and let them go down the rapids so that way they can crash somewhere.
Good idea.
At least throw them off the trail a little bit.
Make them think maybe leave some tracks headed north. Make them think we're going somewhere else. We're not, you know?
Bay of Steel or something like that.
Mhm.
Okay, so you guys are
Or
gonna
I mean, yeah.
take your boats back down to the river and toss them in with a couple of, I guess, incriminating pieces of evidence.
Some rags and some meat.
Yeah, exactly. Some rags and some
Sure,
meat
sure.
and some clothes, like the torn clothes bits and broken
My old
arrows and
boots.
things. Yeah, the old boots of
Arthan's old
Arthan,
boots.
stuffed with meat.
Have youth
Well-
transform into something and like put claw marks in the boats.
While we're
There you
doing
go.
that, Mateo's going to turn to Blue with the dagger. I need the tail.
Fuck off!
Look, I'm just saying the tail would be very convincing.
I need the tail.
So would your head?
The tail grows back, though, right?
Oh.
Fucking salamander.
I thought it fell off when you got like scared.
I've been
New
shitting
character.
myself on this boat for 3 days, but like, hey Mateo, you're going in the river next.
Oh well, I can swim, so that's not too bad.
I can fucking swim. It's the boats. I don't like boats.
Well, they're all dead now. The boats are dead, so.
Yeah, the boats go
Uh,
careening downstream, smashing against rocks, and one of them gets trapped and kind of pinned, and you would see it get sucked under after a few minutes of struggle, and the other one just kind of bounces, pinwheeling, and splinters into pieces as it careens down the
Blue is
rapids.
trying very, very hard to not smile.
It's fun to
When we
watch,
make camp,
especially since nobody's on it.
Mateo, when we make camp, I think to kind of help with disguising appearance, especially since I stand out quite a bit with these damn wings. Maybe what I can have you do is do almost like a military haircut for me. Just shave my head.
Yeah, I can cut hair.
Okay.
Robo.
How long is Arthan's hair?
Down to his waist.
Holy crap.
Get the nose out of there.
Yeah, cut Arthan's hair off and then make it as a wig for somebody else.
Yep.
Ew.
Exactly.
Yeah, give it to Tori.
Ew.
We're
Give
gonna
it to
have to
Mateo
drive
so that
Tori.
he just give it as a hair extension to Mateo. So he's got like these weird black long ones with the blonde roots.
It's white. So
This is my bow. So yeah, you guys would continue along through the woods for a while before setting camp here. Again, the spring temperature making it pleasant to set camp in the early evenings and hang out here in the woods. The sound of the river just north of you definitely is pretty prevalent. But over the course of the day and evening, you don't see another set of boats travel past at all.
and then instead of shaving, he's just Arthan's just gonna let his little face fluff start growing out a little bit, just enough to kind of change the shape of his face.
Okay. So unless you guys have anything else you want to do, you would probably take another 2 or 3 days to get to the lock, I would say.
I guess Mateo would ask before cutting Arthan's hair. Are you sure you really want me to cut this?
There, it grows back.
I could braid it and we could roll it up on the top of your head.
Go ahead and cut
You
it.
want give him my hat?
Yeah, you want a hair hat?
Just go ahead and cut it.
Mateo will cut his hair, I guess.
Okay, so that evening, Arthan's hair is cut.
Say again, sir?
That feels so significant. I'm not sure why. Are you yelling at me? Sorry, my dog is yelling.
Yeah, I know how that goes. Trust me.
I get my magical clippers out.
You get out your magical buzz clippers that are basically just miniaturized Umber Hulks that you've trapped inside
Oh
of
man,
a tiny jar, and they just
That'd
murder
be
hair.
hilarious.
But yeah, I would say over the course of the evening and the next couple of days, nothing really exciting happens. I would assume you guys just kind of follow just south of the river to the lock. Just kind of following like this.
I
Unless
think
you guys have
through
other plans.
some of those nights, Mateo would try and have a conversation with Tori and Celia individually.
Okay, go for it. I will go grab myself another beverage.
Take the puppy out for a potty break.
Who's first?
This course.
I don't know, probably Tori.
Okay.
Since we're up at the same time for watch almost always.
Yeah.
Probably be like our second night walking through the woods. And Mateo would just kind of pipe up from wherever he sits across from me. He's like, so are we ever going to talk outside of things for the group?
What do you want to talk about?
Well, I know you were definitely not happy with me about my little excursion to Ice Haven and by extension the thicket.
Mm-hmm.
And rightfully so, but I don't know, it'd be nice to clear the air.
I don't know what you expect me to say. What do you have to say? I told you not to go. You went. That's what more is there for you then?
I guess from my point, I just want you to know that it wasn't a decision I made lightly. And I don't know. I hope you could still trust me.
I'm trying, Mateo, but honestly, I don't know. Okay? You made it back. But at the same time, I don't know.
Yeah, I think you're just gonna leave it at that. Go back to our normal sitting in silence around each other.
Okay, so yeah, over the next couple of days, you guys continue making your way through the wilderness here. I would say maybe after a day and a half, you would see another group of righteous brand soldiers. This one a little larger, maybe about 12 canoes coming down the river. You can also see that this group has what looks to be 2 or 3 men on either bank, kind of following behind the canoes, scanning the riverside for what look to be tracks and things. You guys are a little further off the bank than what they're scouting currently, but you would be able to see them kind of, again, following the river to the west.
Do we just let them go too?
Say that again?
Do we just let them go too?
If we don't draw attention to ourselves.
We shouldn't draw attention to ourselves. The next group will find a sign of battle.
So yeah, I would say another day and a half or so, and you guys would reach the banks of the Erdelach. And here is a sight that takes your breath away. As you kind of reach the edge of this forested area, you can see the the Erdelach is chock a block full of small and large ships, almost pressed deck to deck, filled with maybe hundreds of thousands of righteous brand soldiers that you can see milling about.
Shit.
So we fight these ones, right?
Absolutely.
You can also see that currently they are at the mouth of this lake, organizing a group of people, small group, to push down there with another set of like maybe 12 canoes or so. And I would say Mateo and Celia, you can see down here at the Amber Crossroads, looks like they've got about maybe 8 large ships, like flat decked, and one big large square sail that look like they're just filling with troops. And as you guys watch over the course of the day, those ships would one by one, as they fill almost to the brim with soldiers, start drifting south down the river towards the Unterlach down this way. I guess you'd
Unterlach?
probably know they're going towards the U here or the Y here, but
Yeah.
you wouldn't know where from there. But yeah, because of the size of these ships, you would actually watch as the drawbridge of the Amber Crossroads is continuously raised over the course of the day. And these large groups of maybe refugees or merchants gather on either side, waiting for it to be dropped back down. Yeah, and it wouldn't be till like probably 2:30 or 3 o'clock where that drawbridge would be lowered and the final ship passes through. headed south.
So this thing is just chock full of ships.
Yeah, like think like Assassin's Creed style, where they're like right next to each other, and you could literally, if you
Mhm.
wanted to, parkour across the entire lake. Probably.
That's it. Yeah, we just gotta run. Be real fast.
I mean,
Glad we didn't take a boat.
I expected some ships in this, but
Not this many.
this is comical, almost.
Well, glad the big one wasn't headed for Ice Haven in some way. Are we gonna get down there to Rexentrum? Take the road, go to the Amber Crossroads?
And hope they let the drawbridge down for us.
Yeah. Either that or figure out a way across the river with these soldiers.
We could backtrack a little bit on the river and either swim across, or we could individually fly everyone across the river and try and get to Odeslo from north of it.
I mean, that's a lot of time for not necessarily any sort of better outcome, I wouldn't think.
If we disguise ourselves at the bridge, blend in with everybody else trying to get across.
Say that again. I'm sorry.
We could disguise ourselves at the bridge and blend in with everybody else trying to get across.
yeah, there's a
I-
big line of refugees on this side of the river that were waiting for the boats. Now they're slowly trickling through. It does look like that drawbridge is being policed. They're definitely on either side of it checking, maybe not credentials. It's not like peasants have a bunch of ID they carry around, but they're stopping people and questioning people, and you know, it slows the trickle of the progression of people through here.
I could definitely try and change up Laudier's appearance.
Covered.
And I can be subtle. I can change my eye color as much as I can. Make it look a little less like the way they are. That could help too, because it's an identifying feature.
Ignoring the fact that Celia is probably the most beautiful human or human-looking thing anyone's ever seen.
It's
why
the fact that
everybody
my
winks
eyes
at
look
her.
like gems. It's a little obvious. A bit creepy too, you know, if we're gonna be honest.
Just don't look at anyone.
Easy.
Easy. Look at my feet, you know?
Suspicious.
Yeah, I would say also from here you could see the towering city of Rexentrum in the distance, with all these columns of smoke rising from it, and all of the
Dumb question.
lights on the towers.
Have we been inside Rexentrum?
As a group,
We have.
no.
Yeah. Oh,
Oh,
dang. Wow.
The closest you ever got was you walked around the outside of the city a couple of times now, and one time got into a fight over here somewhere.
Oh,
Mateo's been
yeah.
in Rexentrum.
Yep.
Because I followed
Right.
them back and spent like a day and a half there, and then went back out to the Von Otto estate.
Yeah.
I
And that's when they went to the Velvet Unicorn, where you were revealed that it existed for the first time, I'm pretty sure.
I've just been avoiding that place like the plague. It's just felt like a trap.
Probably is.
Probably is.
So
Oh.
everybody is discussing and cussing and discussing. Penance has gone off to behind the copse of trees and completely changed clothes.
Okay. Just strips down and puts some new clothes on.
No armor,
No hat.
no hat. I don't know if Arthen gave back her glasses or not, but no glasses.
It's weird. It's like Penance just shifted from rogue version of Penance to, like, there's flashes of Taldore nobility that you see when she comes back out from behind the bush. Just in her clothing, not in the way she moves. So there's definitely that level of sophistication to her that she's definitely, despite her best efforts, has inherited.
Fuck. Penance? Okay.
Doing cons, I'm sure she probably honed her skills in that.
Yep. But it was always nice to be able to have come from somewhere and know intimately the ways that you should dress that way.
Yeah.
You look good, Penance.
We're trying to disguise ourselves, right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Probably shouldn't look armored and armed to the teeth, I guess, too. It's a good point.
Hey, Ian. How common is it to see Lyceum students just everywhere? Wait, no, that's in Taldori, isn't it? So
Yep.
probably not very.
It's in Taldori.
Fuck. Never mind.
And you do know they've been burning books in Rexentrum of late.
Right.
Right.
And so the Cobalt Soul is not necessarily maybe well received.
Right. Well, I mean, anything I had that had like Cobalt Soul stuff on it is covered in my own blood, so that
That's
wouldn't
fair.
be super helpful.
Most of your clothes are covered in your own.
Except for the Lyceum uniform, because that's still hidden away in my bag.
I mean, people probably wouldn't recognize it.
We're about the same height, aren't we, Blue?
Oh, I don't know. Probably. Oh, I also have a set of fine clothes. I don't know how those lasted this long.
Because you haven't
You
ever
never
worn
tried
them.
on.
You've
I
never
haven't
worn
ever
them.
tried
You fight in them.
Oh,
So since you have that, I don't have to kick you out.
No, I probably got it covered.
Yeah,
The whole,
similarly, Blue
doing
would
the
go
whole
away and
fight
come back in more imperial finery. This is like Dwindalian clothing that she picked up when she was in Zadash, probably.
because she's a little rich kid.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Noted-
Vartan
So
stuff
I-
is fairly new.
I have a spell called Disguise that makes me 2 feet shorter. I'm going to use.
Okay, so you can make yourself
Oh,
2
nice.
feet shorter and change your appearance, I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure, with Disguise.
For how long?
I don't know because it was just on my sheet. I don't have it out. I'll have to look
Disguise
for the
self?
card. Yeah,
Disguise self, right?
yeah.
It'll last for an hour.
Yeah, ask for
Okay.
an hour. Your clothing, weapons, armor, and other belongings on your person can look different until you end the spell. You can look a foot shorter or taller and can appear thin or fat or in between.
It said 2 feet, but I don't know.
I think that's one on either way, is 2 feet. Either a foot taller or a foot shorter is 2 feet, technically.
Oh, I see. Okay. Well, I'm going to go shorter.
You can also
changes
add
wrought by
things
this
to your
spell.
outfit. So like a hat, but people that touch your hat would not touch anything. It would just go through it.
Okay, yeah, I'll wear like a hooded cloak.
Okay. And you just make yourself shorter and look human?
Yeah.
Why does it feel like it's not gonna work at all?
Are you going to save that till you get closer for the
Oh,
hour?
yes.
Okay.
Probably, because we're pretty far away right now, right?
It's still probably going to take you, I would say, the rest of today and probably tomorrow to get to the Amber Crossroads, just marching across that open plain. It gets a little faster going across the open plain than it did pushing through those dense woods.
What are we doing with Tori? That flaming blue hair is his.
You can wear a hood.
I have some vestments if you want to dress pretty simply instead of your armor.
Kind of a gamble. It's far more suspicious to find a sea elf who doesn't look like they're ready for a fight. It's our culture.
Yes, but do the people here know that?
If they know who and what he is, maybe. Anybody
If
else have
nobody
that
People will
is, we're in
recognize
trouble.
you.
sinking feeling in their stomach that this isn't gonna work?
Well, we can try, and I'm just worried that they're
And-
gonna recognize us unless we do something bigger to
about-
change our looks.
If I can tell you anything from my experience, it's not about whether or not it's going to work. It's how long it's going to work.
Doesn't make me feel better, thanks.
As
I would
usual, we
probably-
do the best we can with what we
Ian,
have. So
How far is it across the river right here?
It's maybe a mile.
Okay.
I guess while we're walking in, I'll pull out some of my disguise kit stuff and at least try and change some appearances or alter some of our aspects.
Yeah, you can do that. For anybody that wants, go ahead and roll your disguise kit. I would say you could choose let's go int or wisdom, because you're going to try
Oh,
to
I have one of
deceive
those
people with it.
too. I have one of those too, being a rogue.
Yeah, so if you want, you could roll a int or wisdom and proficiency, because I assume you're both proficient with them.
Let me do this.
18? Okay.
Oof.
Oh no.
No.
I'm gonna use one of my luck blade rerolls.
Okay.
Good idea. Hey.
That's better.
There you go. I
better.
would say between the two of you, you do manage to, I would say, disguise in a more permanent way hair color of people. Add some soot or things from fire before you guys head into the refugees that are waiting at the bridge. To just add a level of darkness to all of your hair so it doesn't look necessarily like your pure coloration. You add some dirt and stuff to all of your faces, maybe a couple bruises. You do some minor faux swelling to hide actual eye shape or face shape in some places. And while it isn't necessarily like big things like hiding somebody's horns if they're a tiefling, just the fact that you've
Let me
disguised,
get a very good hat.
yeah, just the fact that you've disguised a little bit of the facial shapes and kind of, I guess, more obvious signifiers that would be identifiable of you, you think you're going to be doing a pretty good job just mundanely walking through here with most of you.
I'd probably take off my armor and put on more of the stuff I'd probably be wearing when I was just traveling around as a doctor, like my little vestmenty type things.
Okay, so basically everybody but Tori would probably strip down their armor and stuff and hide their weapons as best they can. Yeah, moving through
Sure, how
the...
much? I'm not sure how much Arthan is going to be able to hide stuff because he has freaking wings.
Wear a
Right.
cloak.
We could cloak
Look
you and
like a
bind your
hunchback.
wings down, all
Yeah.
angel
Yeah, let's do
style.
that.
X-Men.
Just make it look like you have a really big wing cloak or big gold cloak on, like a fluffy ass fur cloak or something. Either that or somebody could use a disguise spell on you to make the wings disappear. But if somebody interacts with the back of you, they're gonna feel wings.
At least make it look, disguise self, make it look like a feathered cape. Just kind of stylized, so if they do touch something feathery, it makes sense.
There you go.
You do that.
Yeah, somebody has that
Ian.
spell. Yeah.
I guess the night before we would make like the next day push into Rexentrum, Mateo will take a note from Arthan and chop his hair off.
Okay. Chop
Get
all
rid
his
of
pretty
his
golden
pretty
hair.
blonde locks.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, I would say that would probably be as you guys are sitting on the western side of the Amber Crossroads here, waiting for the bridge to open up for the next batch of refugees. You're all sitting around the fire, looking dirty and bedraggled. Arthan kind of has his wings bound down and made to look a little bit more like a feather cloak as best you can, and you're all just kind of keeping to yourselves. But they close the bridge at night, and they do not let anybody through, so you have to stay the night here. And there's a small patrol of maybe 5 or 6 righteous brand that kind of move through the refugees, just trying to keep the peace, making sure nobody throws down here in this small camp of the forlorn. Otherwise, I would say nothing really exciting happens. Nobody tries to steal any of your shit. You don't start any shit. Nothing gets started. And in the morning, bridge opens up, and you guys are all out across. It takes a while, but I would say by about 10:30 in the morning, you're across the bridge and through the actual kind of warehouse, sprawling urban kind of environment that is the Amber Crossroads, with all of these stacked warehouses and offices and things of that nature that line either side of the road before you hit the actual crossroads itself. And to the north, you can see the city rising above you. This giant spiraling and sprawling mass of spires rising towards the sky, all kind of twinkling and glowing in the spring morning day. You can see they're basically letting people come and go from the city as if it was open still. But as you would hit here, you can see there is groups of soldiers currently pushing east along the road towards Nogvarot, out of Rexentrum. Looks like Rexentrum itself is fairly devoid of most of the actual righteous brand. It looks like it just has city guard currently occupying the place.
So where's our first stop?
I
Velvet Unicorn?
I vaguely remember my way around here.
You know where the Velvet Unicorn is?
As a matter of fact, I do.
Still sounds like a problem.
Spent like a good long day sitting outside of it. I think I even have a picture of it somewhere.
I think you do. He digs through his folio of art and pulls out this drawing of what looks to be almost, in a way, nondescript, fairly mundane looking storefront with a sign hanging out front of it of what looks to be a velvet coated black unicorn with white horn standing in the moonlight. It's a building that is, like many buildings as you move through the streets of Rexentrum, sandwiched very close, with maybe an occasional alley that runs maybe 3 feet wide running between the streets, other than the main streets that are these 10, 15 feet wide at the widest that allow for a single wagon and people have to squeeze past. The entire city is built very vertically, almost like Edinburgh, where instead of sprawling out, they've built on top of it and built on top of it, where you can see even more so as you get further in towards the richer district. There are all these sky bridges that arch between towers and things that make you assume that these are the version of estates that you would equate to like a mansion in Zadash, or these multi-tower penthouses that are all bridged together to provide some semblance of a privatized home away from the city's bustle.
Can you remind me, as a, like me, not Blue, but what are our main goals here? We have to go to the Velvet Unicorn because they
Dream
have
Rock.
the Dream Rock.
Yeah, they have the Dreamer's Rock.
We're trying to do Clara's thing.
Clara's thing is in Euralis.
Yeah.
Okay.
Rex and Trum, there's, I guess, the continued thing of the Velvet Unicorn, and there was also the idea that you could possibly look up more on this Herzumin the Lesser,
Yeah. Okay.
that genealogist guy, who is definitely was a bigwig amongst the Dwindalians.
Okay. Fabulous. Then Blue is going to suggest, even though it makes her very nervous, that we split up, because then, one, we can get more done in the time that we have, and two, we'd be less noticeable as our party.
I'd still say no one strike out solo.
No, but maybe
No.
2 groups.
But
Yeah.
Everyone side
I
eyes
mean-
Mateo.
I mean, okay, because
Which Arthan just looks confused about that.
some of us would be going to a bar, and some of us would be going to hang out with the bigwigs of the city. So, split how it makes sense.
Well, I'm going to the Velvet Unicorn.
Makes sense. I'm definitely going to talk to Herzuman, but do we even want to risk splitting up?
We have ways to communicate with each other. And if something were to go wrong,
I would
It
like
would
to remind
probably-
you that Clara possibly has a way of listening to that way of communicating with each other.
Oh,
Oh, yeah.
fuck. I forgot all about that.
I can cast sending to any one of you guys.
So you should be in one group, and who's a good person to send to? Can be
So to do the sending, doesn't he?
Who else?
I mean, it might be dumb. We don't have to split up.
I
We
don't
do
know if
look a little-
Mateo does. He has sending stones.
Ooh,
I have sending.
my phone started making
Okay,
noise.
so Celia and Tori are forced to split.
We don't have to do that.
No, you don't have to.
No, I
will
think it's a
do.
good idea. I just think we shouldn't overthink it.
Player
When
cards,
have I
right?
ever not overthought anything? And that's both in and out of character at the same time.
So
need
I
to
would
get
say at
that.
this point, you guys have pulled the group into an alley and are having this discussion in one of these very narrow 3-foot wide alleys, making sure nobody's listening as either of the main streets on either side just it busily passes by carts and people coming and going very quickly. This is a very you can see the majority of people here are run down. It doesn't look like anybody has a lot of wealth. Clothing is in disrepair. There's no carts in the open street selling anything. A large number of the storefronts are boarded up and closed. The entire city has this weird, disgusting scent to it that you're not sure if it's from the smoke. You're pretty sure it's from the smoke, but you're not sure what's in the smoke that's making that smell. Because you're just barely having breached the city walls.
Can I tell it all with my enhanced senses?
Roll a perception check. And yeah, you can use it at advantage.
It's either books or piss.
I think
For bodies.
It's a combination of like burning book and like burnt book leather and ink, but there is also that sickly sweet smell of rot and also burning meat.
Yeah.
So they're burning
Okay.
books and people.
I think we need to worry less about how we're going to communicate with each other and just put the best groups together to get each job done. And then get our jobs done quick.
And figure out a meeting spot.
Agreed.
Yeah.
So who's going with me to do the zoom in thing?
I'll
I
go.
will.
I have no idea who just talked. Sorry.
Youth.
Yes.
And penance, I think.
Penance, yeah. I'll go with you.
Hell yeah.
Anyone else going to look for her zoom in?
I'll go as well.
Okay.
But
Not
you know
good.
where the Velvet Unicorn is, bud.
Yeah, but he can tell us the directions to get there.
Hmm.
Right. Okay. All right. Gotcha.
Okay. So the two
Alright.
groups decide to split. One group going one way out of the alley, the other one going the other direction.
Really, whenever we do that, I get to get really anxious.
Whichever
Yeah.
group would like to start. So we'll go either the Herzuman group or the Unicorn group. You can roll investigations. One of you, please, whoever's leading the group.
Unicorn group, you want to go first?
Yeah, you guys go first. I'm gonna go to the bathroom.
Okay.
So, and if somebody wants, theoretically, you can aid the person to give them advantage on this investigation check.
I'll
My-
roll
my
investigation. What's that?
I was just gonna say my investigation's okay.
Mine's okay too.
Mine's not. I can help though.
Want
Keep
me
an
to
eye
roll
out
then?
for people.
Do it.
Oops.
Well, since I'm the one that's all gung ho for it for the most part. All right. Advantage.
Helping. Yeah.
Aid.
Double
Hey.
19.
Ooh.
There you go.
Look at that.
I would say it takes you about maybe an hour and a half to get to the location Mateo described to you, or the district of Rexentrum. It is a little bit deeper into the city itself. And it takes a while to get there just because the city is so packed. You would see moving through it just this level of squalor that you've never seen before, especially when associated with the Empire. There are people in the streets, just you can see they've been sleeping here. They're unclean. They're wearing clothes that like they likely have been wearing for months. Eventually you would get to the Shimmer Ward, which is the central pentagonal portion of the city, with a wall of towering pale yellow stone that kind of surrounds it. You pass through another gate that leads into here, and within this area, you would know that this is the high end district. This is where the castle is, the place where the actual emperor sits, Castle Unkebrach. This is also where the Soltris Academy, one of the preeminent magical academies within Wildmount, resides. It is also where Mateo told you that the Velvet Unicorn is, which is weird because it doesn't seem like the kind of place that would be in a high-end society. However,
Well, there was a name. There was a name told to Arthan was Lady Briarwood, so maybe it is a place.
But yeah, I would say over the course of the next half hour, you guys wander the streets, and eventually you find another one of these very tight alleys. That on either side of it, there's a group of looks to be ne'er-do-wells, just kind of gathered around either opening to the alley. That they give you the eyes as you pass through, but don't necessarily confront or stop you. And inside that alley, you would see the sign of the Velvet Unicorn just hanging in front of what looks to be a very weirdly placed storefront. You don't see anyone coming or going from it currently.
We enter separately as one big group.
Here
And
together.
there's only 3 of you, so
Fair enough.
Arthan will start heading in, just trying to see if he can pick up what these ne'er-do-wells might be intending, or if they're just there to act as intimidation factor.
it seems like they're just maybe frequenters that have moved outside the place to have conversations, or as they're leaving got caught up in conversation outside of the establishment before moving on. Doesn't seem like they have any intent one way or the other towards you. It just seems like they've
Okay.
never seen you before and you're new here, is the kind of looks they're giving you.
All right, yeah.
As you move towards the place, you would see it's a very small door that leads downstairs. Open doorway, I would say, arched. And beyond that is a small, almost foyer that you can see a very rotund Goliath sitting in with what looks to be like a large maul, just set head down, the handle coming up into his hands. He's sitting on a very small stool, hands crossed onto the hilt of this maul as you guys approach him. Just eyes you, says nothing.
Well, if he
Almost
doesn't
looks
say
expectant,
anything,
almost looks expectantly towards you.
just gonna go ahead and proceed right in if he doesn't look like he's going to stop and question us.
Okay, as you go to duck through this, what is basically a beaded curtain of black, looks like maybe cobalt or obsidian beads, he'll just armbar right in front of you. Not so fast. Gotta know the right words.
But Lady Briarwood,
Stops for a second. You can see he rummages around in his little strip of cloth that goes around his waist, pulls a small stone out. Hey, Lady B. Got 3 people here at the door for you. Ain't never seen 'em before. You sure? Yeah, okay. Rummages around, tucks it back into his little loincloth, stands up, gestures for you to go through the curtain. Lady B is interested in talking to you, sounds like.
thought she might be. And Arthan will go through.
Follow after. This feels like a trap.
The big
Yeah.
guy follows you guys down the stairs through the curtain. You step in after maybe 15 seconds of downward step through this arched stairway into an area that has 2 very distinct scents that rise with it as you descend into it. The first being the scent of sin, and the second being the scent of sewer. Both of them become very predominant very quickly. As you get further down, it opens up and you can see, yet again, you are in a sewer system beneath the city. Very open and sprawling. You can see that this system looks like it is mostly clean or gray water, not really heavily soiled water yet. And in some places you can even see that they've pulled off the cleaner of the bits of water, and it looks like it's gone through some form of magical filtration process where they have pools where you can see nobles and other individuals that are dancing scantily clad in these pools of water. You can just see it has all of these odd half walls, almost like rice curtain walls, but made from those same obsidian glass beads that you can just see shifting silhouettes moving behind in all sorts of very suggestive ways. It is very upsetting as you step into this place. The Goliath just kind of steps down behind you and motions for you to follow him as he leads you through. Kind of along this path. Blue would be
Tiny
bright red
innocent
right now.
should be dying.
Yeah, he just leads you through this small stone walkway that's barely wide enough for him to walk on. You can see some of the stone curtains even get pulled away as he walks past and reveal things that you probably don't want revealed to you as you're passing. And as you're moving through here, you would see this place is filled with all denizens of people. Nobles, elves, dwarves, humans. It is not just a place, and it's weirdly eclectic, especially for Rexentrum, which is a heavily human-driven society. I would say the whole place also has this air. After you've been in here for a minute or two, the scents kind of disappear. You're no longer repelled by the scent of it. And there's this welcoming, almost muggy warmth that kind of settles around it, and this dull glow that you, at first, you didn't notice, but as you're moving along this walkway, it seems to make everything softer and friendlier, despite all of the appalling things happening around you. But you'll just follow this very large Goliath who walks with this very slow gait through the place. And even almost occasionally, he's so tall, occasionally he'll like stop and lean and leer over one of the curtains for a few seconds before continuing on down the pathway, just like chortling to himself. And eventually he will lead you to a small ladder, a wooden wicker ladder that's woven together that drops into another section of sewerway. And he'll gesture towards it. I can't go down in there. Ladder won't hold me and allow customers back up, you understand. But no funny business or I'll lock you down in there.
Oh.
He'll gesture towards a very large slab of stone that's nearby.
Arthan will glance at everything, shrug, and then start heading down the ladder.
It's maybe about 10 feet before you reach the platform beneath. This place is slimy and wet. There's like a layer of... You're not sure. It's kind of spongy and very much full of moisture as you step on it. You can even feel it squish out beneath the boots.
Moss.
It's a very weird situation here. But there is, again, another small foyer, and there's a door at the other side that you can see is ornate compared to everything that you've seen so far. And on the door is a seal, and on the seal is a symbol that you would recognize. There are 3 arms crawling out of a hole.
Oh, Yep.
No.
Figures.
Hey guys, I just want to put it on record before anything actually goes shitward. I regret splitting us up.
Crap.
My B.
Okay.
How do you think Blue would feel about being in this place?
He would just be so wigged out, man. We're talking our neurotic little buddy.
Arthan will open the door.
Okay, is Tori and Celia following down the ladder?
Yes.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Okay, so you would both
You're gonna
probably
stand
reach
up
at the
and
bottom
walk
of the
away?
ladder as Arthan opens this door. And Arthan, to open the door, you basically just reach for the seal and you grab the 3 hands that are basically the handle and twist them. So they're kind of coiling out in 3 dimensions, and you would grab all 3 of them and twist, and the door's latch would come undone. And in doing so, they would kind of recede or protrude, I guess, further from the door as you do that with this weird mechanism.
Yay.
Oh
So
no.
open the door.
Yeah, door opens. You can see that there is another dark beaded curtain beyond it. But as soon as it opens, you can hear what sounds like laughter cascading out from beyond it, and clinking glasses, and even more sounds of what sound like that. The upper level, but more intimate, I guess, is the feel you get from this place.
Okay, Arthan will go on through.
Okay.
And then
Step
shortly
through.
after Arthan.
And again, this is another, I would say it has an arch ceiling, maybe about 6 feet up, enclosed entirely in this, what seems to be the bedrock or foundation stones of Rexentrum, the very, like, sewer, but maybe even beneath the sewer, the foundations of it at this point. You drop down into this area that, again, the smells disappear, and this time there is this heavy scent of incense, and of earth. deep and kind of loamy. And you move through this place, and as you move through, you can feel that same squish underneath your feet. And looking down, you can see almost what looks to be moss, but red in color. And every time you step, the liquid kind of comes out and almost looks bloody and bubbly before you move again, and it reabsorbs into this mossy substance. But you move down through these almost labyrinthine hallways that kind of arch and spiral off in differing directions. Just kind of following this main pathway. There are doors here, unlike the upper level where everything was beaded curtains and laid out and sprawled out. Down here, it's very similar, but there are these heavy black doors that dull the sound and kind of, I guess, the only time you would hear anything is when you're directly passing one of the doorways, and it would be like these muted sounds of the same sort of ecstasies that were happening upstairs. And eventually, moving down this main path, you would come into a small round chamber that looks to be a bar. There's a small round bar at the center of the chamber, like the Mos Eisley Cantina, kind of, and a number of tables and chairs kind of sprawled throughout the place. You can see what looks to be a number of human nobles sitting here, and that's all you would see. And behind the bar is a woman in very fine clothing, with like a very high neck. Pull up a picture for you.
Wow.
And yeah, as you enter, she would smile towards you. This very gentle, warm smile. I guess, Celia, you might even recognize this chamber. It looks like the chamber that you have seen many cult proceedings happen within. If it was Sans furniture, it looks like the bar drops into the floor on a mechanism, along with all of the bottles and everything, and all of the tables and chairs are cleared away, and it becomes a round chamber that they can have a nice meeting in.
See the picture.
I don't see a picture, but
Boom.
oh, there we go. Oh man.
Just a very knowing smile as you enter. And everyone is very much similarly dressed in this chamber. Oh, so you must be the guests that Granite told me of.
Well, you did invite us.
Cocks her head. Oh. Raj, the remade stone. Is that you?
Mm-hmm.
Please, come, have a seat. She makes a gesture with her hands, and as you guys probably step into the chamber, the rest of the nobles all clear out, following the same path as you guys entered from. Just kind of stepping past you and sneaking past you as they can. At this point, you would note that all of them are wearing masks.
Arthan's looking around for anything that might just ping to him as being the Dreamer's Rock.
You haven't seen anything that would ping to you like that yet.
Okay.
I'm looking around for anything that's like, someone's gonna jump out of the shadows and kill us type trap or something like that.
Like Backrish?
I'm looking around for any weird things that makes me feel like it's a total trap because I am not vibing with it.
So this is what most of the people leaving would look like. Heavily cloaked up with faceless masks.
Oh.
You said masked people leaving this big room, and I literally just pictured that one scene from The Witcher. You know the one.
Yeah, that's fair.
Oh, man.
Yeah, but it's just her, and she's not masked. She's just standing behind the bar as you guys approach, and you don't see or sense anything that you would assume or associate with the Dreamer's Rock. Although you would see that she is wearing a very large, ornate-looking gemstone around her neck and a necklace.
Arthan's pretty blunt, so
What did you say?
you have. Oh, I was just trying to figure out what Arthan was going to say, but she asked about Rajya Maid. They just left, and once everybody's gone, he's going to look at her and say, "You have something that belongs to a friend of mine."
And you have interceded on many plans involving years of meticulous planning and heaps of financial backing. I think we are, shall we say, at an impasse? Tell me, why was Clara unable to kill you?
Apparently, you don't kill very easily.
I meant all of you, not just you in specific, although that in itself is another puzzling piece, as is the fact that we managed to abscond with your body. This is not the first time that I have looked you in the eyes, although I don't know. I don't know if the same can be said for you.
I can't say that you left that much of an impression on me.
It's hard to leave an impression on a sleeping man unless you, shall we say, have mutual friends.
Apparently, we don't.
Well, I think we do, just not in the same regard. I think we also have similar enemies, similar goals.
Possibly, but I am here for the Dreamer's Rock.
Well then, perhaps we can make a deal for it. I am being plagued by a thorn that perhaps has found its way into both of our sides. If you guarantee and then bring back the head of Clara von Otto and prove to me that she is dead, I will give you the Dreamer's Stone. I have no use for it any longer. I've already perverted it beyond its measure, gained my coin. I'm ready to let it go into the hands of someone that thinks they may use it for their purposes and not hers.
I can guarantee you that Clara will die. However, in doing so, she tends to escape death as well as my friends here.
I am fully aware and sadly financed a number of her, shall we call them safeguards, in the past. I think I might be able to help you in that regard.
And what sort of aid would you provide?
Let us put it this way. If you manage to she's going to look you up and down. Her eyes are going to catch the ring. Let us put it this way. Just be near her when she dies, and she will do the rest. It is the least she can do for both of us.
Say I would like to have the Dreamer's Rock now as a measure of faith on your part. You said you don't need it.
Roll persuasion.
I want to be running like an insight check on her too. Like
Okay, what for? Vibe
I
checking?
want to
Vibe check.
vibe check. I wanted to see if she's being very honest with us and if I feel like she's trying to walk around something with her words. It's
go
kind of
for
what I
it.
want to try to see.
Yeah.
And vibe check, the usual.
I mean, I'll give you what you get with the roll. We'll see how vibe checky you get.
I get very vibe checky.
Oh,
Not too
Jesus.
bad for Arth then.
Yes, straight vibing.
She
my
is
skill, vibe
for
check.
sure tiptoeing around something. There is something she's keeping closer to the chest than she wants to tell you, probably than she wants to tell anyone. She does seem to be being surprisingly honest with her ideas and her thoughts and with her exact wording. She's being very honest. It's just she's being very clever about how she words things.
What aren't you telling us?
Oh, plenty. What aren't you telling me, dear?
Namely, that I don't trust you and that I'd rather be talking to anybody else but you. But
Oh, Jesus.
I think the feeling is very much mutual. There is only one reason that I allowed Granite to let you here, and that is that I have my own safeguards set in place should you do something recklessly heroic or stupid, as I would say.
You know, I always say Blue is the fighty one, but I think it might be Celia.
I think it depends on what gets Celia's dander up.
Yeah, when she gets in the mood, watch out.
I will tell you
She
starts
this.
thinks
throwing
about it before
fireballs.
she acts.
I will grant
Blue
you
just acts, but she thinks.
Blue's
the
an idiot.
stone when we meet in person. I cannot give it to you now, for it is not really here. She'll step out and just step through the bar, and you can see it's some kind of an illusion or more likely astral projection.
So then you want to meet in person?
Once you've done your part of the deed, I will do my part of the deed. We are more aligned than you think. Perhaps one day we may find each other on the opposite end of a blade, but currently I think we have an enemy in common, and I would like to see that enemy removed before I proceed with any of my more intimate ideas.
Enemy of my enemy doesn't make us friends. What guarantee do we have that you will give us the stone?
What guarantee do I have that you will bring me the head of Clara von Otto?
Seems like you're wanting us to take the first step. We need something.
If you hadn't thwarted me all this way many times over, then perhaps we would be on a different bargaining. But seeing as many times, probably without your direct knowledge, you have thwarted me and my compatriots.
Serves you right for scheming. You should play the cards you have, not the ones you think you're going to draw.
Then it would not be
You like
gambling,
stepping on
would
your
it?
friends.
I don't gamble.
Well, then perhaps that is the difference between your friends and mine. When you have a surplus of something, sometimes it's nice to throw a little away.
You can only have surplus if someone else is lacking.
She'll wink.
Jesus fuck. It's very hard not to interpret everything this bitch says as just voraciously horny. Sorry.
Well, don't have any way of contacting you once Clara's head is in a bag.
You still have my stone, do you not? The one I gave to Raj before he started this whole troublesome mess with you lot.
No, actually, it was destroyed.
Oh. She'll reach into a small satchel. Oh, wait, no, she's not there. Never mind, she won't. She'll gesture towards a small satchel at the bar. Take one.
Alright, then we'll go over and take a look at the satchel.
It's
a
full, just
complimentary
full
bracelet.
of sending stones.
Damn.
There's like 20 of them in there.
You know, I don't want to take anything from you. We can contact you on our own.
Very well. I suppose that's wiser than it isn't. In your travels, if you do happen upon a disturbed gnome, giggles more often than he communicates, goes by the moniker of Bakrish currently, do tell him that we are working together. It will put you in his good graces. He is on a similar
that this-
assignment as you.
Ah,
Although his head to be claimed is Casper's. So we shall see which of you returns sooner, and which of you ends up treading on the other's toes.
Arthan's just gonna turn around and leave.
So deeply uncomfortable.
Okay. You would leave. You would see at each of the doorways as you guys are leaving this bottom chamber, inside the doorway just waiting and looking out into the hall is one of these masked figures. As you would pass them, they would step out into the hall and head back into the bar.
Do I hear any conversation as they get back into that bar?
No. Silence.
Okay.
You'd hear what sounds like glasses as each one enters. Glass sounds like it's being filled with liquid.
Do not trust her.
No.
Okay. The other group, what are you doing?
I was going to talk to Arthan really quick, actually.
Okay, go for it.
Look, Arthan, I've got no issue with killing the twins if I have to. It seems the most likely outcome. But we're not assassins. If she surrenders to us, I can't let any of you execute her.
I honestly just don't expect her to surrender.
We seem to be finding unexpected turn after unexpected turn lately.
Yes. But she surrenders, we deal with it then and figure out a different way of attaining the Dreamer's Rock.
Right.
Okay, so you guys continue up out of the Velvet Unicorn, past all of the doors and curtains making terrible noises, and back into the alleyway.
I preferred it when I thought this place was a brothel.
When you leave the place, there is this level of something lifting from you. It's like this intoxication that's suddenly gone, and you get the feeling that if you spent a long time in there, leaving the place would feel the opposite. It would feel really bad to leave the place after being in there for hours and hours and hours. It would definitely be kind of like one of those deranged haunted houses where it calls to you and makes you want to come back. It would be very similar to that.
That they burn that much fucking incense. Is what Arthan says as they leave.
Okay.
Incense sometimes is not fun.
Yeah, no, that place was for Arthan's nose, that place was a journey, to say the least. So, for her Zoomin group, where are you all going?
The
What are you looking
laughter.
for?
Oh
Got
god, I
this
didn't even.
guy. Do we have any idea where to find him?
No, you have no idea. You just read his name in a genealogy.
We know he's a genealogist, so like historian, and we know that he deals with nobility. So, is there like a? This is Blue's favorite question. Is there a library here?
Yeah, but the problem is they're burning books.
They're burning
Oh,
books.
fuck me. Oh.
I would say we'd go to a place of learning, but they seem to all be in flames right now.
Right. Is there like a? I don't know.
I mean, there was the Library of the Cobalt Soul here, the biggest one. It was the
Yeah.
largest one, and it does have a teleportation circle to Zadash, Port Damali, Taldore, and Vasselheim within it.
Yeah. Listen, I'm not very welcome into Zadash either. Here's the thing. I'm assuming there's some sort of like. Oh, everyone's video just disappeared. That's wild.
Whoa, yeah.
Can y'all still hear me?
Yeah. It's
Yeah, I
just
can
like
hear you.
videos just disappeared except for Chuck's.
Oh, mine's except for mine. Is there? I'm assuming any sort of records that the castle has are not publicly accessed.
You would know the castle probably has some kind of archive. There is also
Yeah, archive.
I would say roll an investigation check.
Oh no.
And if somebody's helping, you can do that at
14.
advantage.
Advantage, Sarah, I'll help.
Okay, thank you. I did worse. 14.
Okay. I would say over the course of it, you would eventually find a place that is called the Cryptic Collection. That looks like it is an odd and almost like a pawn shop of some sort that has knickknacks and everything. And you would see some books there that aren't being actively absconded with and burned.
I guess we have to start somewhere. And Blue goes there.
Okay. It is a humble, somewhat creepy, single-story building. It's kind of a rustic, weathered wood, tiled roof, and you can see that the roof itself is decorated with numerous brass and iron chimes, all of which kind of hang and blow in the wind, making this terrible cacophony of noises as you approach. Even some of them are bone chimes that hang in the wind. As you step through this curtain that hangs kind of blowing also in the wind, you see a very lean, almost creepily skinny, tall, long-fingered half-elf woman. She probably looks like she's in her early 40s. She just kind of drums these very awkwardly long fingers on the counter as you step in.
Oh, it's Blue and subtlety is not our strong suit. Hi, I'm looking for information on genealogy. Do you have any books that might help on that?
Drums her fingers. Interesting question. Why would you need a book on genealogy in these times?
Oh, I'm deciding. Give me like 2 seconds. Sorry, I know what I'm thinking. I know what I'm. Blue, like, very subtly, like, behind her back, slips one of the giant rings that she has on onto, like, her. I don't know if wedding rings are a thing. And, because she's wearing those fine clothes. I promise this is gonna make sense. And she just goes, "Well, you see, um, my fiance and I, we just got engaged, and he's nobility here in town, and I don't want to." You
Okay.
know, I don't want to put it on him to have to explain the whole lineage to me, so I figured I would do it on my own.
Okay, so first off, roll a sleight of hand to get the
This is
ring on
not
that
gonna
finger.
work. Fuck me, this is not gonna work.
You're
Oh
Um,
my.
a Pinna style scam here,
Sleight of
girl.
hand is an 18.
Hey.
Okay. And then go ahead and roll a, let's see, a deception check at disadvantage.
A disadvantage?
Yeah, she rolled a
Woo.
nat 20 to see you freaking put the ring on.
Damn it, that's an 11.
Okay. She'll roll her eyes, hold a hand out. I tell you what, you give me the ring and maybe a small amount of money, and I won't tell anyone you're asking about books here.
Oh, sorry. Now I have to decide if Blue's gonna dig this hole deeper or if Blue's going to just hand over money. Yeah, no, she'll just hand her I don't give a fuck. She'll hand her the ring and then just kind of like look at her expectantly.
So she'll take the ring,
Uh-huh.
tuck it behind the counter, and then she'll hold out her hand again expectantly.
Yeah, I kind of figured that what was coming. Blue has no concept of what things are worth because she's blue, and also because she's played by me. Um,
I'll pass over 100 gold.
you don't have to do. I was gonna do that. Okay.
She'll take the
All
100
right.
gold, tuck it behind the counter.
Blue will kind of give
Now-
Penance like that look of like, shit, sorry.
Now that we're friends, I can tell you that no books of genealogy can be found in this shop. They've all been gathered and burned. What I can tell
Alright.
you is that a number of the more renowned genealogists have been arrested. They have been put into a cell beneath Castle Unkabrock.
Saying as we're friends, I wonder if you'd know if Herzuman the Lesser was amongst those genealogists?
She taps on the desk again.
Fuck her. Blue hands her more gold.
How much are you gonna give her?
Oh, sorry. I just dropped all my shit.
Sorry.
Blue will give her 100 more gold. Whatever.
Okay.
It's
She'll take that 100 gold, tuck it behind the counter. I believe Herzuman the Lesser was amongst those that were gathered. Although, unfortunately, I believe that he was, unlike the rest, he was sent north along the road towards Odeslo with a number of other, shall we say, more intimately involved in the royal affairs of the Dwendalian family.
he's not even here?
No, he was sent north, like I said, along the road to Odeslo.
Fuck.
You'll recognize him when you see him. He's a very strange individual, a Firbolg.
A Firbolg?
Yes.
Any idea?
Seems he wandered out of the west at some point to join the Empire, having been disillusioned with his former peoples.
Really?
Well,
How long
according to
ago
him,
did he leave?
maybe 40 years ago was when he
Oh.
arrived amongst us and started chronicling the family of the royal court. His
But when did he leave?
recently, within
Like
the last
hours ago?
No, not that recently.
Oh.
When this
Days ago?
book burning and craziness began with the warring siblings. That
When
is
was that?
maybe a month ago.
A month? Oh, gee.
Do you happen to know what tribe of Firbolg he came from?
I just know he came out of a forest or a thicket, I believe is what he referred to it as in the west.
Odd.
Blue just like steps on Youth's foot when he says something. Like, fuck.
I like bite my lip. Mm.
And she like
She
gently
would definitely her eyebrows would arch and go a little higher as that whole interaction happens.
He's not good at subtlety.
This man
Oh,
sounds fascinating. Where did he live? And did he have any people left behind?
I don't know. He chronicled other people's lives, not his own.
this is not going well. Okay. See. And
She'll still
you
be
know,
drumming
what
her fingers on the counter still.
what
You
We've-
are
we've
not
been
giving us our
traveling
money worth.
We've been traveling for a while. You said the genealogy books have been burned. What others are they
Histories,
focusing on?
books of arcane knowledge, mostly books on those three subjects primarily, as well as any books that can be found on any of the forbidden gods. Those have been burned as well.
And what does that leave you with?
I've got a few diaries here and there, a number of what is the word for what the gnomes do? Engineering blueprints and folios filled with drawings of the gnomes' tinkerings, mostly out of Huppaduk. We have a number of sanctioned religious doctrines and pamphlets and literatures going over things like Bahamut and Melora.
Makes sense.
And a number of fictions.
I guess that makes sense. Blue kind of looks at everybody else who's with her, like, do you guys wanted to say anything here?
Are there any other genealogists still around?
Not within Rexentrum. As I said, a number of the old guard, along with Herzumin the Lesser, were sent north along the road towards Odeslo. The rest were sent into a cell beneath the Castle Unkebrach here in Rexentrum. The more younger upstarts, the ones that might perhaps be persuaded to drop their lines of career.
And maybe this is obvious. Which of which of the siblings has encouraged these book burnings?
Wilhelm. He owns a city. makes sense that he would be the one.
Oh, yeah, I guess that's a dumb question. Shit. Okay. Yeah.
I
Well,
feel as though Malia is more, or Malachi rather, is more concerned with the situation to the south.
yes, I suppose he would be.
Yes, he would.
Oh, did she actually say that?
Mhm.
Interesting. Did she do the Malia
Yep.
Malachi thing too?
Yeah, that was in character.
Interesting. I want to do an insight check on this bitch to see what she's hiding. We'll see what happens on that. That's a 7.
Hard to say.
My dice are
She
sucking
definitely seems
dick.
to know a little bit more than she's letting on in more than one regard.
I'm going to roll an insight check too. Oh,
Okay.
not good. No, it wasn't good. Never mind.
Okay, so you're both in the same boat. This woman is enigmatic as far as pinning her
Mm.
lies or not lie. Oh, never mind.
Okay.
Mateo's there too. Mateo,
Everybody roll.
yeah, all three of you standing in there are gonna, I guess, except for Penance, are gonna scrutinize this woman. And Mateo, you were going to get the feeling that this woman, why the hell would she know the name Herzoman the Lesser out of all of the genealogists in all of the city of Rexentrum when you have never heard of that name before?
Yeah.
Figured out what's
Yeah.
happening right now.
Let's just
Sorry.
strangle her.
No, it's Chris gets to do a thing because he figured this out. So
Let's just
Mateo's
strangle her.
Mateo's just kind of been sitting there, kind of back, just listening. And he'll ask, "Why do you know that name?"
Which one? Which name?
How do you say Heruzum?
Herzuman?
Herzuman, sorry. Herzuman.
He's a renowned genealogist in Rexentrum. I thought everybody knew of him.
Everybody? This is a really big place, and
With that 20 insight, she's lying when she says that for sure.
I've studied plenty.
and you're not as good a liar as you're putting on.
Blue is grinning now, Mateo. Hell yeah.
The fingers,
Plenty about this
they
place.
go a little faster drumming on the countertop. She'll hold a hand out again.
Since we're all friends here already, why not speak to me plainly like a friend?
How do I know that you aren't here to send me to the same place they sent Herzi?
Subtlety doesn't strike me as their style.
So you're lying because you're scared?
I'd imagine if they were sent here to get you, it would be a much bigger scene.
We're not scary.
Listen, subtlety is not my style either. Here's what I think.
No.
I think you either know Herzuman personally, or you are Herzuman. Either way, I'd like to know what you know. And Blue sets. Remind me the exchange rate between gold and platinum.
10 to 1.
10 to 1.
10 to 1. Okay. Blue sets just like a small pile that ends up being like 15 platinum on top of the desk. Just goes, tell me what you know.
She'll take the platinum, put one hand over it, slide it back behind the counter. You can hear it clanking into the other hand. The only times that she isn't drumming the countertop with her fingers is when she's collecting money. And then she immediately goes back to drumming the countertop. Zuman and I were, I guess, are friends in some regard. And if I can trust you, I guess I can tell you that it was my slip of the tongue that had him sent north to, rumor has it, Fergasson.
And what did you tell? Was it enough that he's a genealogist, or?
I think that's all that it took. That and that he knew of a number of twists and turns. I think you may have caught my little slip of the tongue earlier.
What do you
Some
know,
of us.
Malia?
She's stalwart, she's stubborn, she's defensive, but she's been abused most of her life. I assume a good portion of her demeanor comes from that misuse by both her family and her peoples. She would be a better
That's
leader
fine.
than Wilhelm, in my humble opinion. But that humble opinion does not leave this shop.
It won't.
Neither does the fact that we were here. So, what do you know of Wilhelm?
Not much. That he was sickly as a youth, and of mind and body, and never fully recovered either, is what the rumors are.
And what do you know of Clara and Caspar von Otto?
I know nothing of them besides that they were or are part of the upper echelons of the society here. I believe they have an estate outside the city where their father resides, although I believe neither of them have been seen in the area for quite some time, at least a few weeks.
Heard the book burning.
That would be Wilhelm in his court. At this point, the little door opens up behind you, and a Righteous Brand member would poke his head in. Everything okay over here?
What's in the shop?
All manner of things. This is like the weird pawn shop curiosity shop. It's called the Cryptic Collection.
The shelf and just walked up.
There are also like magical items and relics, as well as she does have what looked to be like an apothecary worth stuff in the back.
Oh, does she have like healing potions?
Yeah, she probably would.
Okay, so I'll just motion for some or ask her for some healing potions, and just like we're regular customers.
Okay, she'll go into the back and come back. Poke her head through. How many was that, dear?
3.
That will be 200 gold. And she'll come back with the 3 of them. If that's everything, we also have. She begins looking around the shop. You can see her like demeanor and voice has entirely changed as soon as this guard's just poked his hand in. She'll look around the shop, kind of gesturing towards a number of things. We have a number of instruments as well. A bone flute over here. We also have a bone harp in case any of you are musically inclined.
Not anymore.
Sounds cursed.
Blue kind of like looks at her for a second and goes, You were telling me about that newest that cute little romance novel that you got in here," and she brings back the voice from earlier with the pretending to do the fiance thing. You were telling me about this cute little romance novel from earlier?
She'll pull a book from behind the shelf. Yes, we have From Beyond the Sea. It's a book about a man who crashes from Tal'Dor and speaks not a word of Zemnian in ancient Zemnia and ends up falling completely head over heels for a Zemnian princess. And she'll slide it across the desk to you.
Oh, what? Oh, that just sounds adorable. And Blue's like laying it on. She's not good at being subtle, so she's gonna go with annoying him out the door.
After a few seconds of watching, the man just nods and closes the door behind him and disappears. You can see a silhouette through the glass for a few seconds. She'll sit down, drum her fingers on the cover of the book, and you can see, as she's doing it, if you look at the cover of the book, it's a genealogy book. And she'll just slide it across the counter to you.
I love this lady. She's so good.
Or 200 more for the healing potions. We need them.
Yeah, you plop the 200 down for the healing potions, and she just winks at the lot of you as you take the book and the healing potions, and I assume leave.
Blue, like on the way out the door, like as the doors open, goes, "Oh, I'm just so excited to read this one. I feel like I'll just get so much out of it."
You'll see
And
that
then, like,
guard
looks at
maybe
her.
50 yards down the road, just like conversing and elbowing his friend, and they both kind of look back towards you, and they both just guffaw.
They just what?
Guffaw.
Aw.
Yeah.
That okay? That's different than I've ever heard that word said before. Okay, we're good. All right, I understand now. And Blue like winks at the lady, and then like I don't know, turns around and like mouths "thank you" before leaving.
She'll just close the door behind you guys as you leave. Very tall and skinny.
Not all of our creepy shopkeeps are absolutely terrible.
Bum, bum, bum.
Bum, bum, bum.
Pop, 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 pop.
That's the intro song to this episode right there. Okay, so now each group has done their thing. I assume you guys set a meeting location. We'll
Yeah.
just say
We
that you
did.
guys
We've
decided
done that.
to meet because you both were in the Shimmer Ward to deal with this issue. You would have met at the Kemereth Cottage, which is it's a cottage, beautiful, expansive 2-story, and it is an inn made of pale yellow stone and braided thatch for roofing. On the
looks like
windowsills
incredible.
are gardens that are lush, filled with herbs and flowers, and there are balconies to each room, so each room has its own separate balcony. And it overlooks the entirety of the ward from a hillside, just like basically across the street from the castle.
What time of day is it that we reconvened?
Probably about 3:30 o'clock. 3:30 o'clock.
3:30.
Yeah.
It's almost dinner time, isn't it?
Oh my god.
We should eat some dinner and read that genealogy.
I feel like
Oh my
nothing has
God.
stopped Blue from reading this while they walk. And
For
y'all
how
have
long
had to
has it
like
been
lead her around.
for her for the disguise self on youth?
Oh
No,
shit.
Oh,
that's-
it's an
that's-
hour.
That's fade. Youth is definitely a Fearbolg now.
Yeah.
It would have lasted probably through the conversation with the guard in the bookstore, and then as you guys were leaving, walking through the streets, it would have faded.
Okay.
So at some point, I assume
I'll
those of
go
you
to
that
my
had
room
disguise
then, I guess.
selves would just tuck into alleyways and let it fade, and then slowly make your way back, trying to draw as little attention as possible to the inn. And I would assume that you guys got all adjoined rooms that probably don't have doors together, but are all on the same floor, So you could all theoretically pile into one room to have a meeting if you wanted to, instead of meeting in the bar or whatever.
Yeah, probably a good idea.
Were you guys successful? How'd it
I
I'm
go?
not
think so.
sure yet.
Something.
I think we've got some leads.
Blue's got like face in book as she's saying this.
What about you guys?
Well, not exactly got the Dreamer's Rock, but
No? Did you figure out
no.
where it is? Do you know
Lady
where it is?
Lady Briarwood has it. However, I think she was using a spell of some sort to be present yet not be present.
Where we met with her form was where I've seen some cult activity, so I think we might have found their little lair for the cult, and potentially with Briarwood as the leader, so we have that out of this at least.
What the
Oh.
fuck did I just do?
That's
You
good.
met with the cult and they let you leave.
Well, they would like Clara von Otto's head.
Really?
And Blue pulls her face out of the book for the first time since she got it.
So you made a deal with the cult.
Almost always circled back to the cult in some way.
It
She made
does.
some ominous offhand comment about how we're hard to kill, at least. So that was threatening.
Back to what I said. You made a deal with the cult.
No. I don't make deals with their ilk.
Did someone here make a deal with the cult then?
Didn't promise anything.
That's what I would say. What?
She told us that she wanted Clara's head.
And you said
We didn't say no, we didn't say yes, we left because I feel like if we said no, we wouldn't have left.
More like a promise that Clara would be dealt with.
Some point in time.
so.
If it happens, it happens, I think, was
Yes.
sort of the point of the conversation.
But they were
We're enemies here. Don't.
promising the Dreamer's Rock in exchange and had said that she has no use for it anyway, since she's already corrupted it beyond what could be
Oh,
used
that's
for, so. Don't
think
know
we
if
should
that's
give
true
up
or
that.
not.
Well, it would still be informative if we could get the rock back and see exactly what she did to it.
Correct.
Ah,
So, yeah, very non-committal about this agreement, but so to watch out for a crazed gnome named Bakrish, just to let him know that we're on the same mission and he would leave us alone. So at least with this point, hopefully they'll not be bugging us too much, thinking we are on the same goals.
I doubt after all of this that the cult is going to think that we're on the same side there, but
It's
I mean,
more
you
like
guys think
aligning.
that well?
I mean, I think it's just more that we're kind of in alignment of dealing with the Von Ottos in some fashion. So I think since we've interrupted their enterprises a number of times, I think she's more liking the idea of us handling the heavy work on this. So
At least
that's
now
the
we're
impression
okay
I
with
got.
this?
the Von Ottos are on the outs with the cult. That's good, right?
Yeah. Downside
But
is
Dale, I don't think
I
it
don't know if it's
matters one
good.
way or another that we're okay with it.
I don't know if it's good, but it may be in our favor.
Exactly.
I just can't help but feel like doesn't matter.
What?
No, Mateo, say it.
Doesn't
No, we're good.
matter. What?
He just
You
kind
know,
of
Stay on a headlock.
looks around.
What?
It's not important.
Speak your mind, Mateo.
I'm gonna
What?
kick you. Say the fucking thing, bud.
No.
Do you want to whisper it to one of us?
It gets
You
like
can
a
whisper it to
genuine laugh
me.
out of him.
You until you tell us.
Well, look at what we got. And he's gonna push Blue forward.
We got blue.
Yeah, we love
Oh,
blue.
maybe. Wait.
We're really
Yeah.
lucky to have blue.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's so cute. No, I haven't read through the whole thing yet. Just like most of it.
So what did you guys find?
I got this great romance novel. Wait, where are we when we're having this conversation?
I
In
would
our
assume one of your
rooms.
rooms.
One of the
yeah.
rooms.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
In the
Yeah, no, she still says it.
cottage.
She goes, I got this great romance novel. I'm kidding. I can't hold it in. Guys,
Congratulations.
look on genealogy. Look at it. What kind
So
of things
that's
are in
good.
my book, Ian?
Huh.
Oh, sorry. Didn't mean to call it my book. I did, however, immediately take it and not let anybody else touch it. So
Sure sounds
Well,
like your
you
book.
are the
is my book.
scholar, so that's fair.
In the loosest sense of the word, yes.
Basically, that book, by the way, Blue, is a more detailed breakdown of the genealogy. It would basically like give you the story behind everything that happened and how the old king, as his wife fell to madness, looked other places for love and found it with Clarissa. And it doesn't say whether or not she was a fully willing participant in this affair or not, but that he was the emperor, so she kind of had to go along with it, is according to the story at least. And when Alyssa was born, Clarissa started to she started to exhibit signs of like weird mental degradation and stuff, similarly to how the queen had, up until Alyssa and the twins were like in their middle teenage years, and about that time is when Clarissa was sent off to the sanatorium, and that's also when the actual emperor started going a little wonky doodle.
Wonky doodle.
Yeah,
Okay.
but he was getting kind of old at that point. So
Wonky doodle?
madness started setting in.
I hear
Okay.
correct.
So
Alyssa is the direct descendant of what's his face?
Bertrand Dwindle, yeah.
Okay, all right.
It's news
Okay.
to our
Does it
then.
say anything about Ian, does it say anything about Clara and Casper being direct descendants of Bertrand Dwindle?
It does not.
Okay.
There is no concrete
timeline.
evidence one way or the other, but there is concrete evidence to suggest that it would be impossible for I forget what the elder Von Otto's name is, for him to be the father of Alyssa, because he was actually involved in current war campaigns and was not in the capital when,
Okay.
at
So
least
Bertrand
according to
Dwindle is
timelines.
definitely Alyssa's dad. Von Otto's, we don't know. Timeline question. Different people started going a little nuts though, like Emperor's wife, Gwendolyn, right?
Yeah.
And Clarissa before the twins were born?
Yes. Everyone started going a little crazy before the twins were born.
Okay. So Blue would share
Especially
like general...
surrounding Bertrand.
Okay. Blue would share like general stuff. And then point out the timeline thing with like, but the thing that's not adding up is, I mean, we assumed it was the memory stuff from the twins that was making everyone lose their senses. However, that was all happening before the twins, so it's really all surrounding Bertrand.
It
Did he
There's
start
some-
this and then the twins continue it? I don't.
could
Did somebody
be
else start it? Like the twins?
Hmm.
Anybody older enough?
I
Somebody
mean,
else complicit in getting them into it?
if the cult got involved with this, they probably have had their hands in empire affairs for some time. Twins join cult, obtain some level of authority enough to start messing with memory and all of that. And then they absconded with it. It could have been cult stuff.
Maybe the twins also got their memories dicked around with, so they would be complicit in all this?
There's an older dwindle sibling, right?
there's
There is?
All of
four
them are
twins
dead at
total.
this point.
The
All
oldest
of
is
them.
dead.
They
The
were
middle
killed.
is Mal. The youngest is Wilhelm. There might have been another one in the middle there that might also be dead.
So does Alyssa know that she's blood to?
No.
Oh,
And
okay.
we talked about it a little but no one should know at this point.
Okay.
Uh um Blue's doing that. Just she's like trying to figure everything out, and then she just goes, "Hold on," and like shoves her face back in the book and is reading through it again.
Celia, make me a wisdom saving throw.
Oh no. I'm really good at those.
Oh, this is so cold, you guys. It's so cold in here.
Okay, hopefully.
Okay.
Don't be rude.
Go bake something.
Ooh, ooh.
Cool.
Cool. Okay.
That's it. That's all.
I
You're
think
good.
Sam's getting messages in case anyone was wondering.
Probably trying to get scryed on.
Probably getting scryed on, to be honest. But we don't know. We don't know. I don't know that I did this. So
Oh shit.
I was gonna
Mm.
ask, how do
Should-
we know that Von Ottos aren't scrying on us?
We don't.
Listening in.
We never know.
You never know.
I feel like they've been doing that, and probably other people.
Yeah.
For a long time
To
now.
know where we are or what we're doing.
Pretty
It's
much.
hard
I
to
mean,
tell exactly where people are
Maybe-
during a scry. You kind of more focus in on very immediate surroundings to them. Sometimes you can see farther, but
Sorry, go ahead.
Well, maybe we give something away when we're scryed on.
oh, most certainly. That's probably how people have found out of our plans and thoughts before.
Yeah. Is there any
That's
way to
how
block
we
that?
found out about stuff. So
We find out.
I'm sure there's anti-scrying stuff that you can get.
Blue has one from
Really?
What does Blue have?
Amulet
the
against-
anti-scrying
proof against
amulet.
detection or whatever it is that.
Mhm.
Yes,
No, I
against
definitely
you.
gave that to one of y'all.
Mm.
I kept the protection one. That makes my AC stronger. But I gave the scrying one to somebody else.
Give it to Penance? I think Penance has it.
So much stuff.
Mm.
But I mean,
Why would anybody scry on me?
I thought I. Who did I give it to?
That's why we gave it to you.
No, that
You
would be
gave
the
it to
other one.
Alyssa. Didn't you give it to
I think
Alyssa?
you
No,
gave
we
it to
got it from
Yeah,
Alyssa.
Alyssa
Oh.
made it for Blue. Or for you guys, but
Oh,
gave
okay.
it to Blue.
Do I still have this? Is this a thing I have?
Probably. If nobody else does.
Boy, I don't think
Okay.
I never got it.
Maybe I
But-
have this. Probably.
Maybe it was Darna.
I don't fucking know, you guys.
Either way,
Say it's Darna, and that's why we can't find her.
Yeah, it could be Darna.
we'll go with that for now.
Could be, because that would be a good choice.
I fully remember giving it to someone. Well, okay, I half remember giving it to someone because I don't remember who I gave it to.
Yeah.
I know. Let me see if I actually put it in my notes for whatever reason, but I'll look.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm gonna go get something to eat. Hang on.
But either way, I don't think we've made much major progress in the terms of what we were looking for.
You need to give Blue some acting lessons.
I did just fine. Thank you.
Sure.
Sleight of hand could do some work, but the acting was okay.
Just
I know it's better than I do, because I'm not good at that.
All
right,
right,
so-
it's not my strong suit, and I don't like pretending.
So what do we want to do next with what we have? Do we want to go to Uralis? Do we?
We've gotten in so far with this. It went from stop a cult to, I don't know, overtake a fucking continent, and I don't really know how that happened.
To rescue a kidnapped prefect, to stop a cult, to stop suicides, to weird ass lineages, to stop people from becoming gods, to stop. Yeah, it really
I just
has.
realized that we never got. Sorry, I just realized that we never got to the peace talks, and that's why this entire fucking war started. This is all our fault.
Not me. I wasn't there.
Okay.
Okay, so-
Okay, wow, cool.
It's complicated. I think that revamping the country kind of clears out the horrific cult of Torog. And we found out about the god stuff along the way.
I
And
don't
we have a moral responsibility there.
think that it clears out the cult stuff, considering how, to kind of be a little bit literal, how they wormed their way into a lot of places, including, wasn't there a fear of them doing that over in Taldore?
But to be fair, I think we might have found the head of the snake today.
Well, we thought that the head of the snake. Oh, the lady you talked to, because we used to think it was the Monados, but they're not of the cult.
They were
anymore.
reporting to, and others were reporting to a mistress. And I think
This
we
was
met
the
that
mistress
mistress.
that dealt with what's his name, Raj the Remade, the one that abducted Alyssa in the first place.
So I think we found the head of the snake. So I think we've made some good progress on that end.
Wait, okay, hold on. Did you just say you talked to the I'll read that in a second. Did you just say you talked to the person who's responsible for Alyssa's kidnapping and almost dying and all of that?
And we had a quick back and forth of veiled threats, yeah.
Yeah, that she was the one
She
that
wasn't actually there either.
No,
right.
some magic.
You asked
But she's
about
the one that
next steps, and as much as I'd love to go punch this lady, we need to go to Shattengrad. Well, Alyssa just let me know that the refugees there want to join us in Ice Haven, but they need some help.
Fuck.
Yeah,
Oh, man.
fuck. But something we can do, like now. And I don't know. I mean,
It is
Well.
something we can do now, and
it's
we are just kind of flying around aimlessly at the moment.
Nice to have some sort of direction, I suppose.
Maybe let some
Leave
things
it.
develop so we can make our next decision.
Yeah. Get some horses and stuff on the morrow and head out.
Yeah.
Ian, I can respond to that, right?
Yes, you can. 25 words.
Cool. Thank you.
What do you say? We get to hear you.
Unless you do it in your head. You don't have to be saying it out
Yeah,
loud.
not everyone is you.
I've responded to things in my head that you don't know about. You don't know.
I
was
think she
all a joke.
responded there.
Mateo chooses to answer out loud, so no one gets mad at him for keeping secrets.
Let me type out my thing, and then Blue probably would say it out loud because she's heard all of you idiots say things out loud.
We have all said something out loud. That's true.
Is
No, keep going again.
is there anybody in the meantime we should check in on, scry on, message before we head to Shattengrad?
Check and see if maybe Mel and my mother are in Schattengrad.
Hate to run into them.
You could try scrying on Lady Briarwood now that we've met her.
Is it possible that maybe we shouldn't be scrying as much as we are?
I don't think
Is
there's
it
any.
possible that, can it be spotted or detected at all? Is it possible that using all this scrying we've given ourselves away a few times?
If someone has a capability to see a scry, then that's a bit scary. They're probably pretty powerful.
We are dealing with people who are trying to become gods.
Speaking of
Or-
becoming gods, by the way, Clara wants us to meet in Euralis.
She does.
That was my dog, but it was yeah.
Just
So we can go to
high-pitched whining sound.
Shattengrad. We could go to Euralis. Got two directions.
Go to
Those are two
Shattengrad.
completely opposite directions.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'd rather run into my mother than run into Clara at this point.
Shit.
What did she want, Celia?
Says she has some interesting developments and that it was hard to see, so I think she was trying to look in on us. Do my old trick.
Interesting developments. Hard to
Interesting
see.
developments.
So anything that we know and just talked about, she could possibly know.
No, she said it was hard to see. So maybe she couldn't see. Sometimes I can't look in on people.
I'm torn because it sounds like the people in Shattengrad need us, but it sounds like meeting with Clara would put everything out on the table. And I can't tell you how enticing that is.
If you want to put things on the table, she could have just messaged Celia what the developments are to perhaps even pique our interest.
That's the point of not telling us. That does pique our interest. We are
Does.
curious. It is 100% piqued our interest that we're even considering going.
And I guess it just has the opposite effect on me. It just makes me want to ignore her, but that's just me.
How long is it to Shattengrod from here?
From here, out of character, I'm pretty sure Arthan would know since he went to Shattengrod and Rexentrim and Zadash a
Well,
lot.
given the current situation at the crossroads, it may be a day to get across there, but then another probably 3 days, and you could reach. So 4 total.
So probably 4 days.
I've asked her if it's urgent. We'll see. Sounds like the refugee situation could probably use our help, but do you know what they need help with, Blue? Leaving?
They need help. They need leaders to help them join our new empire. But we'd also face enemies in Pride's Call because they remain loyal to the rightful empire. As much as I want to go confront, talk to, I don't know, whatever with Clara, I think that as much as we didn't want this to be lineage based, Alyssa needs all the help that she can get to start a fucking empire. And if we're helping with that, the information we have is vital. And Blue will like turn towards Tori and like, and I don't know what she's gonna say. We want people to lead because they're the right people to lead. And what lengths are we willing to go to get the right person in charge? We've done a lot of shitty things so far. Like, just putting that out there for us in case we didn't realize. I don't know. What would the thing that would. What can we do that would be a actual good thing to do?
Can't we do both? Go to Shattengrod, get them to Ice Haven, tell us, or what's her face, that we're going back to Ice Haven to get an airship to get to Euralis, and then just swoop it that way?
The
Do we need to
longer
tell
we
Clara
take,
anything?
she says, the more interesting things.
I
You
can
cut
get us
out.
to. I can get us to
Um,
Uthadern
quickly.
very quickly.
Okay. Because she says things might get more interesting for herself and her brother, and that they need you, or need your help, Arthan.
They need my help.
They have need of our angel friend, so I'm assuming Mr. Wings, that is you.
Darling, that's also you, but
I'd argue that you're a little more winged than I am.
well, probably so. You're definitely more angelic than I am.
Oh, and we probably only have a few weeks for
Until
this.
what?
They're digging out Mythborough. I don't know who
Digging it
who
out.
is. Yeah, they said they're only take a few weeks for Mythborough to be undug, so
Jesus Christ.
I don't think that's good considering everything.
They're digging out what?
Mythborough.
Very bad.
What is
there
Mythborough?
It's like an old ruin of way back when, and I think right they were in Mythborough when I scryed on them, and we found out about. Sorry. They were in Mythborough when Arthan disappeared that second time from us. So
the
something.
second time?
Yeah, we got you back because we did some crazy shit, and then they kidnapped you again. But we yeah,
Feel popular.
you're pretty popular. Um, but this feels a little. She says the information is useful
To who?
to us. Says that she said, okay, this sounds super ominous, so I should just say it exactly as it was said to me. That it will take a few weeks for Mythborough to be undug, and then we will meet one way or another.
Oh,
So I feel like that's a little ominous.
Pretty ominous, yeah.
yeah.
If we can just, I can tell her we'll take a week. Meet them up. Yeah. Try to do both.
Why would we take Arthan to them?
That does seem.
She says we'll meet one way or another, and I feel like this might have something to do with her grandiose plan.
So
why are we?
Don't trust her as far as I can throw her.
Do
I
I?
guess that's a misnomer because I could probably throw her pretty fucking far.
Well, if we go to her now, it's also on our terms. If it's whenever they decide it is, or the one way or the other, it's more on their terms.
What if this is a bluff?
We can what if on everything here. Hey Tori, is there a summoning circle, transportation circle, whatever it's called, in Icehaven that you know of that could help the people from Schottengrad?
I don't know of one, no.
Okay.
What's clear, we're all tiptoeing about what we want to do. What does everyone want to do individually?
I personally want to go help the people in Schottengrad.
There's one for Schottengrad. Celia?
I feel like there's some important business happening in Euralis, but I feel compelled to help people where I can. So I could go either way.
We'll pick one.
If we can make it to Euralis quickly, then Schattengrad first.
There's two for Schottengrad. Youth?
Hold on for just a second.
I think my mom went to get food. I don't know if she's back yet or not.
What is our actual goal?
Can you hear?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yes.
What
We
do you
don't
want to do,
have one
youth?
goal. We have many goals,
We have many goals.
which is why I'm saying we need to pick one. Pick one, do
No,
it.
that's
get the next one.
my point. That's what I'm saying right now. Is if you had to do one thing,
Right now, at this moment, me
Oh,
personally.
I think I see
probably-
what Blue's.
No,
I think I see what Blue's getting at. Empire or gods? What do we want to deal with?
Are we?
Unfortunately, might have to say the god problem is pretty overreaching.
I'd have to
Because
agree on that.
Clara just says if we see her in exactly a week, we'll meet, but if not, she will see us when she sees us. So I don't. And that they want you to reach your full potential, Arthan, which just makes me feel uneasy, but this feels like a bigger issue than, unfortunately. We could send the coin tossers to Shattengrad, but
We have been dancing around the communication with the Von Ottos for weeks now. And I know I said we should go to Shattengrad, but I am so tired of feeling like we're running. I vote for your Alice.
it's- it feels like something big or other information might come to light that would help us in Euralis while, you know, this is there's issues that I feel the soldiers we've hired can handle and some issues that only we can handle.
Arthur,
Yeah.
did you mean to imply that there's a teleportation circle in Shattengrad?
Surprised me if there was one, considering what it used to be.
Is there one in your Alice?
I can get us to Uthodurn. It's close enough.
You could.
But you also have to remember how many people were in the ruins of Shattengrad, including the Lyceum, Cobalt Soul, things like people like that. I'm sure there was some mode of transportation that they were trying to use. So it would not surprise me if there was some sort of transportation circle there.
Ian, would I have seen anything when I was there? That's where they picked me up.
I'd say roll a history check.
Because then we
Ian,
could go
should I
to
also roll just to
Alice,
see if I can remember exactly if there is or not?
Yeah,
go
go
to
for it.
Uthodurn, transport to Shattengrad, and then walk all those people back to Icehaven. God damn.
Do I have an advantage on that or no?
No.
Okay, history.
Yep.
What, you shaky baby?
Let the boy.
So can you say hi? Come say hi.
I would say you remember that they did not have one necessarily for the researchers. There was one that they were trepidatious to use or to access that was actually the original transportation circle for the city before it was destroyed in the cataclysm. So it's a very old, not necessarily widely known or used
I'll be
circle.
right back.
Let's see.
All right, I will repeat that information to the party.
You need to get your ear cleaned. So, if we could access that one, I guess we start with that question. Tori, would that be usable?
I would need a perfect, and I mean perfect, recreation. So that I could
Ian,
commit
I
it
have
to
no. Oh,
memory.
sorry.
What was that, Chris?
Oh, sorry. I didn't know Chuck was talking when I sat down.
Oh, you're good.
Go, Chuck.
Yeah, I was just saying I would need a perfect, and I mean perfect recreation of the circle. Otherwise, yeah, half of you can end up in one place and the rest in several others.
Is that something that would be stored in the Cobalt Soul libraries?
There's a chance.
There is
I
also
know,
a
but there's-
teleportation circle in the Cobalt Soul libraries here in Rexentrum. You would know this, Blue.
So
They have teleportation
abso-fucking-lutely,
circles to
probably
Zadash, Port Damali, Taldore, and Vasselheim.
So if we could, Robo, it's okay, buddy. Sorry, he's got an ear infection.
Oof.
So if we could get you a picture of this teleportation circle,
Could work.
Who's to say they haven't already burned down all of the books in the library here?
I don't think they'd destroy such useful information if they had it.
It's true.
the Cobalt Soul basically doesn't exist right now. So there's no use using that connection to get in. But I think we could get in.
Yeah, I would say in your time in the city, you would have passed by the library of the Cobalt Soul a couple of times. The place is boarded up and looks abandoned.
Oh,
With like the
Oh, I
front
very
courtyard
much
filled with the big bonfire of one of the book pyres for sure.
that's heartbreaking.
Yeah, but they're burning books like called "How to Question Authority and Change Your Mind," not books like
Yeah,
how
no,
to
I
do
think
how to do horrific magic and kill
both
thousands
I
of people
and
at
Blue
once.
think it's there. So Blue is gonna.
Well, in our
Okay.
decision to go to Shattengrad or Uralis, have we considered that maybe if we finish whatever our business is in Uralis, it might help?
That's this. Here's my thought.
We could also theoretically, just blowing this on here, you could go to the sanatorium too to go look for this Herzuman.
Here's
No.
the thing: is I already have the information I need from him.
Mm.
Sorry. Whoops, that's callous. That's okay. Here's my thought, and I know that there's a lot of what ifs in this plan, but just hear me out. If we can get an image of the teleportation circle from Shattengrad, we can go to Uralis. We can figure out whatever the fuck is going on there. We can use the teleportation circle in Uthadern to get back to Shattengrad, and then we can take us and all of those people to Icehaven, and we can use that information to the information that we have to get, I don't know, anyone who's loyal to an empire and dynasty on our side, because we have that now. Blue looks like she's about to throw up.
Well, let's not play too many turns ahead.
I like to plan.
Nothing
So
wrong
that's
with a good
fine.
Plan.
Mhm.
I was just gonna say, conversely, if we don't find anything in the Cobalt Soul here vault here in Rexitrim, if there's a circle to get down to the dash, we can look there, or we can even look at my mother's house because she has a ton of notes and things from Shattengrad because she likes to go there to train. So she also might have.
I feel like going to Zadash over going to Shattengrad just seems like an extra step.
I'm just
And
saying that
I
as a
would point
backup
out,
plan.
Zadash is a war zone right now. The whole city's under siege.
True. Yes. I
I
was
don't
gonna.
know that Arthan knew that, so.
Tori was gonna throw out. Tori wanted to throw out some hard to swallow information. Have you considered that Clara might know the Shattengrad Circle?
Fuck, that's how they got there in the first place. Because we were there and we were given away, and then all of a sudden they were there too, and no one saw them coming. That's how they got there, isn't it?
It makes a
Well,
lot
then-
of sense, unfortunately.
Ian, you're making a face and I don't trust it.
Don't trust like that.
I don't know what to do.
And if that's the case,
okay.
it seems.
Let's. Sorry, go ahead, Selena.
Well, no, Arthur was just gonna say, well, if that's the case, then it would then make more sense to go to Euralis, see what she has, see if we can get that circle from her, and I don't know.
Then your house
Maybe-
it is.
I think maybe we should still break into the Cobalt Soul.
I mean, we're here. Why not?
Yeah, I agree.
Do
But
we
We don't
know
exactly.
that they'll be keeping books still there? Are you sure that it didn't take them to the castle?
One way to find out, Celia.
It's true.
It wouldn't make any sense. If the information's there, they'd just leave it there. They wouldn't waste manpower moving it.
That, and I would imagine that such a long-standing thing such as the Cobalt Soul would also have some places to hide certain things too.
Oh yeah, there's lots of hidden shit there.
It's also a bit easier to cast the
That's
spell
what
if I'm on a circle itself.
If
Okay.
my dog
Then-
screams, I promise I'm
So-
not killing him.
Are you all getting a long rest in after this discussion then, and waiting in the morning to break in, or are you going this evening?
I thought we go this evening.
It's better to do these things under
Cover of night.
Eh,
cover of night. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, I mean, we haven't really
Yeah, we don't really
extended
rest.
ourselves.
we have several
then?
ways of getting into places.
What's our plan to break into the Cobalt Soul?
I have boots of spider
Just
climb now.
looks like it's boarded up.
A couple of us are pretty good at that stuff.
Like, did it even look like they were guarding it much, Ian?
No.
It looks like it's just boarded up and abandoned. If we can just get to it without making a big scene, I'm sure we could unboard a section and get in.
Then let's go.
Sorry, guys.
No, you're good.
Trying to treat my dog's ear infection.
We're still disguising ourselves like in the city, right?
Some of you, I'm sure.
Blue's
I'm
not.
just wondering if I'm putting my armor back on or what. Probably not. We're disguising.
I mean, we can get into
Youth
the
is gonna
Cobalt
have to
Soul.
get a- Go ahead.
I was just gonna say we can get into the Cobalt Soul and then put in armor and everything. It'll just take a couple minutes to do that.
Oh yeah.
Armor. We don't need no stinking armor.
I'm squishy with that.
Some of us are squishy with it, Mateo. A kid.
Then I guess we roll out to the Cobalt Soul this evening.
Good, let's have some dinner.
Heck yeah.
You guys can go down to the bar and get some food in you. Come back up
Or
here.
are we
hang out for a little
hiding
bit.
still from people?
While we're having dinner,
Would
will
have
I get
a
yelled
long
at
rest.
if I go check out the Kobold Soul from afar?
Hey, he's asking this time, guys.
I'll go with them. We'll do a little reconnaissance.
You two do reconnaissance.
I mean, I didn't really spend a whole lot of time there, right?
You would know that the library is different than the actual place that you would have schooled and been dormed and everything like that, as it were.
Cause like, Blue was at the one, yeah.
Yeah, you were also in the one in Zadash,
Okay.
so You would not have spent much time up here in this one.
And they don't have like a similar structure kind of things. I'm so sorry for this amount of noise.
No, you're good. You're good. I understand how that goes.
Nothing's very important.
They wouldn't have like a similar structure or anything like that.
No, it would not.
Okay. I go. No, you guys be context.
Yeah, but still having Penance and Mateo go and scout the area would also be good, just to see if they actually have patrols or anything going around there.
Okay, so the two of you
Check it out.
go
Report
ahead,
back to us.
roll stealth checks for me.
$14.
Okay, so between the two of you, you make your way pretty quietly through the evening. You would note the city streets are abandoned, besides patrols of the occasional righteous, or not the righteous brand, but the city watch of Rexentrum. Again, the actual army, the righteous brand, is completely missing. And moving through from the kind of upper echelon of the city to the main kind of central area where the Cobalt Soul Library is, you would see the place is. The library itself is maybe a smaller building than what you would expect, but probably has enough space. It's probably maybe 2 or 3 stories, and probably has enough space to house a fairly substantial amount of information. And that's just the library section of the place. That doesn't just count the school and dorms and all of the other outbuildings that would be accompanying it. You do not see any patrols, and like I said earlier, the place itself looks to be just boarded up and fairly abandoned. You don't even see lights or anything, just at a cursory glance on the inside from in between the boards on the windows.
Having flashbacks to a little owl bear knocking over bookcases.
Yeah.
Yep.
I guess while they're watching it, Mateo would try and find the best place for us to all enter in.
Okay. All right, go ahead and roll a perception check. And you can do that at advantage if penance is helping.
I'll help.
26.
Okay, with a 26, I would say going around, you can see there are 2 fairly obvious entrance points that would be less obvious from the street. One of them is from an alleyway that's fairly sheltered, probably a pretty good place to access the library there. And then another one is a window at the very top of the library. Has these 4 domed towers on either corner, and one of the windows at one of the tops of this domed tower is left unboarded and open. So if you could get a rope up there and everybody could climb up there, but that one probably would be a little bit more obvious, as there would be people climbing a tower.
I could fly everyone up one at a time.
Yeah, for sure. Very possible.
And what was the first option? I'm sorry.
It's a door in the alley that's all boarded up heavily. You can see big iron chains on the front of it as well.
I would relay this information back to tenants with me. Just kind of point them out. I'm sure getting the chain off that wouldn't be too hard. I'm not sure about getting all the wood and stuff off. Be noticeable if anyone walked by.
It would.
I could fly us up one at a time through the window.
So we've traversed the entire building.
Yeah, if you circle the whole thing, that's all you can see as far as the more obvious, easy entrances that would be allotted with that perception. I would say also, having been here, you have also been in the sewer system and know that it is extensive beneath the city. So maybe there is a way through the sewer system, but that's not going to be just obvious from the street.
Want to play in the sewers?
Let's go play in the sewers.
I was hoping you'd say no.
Yeah.
Took the wrong person if you were hoping for a no.
I guess I go play in the sewers with Penance.
Okay, so you guys will find a small manhole cover with a grate over it. I would say one of you could roll an athletics to try to pull it free.
Sure.
I got a 18.
Okay, Penance just quickly walks up and nonchalantly pulls it free, motions for Mateo to jump in, and then pulls the grate kind of loosely in behind her as she hops in behind him, and you guys jump into the sewer. I would say just both of you make intelligence checks for me, as there's no real way of telling what direction you're going besides just remembering and hoping and praying.
15.
Oh, okay. Mateo, you were about to get lost, and Penance starts dragging you in the correct direction. It feels like Penance may have done sewer espionage before.
Another life.
No wonder she was all for it.
There's just something about this. Maybe the fact that the clasp out of Taldore, where she grew up, has its headquarters in a sewer, has something to do with this. But she seems at home here. Just kind of leads you through the place, and eventually she would take you to a small ladder that has looks to be a wooden trapdoor above it, and above you guys is a very heavy wooden floor, unlike the rest of it, where you could see cobbles and things of that nature, smaller stones that would lead you to believe roadways or smaller buildings. These are very heavy foundation stones that fall all the way down into the sewer, and kind of become the walls of the sewer around you. Makes you believe that you are directly beneath the library.
And there's a ladder.
Yeah, there's a ladder that has a wooden trapdoor at the top of it.
I'll go up and see if I can get in.
Okay, so there's a
Well,
big. Go for it,
ahead.
Chris.
I was gonna say Mateo could follow Penance up, not on the ladder with the boots,
Oh, okay, cool. So you both go up.
so we could
You,
both force the door open.
you can see there's a big, heavy padlock on the door.
No problem.
Sorry.
You want the first go at it?
Sure.
Sleight of hand.
Okay, maybe you. I rolled a 6.
Okay. Penance struggles for about a minute and a half before frustratedly throwing the lock away from her
Ando,
lockpicks.
what are you doing?
Mateo will kind of float sideways a little above her.
And within about 10-15 seconds and a quick flick of the wrist, that lock clicks open.
Mateo would chug it like, you loosened it up for me.
I don't pick locks regularly.
You're more of a murderer.
Rude.
Murderer, con
Listen,
artist.
I never said I wasn't.
Cool. Yeah, pick the lock and I guess help try and push this heavy ass door open.
Okay, it doesn't budge if you just push on it.
Any kind of mechanism or anything?
I mean, no. Nothing beyond the latch that you guys try to operate, and it doesn't move either, by the way. It seems like the latch probably has a lock on the other side, inside the building as well as outside.
That would make sense.
That would make sense. Well, I could go in and unlock it from the other side and then get the others in that way later.
That's possible.
This seems to be our best access point without drawing too many eyes up top.
I could get in through the roof too and come unlock it too.
You can fly.
Do you want to wait here? Or you want to go wait back by the grate?
Keep watch up top.
Cool. I guess once we descend, get back to surface side, I'll wait
Click
for a
them
moment
heels.
and then fly up to the ceiling.
Okay, roll a stealth check.
No, he does it loud.
Okay. Yeah, he does. No, it's more the
And
fact
he'll
that he's flying
fucking
across
die.
a night sky with no cover or anything to hide him. So as Mateo takes off and starts heading towards this open window, you would hear a man shout from somewhere within the city. Oi! Hey, he's headed for the library! And then another person
I would fly
shouts...
past it, Ian.
Oh
Okay.
no.
If I hear he's heading for the library, I would just keep going past it.
Okay, so you just go off, but at that point, the harm is done, and you can hear what sounds like an alarm bell ringing through the streets. And a number of city guard began filling in around the block. I would
Okay.
assume.
Do we
at
hear
this
the
point,
alarms?
from where you guys are, no. It's not like a big loud alarm bell. It's like handheld, like patrols ringing bells and bringing people towards them. Yeah,
Yeah.
like Chuck's doing.
How close are they?
Can you do me a
To
favor?
you, they're
Shut
like
the fuck up.
about 2 blocks away from you. And Mateo, go ahead and roll another stealth check to see if you can lose these guys before you land.
Oh no!
It's worse.
I'm a reroll with the luck thing.
I was gonna say the luck blade's gonna save you again.
I mean,
It does. Let me roll.
Mateo would be dead without the luck blade.
oh yeah.
Without a doubt.
I should have bought the other one.
Can always go
Robo,
back.
stop.
Yeah,
Go
you
lay
do
down.
not get seen. These guys had advantage on seeing you as you were
Go lay down.
silhouetted against the sky, and I didn't roll over a 10.
Oh no!
So you managed to set down, losing them in the very tight-knit, very tall city of Rexentrum. Before you set down on your feet, you can still hear the bells ringing. I would assume the two of you just kind of separate and head back towards the inn, arriving at separate times at some point in the evening.
Mateo would probably just sit on a rooftop and wait.
Okay, that's even better. I would
Back
say
and
about an
report.
hour later, the alarms settle down and the people start, the guards start scattering again. Seems like the general consensus is that somebody either woke up and was bleary-eyed from sleep or had too much to drink and called the alarm prematurely.
After they all kind of settle down and things get quiet, is there a bigger presence around the
Oh, definitely.
library?
Just by show of force, they're trying to calm people's minds, sort of a thing.
It is very tempting just to try and do it again.
I would say you can go for it, but they'll have an advantage on seeing you again.
You know what? Knowing Mateo, yeah, I'll stick around in the shadows.
He would never do anything reckless.
Bullshit.
Bullshit.
Yeah, he would.
It's gonna try again.
Do something reckless? Yeah, we know.
Look,
Yep,
I have
that's
an I have an inspiration point I could burn.
Okay, go for it. Roll another.
That
stealth
is
check.
not enough.
Okay.
Can I see him?
This is why Tori and Mateo
Roll
aren't
a
friends.
perception check.
I don't have perception. 19.
Yeah, you can see him.
That was an evil giggle, Jamie.
Surprisingly, the guards
God damn.
can't, because again, I rolled with advantage and I didn't roll over a 10.
Wow.
You know, maybe
So
it's just
Mateo,
like I said.
even though he
Yeah.
is silhouetted against the night sky, almost moonlight like making it obvious, almost like a
Fucking
what's
Batman
the
stamping.
witch? What's the witch from South America or Mexico? Like a brouhaha. Looks like a brouhaha just flying through the air upright towards the
Oh,
window.
Brouhaha. Just a
Imagining
brouhaha.
reference.
Just a brouhaha.
Brouhaha
Yeah.
is something different.
Well, it's
It's when she's laughing.
that's when
The
she's laughing.
brouhaha is the clown version that is Mateo.
That's exactly it.
Is that how he's disguising himself?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's just a clown.
Fucking-
You're all idiots. They're gonna be looking for you guys.
But yeah,
They didn't spot him.
Dearly.
you would fly through the window upright like a freaking clown
Okay.
witch.
It's like a clown
I
witch.
didn't have to
Yes.
cast darkness.
And you enter into the library. You're in one of the towers. I'd say you descend the tower. Takes maybe a few minutes, 2-3 minutes to descend the spiraling staircase. In doing so, you'd see the entirety of the wall of this tower is filled with just bookshelves and books, all very dusty, cobwebby even. Coming down the staircase, you can see there are no footprints, no evidence of anybody being in here probably in over a month and a half. As you
Then now I'm gonna go back down into the sewers, back down to that door.
I guess I'm gonna try and find this lock from the surface.
Okay.
Why are you not just trying to find the thing that we were looking for?
Because he doesn't
Sorry,
know
that was meta.
exactly. Doesn't know exactly what he's looking for.
I don't think Penance would either.
Good thing Mateo can see in the dark now.
Yes, it is. Okay, Chris. Here we go.
Ooh.
As you appear here, you are going
It's
to
dark and he
be.
doesn't have dark vision.
Oh God.
Let's see.
Oh no, he does.
You are going to be coming out of this door in the upper left up here. But yeah, you would come in. You would see this is a very obvious library, very cobwebby, full of disregarded books. It looks even like some of these tables still have books from study left behind, where scholars were probably forcibly ejected when this whole decree came to be.
I am
Across
forcibly
from you,
ejected from the library.
underneath this door over here, where I just made it dark again, by accident.
No, the void.
This door here, you can see a faint glow emanating from underneath it. Go ahead and roll me a perception check. Okay. As you are standing here, you can hear what sounds like a couple of fairly large creatures' footprints stomping through the library somewhere off to your what would be south of this image. So somewhere
Robo,
down.
I swear to God, I'm gonna turn you into dinner.
Are they
Somewhere down
making
here.
noises that he's
He's
heard
the boy.
before?
It sounds like big heavy metal. Clunk, chunk, clunk, chunk, clunk. And then like something grinds. And then clunk, clunk, clunk.
Could you give me that noise one more time?
Concerning.
Clunk, clunk, clunk.
I didn't think you'd actually do it.
That's what it sounds like.
Okay. Well, that's all I needed.
Mateo will move to here, I suppose. Just quietly.
Make
So
a
where?
louder
Right
noise
there?
than it. Use the intimidation factor.
Okay, come into here. You
Just
can see
start
there's a
yelling,
door
"Patong!"
kind of blocking right there. There's a door to your north that you assume is another of the main entrances or exits to the building, with two heavy big bars blocking it. From there, let's see, you could probably see. Okay, go ahead and reveal that corner of the room. You can see very large library vault, like floor to ceiling, and it's a vaulted ceiling, all with books.
Mateo come poke his head around the hole there.
Okay, poking your head into that room, kind of through the latch of the door as you open it. Go ahead and... How far can you see? Do you have dark vision now?
120 feet.
Okay, so you see
Both
all
magical
crap.
and non-magical. What's up?
You see all
And he sees normally, not the grayed out normal dark vision.
Yeah, so you're gonna see everything.
Hello.
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 Okay.
Hello.
Everyone was a
Hello?
robot.
You're a robot.
Okay, so
But
you
yeah, I
peek
have,
in there.
I have 120 feet.
Yeah, you peek in there and you can see.
No, he's huge.
Hey, that's
Two.
bad.
Yeah, hey, fuck that.
They look to be
Spiders.
golems made
Oh,
entirely of
fence.
chain, and there's two of them, and they're what looks to be fairly large, almost like morning star appendages dangling off them, and that's the thing that you're hearing as it drags across and hits across the stone floor, and these things are just kind of patrolling along these two lines of bookcases up and down as you're
That's
just
why
peeking
they
through
don't
the
have.
door.
When they get about right there, Ian Mateo would take a step back to like here.
Okay. Then you hear him going away again.
I assume this is what I'm looking for.
Yeah, with your vision, I think it would be hard to see because of the bookshelves that are in the way.
But he'd know over here is where he needs to go.
Yeah, he would know
From,
that
like,
it's
layout?
yeah, from layout, it would be probably down in this corner of the building somewhere would be that trapdoor.
Do these things have eyes?
They had two glowing orbs hidden amongst all of the chains and barbed wire that their torsos are made of.
How high is the ceiling here?
Like 120, 300 feet, maybe. It's way tall. It's vaulted and filled with books, floor to ceiling.
Trying to think if it might be smarter just to go over them or just
And there
leave.
are those really large rolling ladders on each of these shelves so that people can get all the way up to the top of these books. And and in fact, on the ladders there are what look to be like harnesses to clip yourself in, so you don't, if you fall from the shelving, you don't fall like 200-300 feet to your death in the library. You assume there's probably hired scholars to do this.
Happy 45, 46 Eve.
Happy early
Thank you.
birthday.
Birthday.
Oh my
I wish
gosh.
we could just continue this particular game on my birthday, but I know probably everybody else has to work.
No, I don't.
I don't work tomorrow. I'm so excited.
It's
Yeah.
tomorrow your birthday, Selena.
You would hear them just coming back and then going away again.
Yes, it is.
And on their next
Happy
pass back this way,
birthday.
Mateo's gonna step into the room and go as high up in the room as he can.
Thank you.
And then Mateo
Roll a
died.
stealth check.
Mateo is made of glass and paper mache.
Mateo is causing me real life anxiety right now.
Doesn't Mateo always cause you real life anxiety? Ooh.
No, well, I mean, D&D causes me anxiety sometimes, but normally it's the good kind.
Anxiety?
But yeah, you know, sometimes it's exciting. I think it's called
Oh.
excitement.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay.
Positive
here we go.
anxiety.
In real
I'm
life,
short, sick.
library is making me drool.
Robo, I swear to
Okay,
God, I'm gonna
neither of them
fucking
see
eat
you.
you.
Hey, don't be mean to the boy. He's just a dumb dog.
Whining at
He's
me.
got an ear infection.
as they
He always has
continue.
hearing
We'll say
people-
they're both up like right here, going south from you currently.
Do
Then
it-
I'll move them.
do what
Let
he
him
would
go,
do.
big dog.
I'm gonna keep pace with them down, Ian.
Okay.
And then try and just stick as close to the ceiling when they would make their flip. I guess I'll try and come this way as well.
Okay.
When they make their flip, he'll just try and not move and stay as close to the ceiling as he can.
So that is 12 seconds in. They've gotten to the bottom of the chamber, just moving it about 30 feet around. And then they'll turn around and come back another 30.
Cool.
And I'm
Mateo's
give
gonna land.
another perception versus you to see if they hear you landing. They do not. Go ahead and roll a sleight of hand. Don't do bad, or they will hear you. Okay, you reach down, you fumble with it for about a half second before it clicks. At this point, you can hear the one that is closer to you. This one continues along its path. This one stops where it's at and starts turning back around.
Why am I holding my breath?
Mateo's just gonna continue lying flat on his stomach,
Fence.
and is going to very quietly whisper via the necklace to Penance, "Do not open the door."
Right.
Roll a stealth check.
Roll another one.
This is a combated check versus a active self or active search. Okay, so Mateo, behind you, you hear what sounds like, and then, and you would turn, and you would see this thing has stepped off of its path and is starting to round the chamber corner. And at that
Does the
point,
door
you
look
can
heavy?
hear the other one starting to come back. It looks pretty heavy. I would say athletics check. If that's what
And
you
I
want to do
can-
for your action, because technically this is a surprise round because they don't expect people to be in here, so they're surprised there are people here. So I'll let you act before they technically attack you, and then we'll go into initiative.
And if he tells me, I can push from the from below too.
Yeah, when that thing makes noise, he's just gonna say, "Door, door, door, door."
Okay, so you
I'll
can
push.
one of you can roll with advantage, or you can both roll athletics.
I already rolled, but I was gonna say
Yeah.
she could roll it on her own.
Okay, so yeah, you can both roll.
Okay. 23.
Okay, Mateo, you bend and find out that there is no handle on this upper side to pick up this door. It is just sheer polished wood. So you're scrambling, and this machine is just getting closer and closer, and you almost hear the like whoosh of the wrecking ball picking up and getting ready to be leveled at you, and suddenly Penance just throws the door open and you slide through.
Yeah, Mateo's gonna essentially tackle Penance down, and he'll catch her instead of just slamming down in the sewer.
Okay, so you both land down into the sewer, Mateo catching Penance as you both kind of force your way down this very narrow ladder, and as you do so, you hear a very loud and a bunch of splintered wood and stone come slamming down on top of you both. Not enough to do damage, like real damage, but like it bruises you and causes a couple superficial cuts. You can
Okay,
see the
go,
ladder is
go,
definitely ruined.
Go, go, go.
Yeah, we scurry away like the rats we are.
Okay. You scurry out of the sewers and back to the cottage where you meet the rest of your group, I'm assuming. Who at this
Looking
point,
a little cut up.
yeah, looking a little bruised, a little dirty.
I think Arthen and Celia were having a little heart to heart.
Yeah.
What
Hi.
did you guys do? Why are you? She just gestures.
Why do you smell like sewer?
That's a no-go. That's definitely. I don't know. What was that thing? It was big.
It's what-
It was loud. What was that, Mateo?
You guys are doing recon.
Wyndon?
What the fuck did you do?
Mateo's gonna take a sit and pull out his thing and try and sketch out to the best of his memory what it looked like. Should I do that with charisma, Ian?
Because it's from your memory, I would say yes. Well,
Oh,
He's just a
it's
charming,
a perfect
charismatic guy.
rendition.
Do we know what it is?
So to answer your question, while we were doing our recon, we found 3 options to get us into the library.
I'm assuming one's the sewer,
One was
considering
through
how
the
you
sewer,
spell.
Really
Best.
bad.
and we picked the lock on the bottom end, but needed the lock to be picked from the inside.
Did you made it inside?
Through a window after some shenanigans.
Do I know what that critter is?
Well,
being
he's
a
But
got to
I
blood
describe
did
hunter?
make it down to the ground floor, and these he's going to show the picture. There are 2 of these things patrolling the greater library there.
What do you want me to roll? Arcana?
Yeah, Arcana would be the only thing that it would really lend itself to it.
Arcana.
I have no idea.
Oh.
Arcana.
22 for you, girl.
Arcana.
Okay, Blue. For some reason, you are the only one that recognizes these.
It's a Kobo Soul thing.
It is a Cobalt Soul thing. This is frequently used by the Cobalt Soul to protect places of significance or of that they have abandoned or been forced to abandon, but still want to keep safeguard the knowledge for Ayun. These are chain golems.
I feel like this is probably something that, like, you know, the like new initiates get the like horror stories of like, don't fuck with it because it'll eat you, like, you know, like
Yeah,
the
no, like
kids'
there's
campfire
actual
stories.
horror stories too of people trying to break into Cobalt reserves that weren't
Yeah.
necessarily sanctioned or didn't have the proper clearance, and they just get mangled by these things. Every single part of them it's imagine if a wall of barbed wire got animated and then decided to murder you.
Yeah. I feel like that's what she would say to everybody. It was just like, imagine like the worst thing you can think of, just like, you know, like a suit full of knives, and it just wants to give you a hug.
Well, this one spotted me when I was getting the lock open.
It fucking what?
So you got inside?
That was inside, yes.
Huh.
You
Not-
got oh boy. All right.
Not through the best means, which was also one of our options.
Are all the books gone?
Hey Ian. You said they were there to safeguard the knowledge. Are
Yes.
they are they like cognizant enough that they're safeguarding the knowledge from something or just
They're-
from everything?
They are, unfortunately, unless somebody walks in with the actual object that commands them, they are there to kill.
Damn it, you knew
They're
my
like
plan.
they're the last resort for the Cobalt Soul. They just plop these things
Oh.
in places that they don't want people to go. They're frequently used to safeguard archives. Like they'll put 2 or 3 of these things in like a large open space in front of an archive that has a sealed door, and just unless you're not allowed, if you're allowed in, you're allowed in, and the things won't attack you. If you're not, you don't go there because you'll die.
Allowed in, you're allowed in.
Would I have seen the books, Ian?
This plan
Were there
wouldn't
books
work,
still
would
in
it?
there?
Yeah, there are books everywhere, floor to ceiling. Every shelf was full.
Yeah, then to youth, yeah, there were plenty of books.
Oh man. So they didn't burn them all.
It doesn't look like anyone had been in there for a while.
Oh, Ian, I haven't gotten a clear enough answer to know if I would die immediately.
You would know you would have to carry a specific, unless you're known by the things, you have to wear a specific amulet that is a control amulet for them so they wouldn't attack you.
Oh.
It's a very good time for Darna to be here.
It would be.
Yeah, while I was in there, it spotted me as I was getting out, and it bashed open the wooden door that we were trying to get open. Funny enough, that's what this is. It's kind of gesture like some of the cuts. I will note that it didn't chase us past leaving.
No, it's gonna safeguard the stuff there.
So we do have an open hole to get into there now. It's got to go through the sewer.
Yeah, but we have 2 chain golems to.
We're
deal
good
with.
at those things.
The other 2 options we found was a door in an alley that is heavily boarded and chained. We didn't think that was a good one because once we open it, it'll be very obvious.
I was gonna like wag my finger. At least 2 chain golems.
The second, not so good option that I got in through is a window at the very top of the library. But
Why
you
not a
are
good
very,
option?
very, very, very exposed up there. Definitely can be seen. Mm-hmm.
How many people saw you go through the window, Mateo?
0. The second time.
Second time.
Who just punches him in the arm?
They did see me flying towards it, but I just flew past it and then hit on a roof until they gave up. Tried to make it look like I was just someone flying as opposed to someone flying to the library.
So I take his head into my hands and I pop him one final time. And then he's gone.
That might be the weirdest fucking thing you've ever said to me.
I know.
Coded language. Chris understands.
I do understand. It's a threat. I do understand that that is a bit more than reconnaissance.
Yeah, it was.
You're-
But
But if you'll hear me out, trying to
Mateo,
solve this
we're
issue
not
with
mad at
all of
you.
us. I don't want you to be proud of me. It's not why I did it. It's
No, I
trying to
said we're not mad at you.
No. I don't think trying to solve this problem with all of us in an alley would have worked. So Penance and I seized the opportunity.
what do you
Through
want
the
to get
sewers
from the
then.
Cobalt Soul?
And I was the only one who went in because I could fly and I was a little bit better picking locks.
Mateo, I'm going to tell you this one last time. Stop taking risks for me. If you can't understand that, then I'm sorry. It's just I don't know how to explain this to you.
Are you saying you would have done something different? We're all just fucking trying.
Gotcha.
Right. So then are we going into the sewers? Or are we abandoning going into the Cobalt Soul?
I mean, what do we want from the Cobalt Soul? If we can get information from
Teleportation
Clara.
circle.
If we can get that information from Clara.
That's not a guaranteed, though.
Do we want to risk dealing with at least 2 chain golems?
And what if the sound of fighting draws people in? What if something makes a loud noise? And suddenly we have the city guards on us.
Teo, do you think that if someone knew where to find this, they could get in and out? I'm not saying one like I'm not saying that we need to do this. I'm genuinely asking.
I mean, I got in and out.
Corey would kind of roll his eyes at that. He would.
You could get in and
Fucking
out.
fine.
I don't think a lot
Whatever.
of us could. I feel like I'm probably the quietest one here and I still got spotted.
And we don't even know there's anything important in there.
I feel like there's a lot of risk if we go in there versus. I feel like Clara's
risk.
trying to get on our good side. All right. And so she might be willing to impart that information. It probably doesn't seem even important to her to impart that information.
Right.
We're in the capital
Okay.
of an enemy empire right now. I don't think we want to
Fine.
risk.
Fine. Let's go then.
Blue, do you want to get into the Cobalt Soul? Is this what this is about?
About that question for a minute, Celia. Think about it. Of fucking
I mean-
course I do.
What do you
But-
want to gain from it?
I think that us having that teleportation circle will give us the opportunity to help more people.
We can find
But-
that out from Clara.
No, you're
I'm
right.
sure.
You're right.
Are you
Let's-
sure of that?
I don't want
Less than
I
a
don't
day
want to
ago,
need
we were going to
anything from
kill her
her.
on sight, and now we can get information from her.
That's still my thought. I don't want to need anything
Not
from her.
Once
So-
did I say that.
Sorry, most of us. I understand. If it came to that.
No, if it came to that for me.
Blue, you
my
can fight on.
whole goal is to make this world a better place, and I think it will be better if she's not in it.
Look, Blue, you can fight on sight all you want, but if she surrenders, that's it. It's over.
Yeah, that's...
They'll have to be just turned into the proper authorities at that point, pretty much. I mean,
No, we take her as a prisoner. We take her to her sister.
yeah, that's what I mean, I should say.
More so what I'm getting at is we've spent my entire time with this group is spent not trusting her.
We don't trust her. That
But-
hasn't
Why do you
changed.
think we can get this circle from her?
She wants to get on our good side.
No, she doesn't. She wants to get whatever her end or her means are.
And that's through us, it seems. And so she wants to use us, and so we can use her
Is a
back.
big feeling there, Celia.
Well, let's get to Utherdurn, get to Euralis, and see how this plays out. Because otherwise, we can argue this until she decides it's time to come find us.
Hold on. Could we get her into? No. Hold on. No, pretend I didn't say that. That doesn't fit.
Oh, we're gonna get her. All right.
Shut up.
Just you got to redefine what "get her" means. We might kill her. We might capture her.
Where's this
Ooh,
conversation?
Oh
happening?
no, we.
We're in our room.
In the room.
Okay, so
We
as
all
you guys are
climbed
having
into
this
we
conversation.
climbed into Blue's bed and pulled the blanket over us, and we're whispering.
Okay, so yeah, as you guys are all having this little slumber party powwow, there is a very
definitely not
authoritarian, studious
It's-
knock
I'm definitely
at the
doing
door.
it. Yeah.
Do.
He wants to get it.
Blue
Gas
opens
in
the
the
door.
dark.
Blue opens the door. Beyond the
Wolf-
door
What?
No,
is a very nobly dressed individual, maybe 6'7" tall, face hidden behind what looks to be a cloth mask that wraps up around the head, a very foppish hat around the top of the head, leaned off at one direction, very garish coat that covers most of the body, including the hands, which you can see have gloves that hide all of the flesh. The only part that is exposed is at the very top of the ruff of the neck, where you can see a little bit of a glint of metal. And you would hear a voice that is very modulated and almost echoing from within the creature itself as it speaks. We have reason to believe that one of the individuals in this room was involved in a situation within the Cobalt Reserve.
Gonna
Bow.
eye Mateo.
Bows very deeply.
I'm sorry, a situation within the Cobalt Reserve? I thought that was closed.
It's going to try to step into the room past you.
A blue doesn't let it in.
Body block, body block.
Yeah, steps in front of it, and says, "No, hold on. Could you
You can see
tell
that
us who
it's
you're looking for?"
trying to look past you into the room with these very mechanical head gestures that try to look past you. You can almost
Who you're
hear
looking
this
for?
as it's looking past you. You can almost hear this.
Oh, this is horrible. Oh, this is
Oh my
horrible.
God.
Oh, this is so bad. Oh my god.
Consequences.
Could you tell us more about who you're looking for?
We are looking for an intruder and a. Is the intruder here or no?
No.
No.
What ties do you have with the Cobalt Reserve? In this room, each of you speak individually, please. As it does that, it's going to
None.
step back, and it's going to point towards Blue, and as it does so, the whole hand extends to the point of a rapier that is barely an inch or so short of Blue's throat.
Cool.
Shit.
Oh no. Oh boy.
Like
you
what
would
you've done with
recognize
them,
this.
Ian.
I would recognize this as.
This is something that has been recently experimented upon. Actually, you probably wouldn't recognize them, actually, now that I'm thinking about it.
Oh boy. You guys are.
It looks
Not
similar.
gonna
I guess the thing that all of you would think is that this looks similar, if a lot less personable in a very weird way, to Nines.
Yeah.
I've never met Nines.
I like what you've done with my boys.
Oh,
Oh, you guys are not gonna like this thing that I do next.
I enjoy that they changed his voice to make him sound less horrifying.
Blue.
Hold
like,
up 1 second, sir. I'm asking Ian something.
Yeah, you could try it, man. There's definitely a window you could try to slip out.
Run.
like slowly moves that rapier away from her neck and says, "I was a member of the Cobalt Soul in Zadash. You're welcome to ask me anything you'd like." Knowing what hot water that's gonna put her in hell, though.
Verify your identification, please. State your name and designation with Cobalt Reserve.
Oh no. Blue's name is not her real name. That's okay.
We get to know her real name.
Lean in and whisper.
No. Oh no. She's also very much in trouble with the Cobalt Soul as well. Alright. Here we go, friends. No, she'll just say, "My name is Blue Ruin," and what is her actual title? I don't know if she ever actually had one. She's a monk
An
with the Cobalt
initiate,
Soul. Yeah.
probably.
Initiative? Initiative?
Initiate.
Initiate? That's
Yeah.
the one I wanted. Thank you.
Initiative's the one we roll.
Yes, that's true. My name is Blue Ruin. I was an initiative.
Initiative?
Initiate?
Fucking Christ, I did it again. That's fine. You know what I meant.
Pauses. You can see this, what looks to be a small
no.
blue stone that sits at the center of the forehead, glows for a half second, cocks its head, turns to the next person in the room.
Oh, fuck.
You are who? Arthan.
Is it pointing at?
Yeah, it's parting at Arthan.
I thought that would
At
get
this
me
point,
in
it
trouble and make it go
it
away.
has lowered the rapier to the floor and is using its human hand. So its left hand is humanoid and the right hand is full on a sword.
Didn't go down. Oh, I thought it was gonna go down.
I would imagine there is a title for people who just come in to use the Cobalt Soul for like research, right?
I don't know if there's like a full title for that. You could just, I mean, realistically, you could just say your name. It's not like there's a title for a library pass.
Yeah.
Patron?
Yeah. He'll just say, Arthan wrote it in.
You see that little stone glow again. Cocks its head. Turns to Tori. You
Yes.
are.
Ultramarine Torrent, no affiliation.
It doesn't
God, I
cock a
always
head.
forget
It just
this
turns
is so
immediately to Celia. And you are.
Celia Brumtall, the doctor,
Sorry,
Unlicensed.
I didn't.
unlicensed.
Cocks its head.
Unlicensed.
There's a couple of seconds where you hear just whirring and hissing, and then it'll turn to youth. You are unimportant.
Youth Falca.
It'll turn
And
to.
Oh,
nothing.
It'll turn to
shit.
Penance.
Important.
Oh my
You-
god, I'm gonna kill it.
You are hungry.
A child.
Yeah, it'll turn to
Always
Penance.
hungry.
Oh dear.
Why is he unimportant?
Nice
Records
deflection.
indicate
I'm proud of
Fierbolgs
you.
have never been involved in any sort of espionage.
Nah, that's true. Penance.
Fucking
no
ruined.
Guy,
Broke
what a response. I love him.
Oh boy.
It does eye Penance pretty hard, though, at this point.
Oh no. I forgot how many criminals we have.
One tiefling could happen. Two, that's a conspiracy.
Exactly.
Mm.
That's a
That's
demonic
racism.
conspiracy.
That's racism.
And you
Robo.
are.
Just pet him.
Cocks its head, just continuously eyeing Penance at this point.
Yeah. I got a pass. That was out of character, by the way.
Yeah. It's going to walk into the room past all of you, close the window that is open. It is cold. You must retain heat in this establishment. And then it's going to turn around and walk back into the hall and close the door behind you. But it doesn't walk anywhere. You would hear just no footprints, nothing.
Stop.
And a creature this large should make noise.
I'll open the door and peek out.
It's just standing back to the door in the middle of the hall, blocking your exit, basically.
It's still
Yeah,
there,
just
guys.
close the window. Thank you. Yes.
Who opened the window?
Mateo leave out the window.
You wouldn't have seen him, but you're assuming somebody, Mateo, probably opened and left out the window.
Look around, notice Mateo is gone.
Yeah, you would also notice that the creature did not try to question Mateo because he was gone by the time it got to him.
Yeah.
Which I was very proud of.
I would say
Jesus.
about maybe 10, 15 minutes later, you would hear the thunk, 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 thunk Robocop walk of this thing walking away down the hall.
So I go open the window and look out to see if I can see Mateo.
Nope.
That
In
That
the distance,
went
blurry like a
okay.
Sasquatch.
You do, however, see
Bad
the
news.
creature go out the front door and walk down the street with two others flanking it.
So what the hell was that thing? Looks like something you'd see in like maybe Hupperduke, but here?
Yeah.
Reminds
Okay.
me of Nines.
Good news is that we're fine. Bad news is that now, literally every authority figure in town knows that we're here, so we need to leave now.
We're out.
Where's Mateo?
Heads
Seems
out
he's
the window.
running away from the law. Probably a good idea.
Mateo would
Considering.
hear, he would in his whatever his communication jewelry, he would only hear one word, and that word is estate.
You wouldn't get an answer back.
I wasn't expecting one. All right. He knows where to meet us. Let's go.
Where are we going?
Oh, Penance is out the
So-
window. See you guys at the estate, and she's gone.
Oh my god, splitting up's the worst idea.
No, that's where. That's. I was trying to not say it out loud, but that's where we're going. Yeah, let's go.
So the plan is all of you are to head to the Von Otto estate then?
That was the only thing I could think of. I'm sorry.
Okay, so you all
Okay,
leave
I
the
need.
city.
Apparently, I need to let my dog out. I don't know what's going on. I'll be right back.
I'm gonna go potty too. Might as well.
Potty break.
Yep, potty break.
Hello.
Hello, sorry. My connection went to red.
Oh no.
No.
Code red.
Code red on the Discord.
I'm at a weird spot right now. I'm not sure if Mateo wants to meet up with everyone.
Oh no. I mean, no one got arrested, so no harm, no foul, in Samantha's opinion.
Is that the bar? Is that where it's at these days?
That's the bar for Samantha. Celia might be mad, but Samantha's not. Because I don't have anger as an emotion.
Zero anger.
Yeah,
Ever?
Only vibe.
Nah. only vibes. That's it. Samantha's gonna get a beer though. I'll be right back.
You can't process without puddles.
No, it's so hard without him here.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Mateo might not. meet up
Emotional
with everyone.
support, Phoenix.
What were you saying, Chris?
I was just saying, I'm not sure. Mateo might not just meet up with you guys there.
Well, I definitely noticed that thing was studying Penance a little too closely, so yeah, that's why she went out the window.
It's probably trying to see if you were the one that was there, since technically you
maybe.
were.
But I've also got a name out there, so. You know, here I am, a rogue that does scams and stuff. You think she'd think not to use her real name or her name?
I was very surprised that it accepted Blue's fake name.
You know, maybe Mateo just goes to Shattengrad by himself.
I don't know. It did kind of cock its head at everyone but me.
Hmm.
And youth.
Well, here's the thing. You
It
didn't
didn't
break and
really.
enter into a building
my
with
boy.
you.
Turn to me.
You're fine. You broke and entered into the sanatorium. Remember?
Yes,
You
I
have
did.
You have a great espionage backstory. So screw that robot. All right.
Yeah.
Are
Yeah.
you validating this corruption because we broke him as a fearbulk?
I'm just saying.
I'm not really a furbulk anymore, I think is what is the truth.
Yes, you are. You're still our little fuzzy boy.
Still the cuddliest. All right.
That's true. The rest of us all have points.
There's a horny joke in there somewhere, Jamie.
Right,
Yeah.
turn.
Okay.
You did it.
Oh, hey.
Back.
How's it going?
Not
I'm just
that
making
I'm
an
aware
appropriate
of,
joke
but
to my
okay.
friends.
He's back.
Okay, so you all
He's
making your way out
back.
of the city?
Yup.
Yeah, with haste.
But we
Okay.
don't know if Mateo's with us or not.
We'll find out when we get there, I guess.
Yeah.
Are you
Yeah, Ian,
except for
I'm debating if Ian's gonna, or if Mateo's actually gonna go meet up with them.
Oh my god. I picked
That
the
is gonna
least
like
likely
him to
place for us
not.
to go. I picked the least likely place for us to go.
So yeah, I would say those of you that are sticking together, rolling through the streets, you would see maybe 3 or 4 groups of these large, heavily clothed in what looks like nobles' finery with these foppish hats moving through the city in trios. Maybe 2 or 3 groups of them. At
Blue
this
like
point,
whispers into the jewelry. I think we need to split up.
You hate splitting up.
I know, but
Let's just
they're all
get
currently
out of
looking
here as
for
quick
us.
as we can.
Yeah, a large group exiting all together is gonna look so normal.
Mm.
so does everyone just want to split up and roll stealth checks to escape the city?
Or in
I mean, I don't feel
smaller
good
groups.
about that, so somebody can tell
Partners.
me no.
I'll break off
please.
from the group, and if anybody wants to come with me, they can come with me as long as it's a small group, but I'll break off.
So Celia slows her pace as the rest of you continue, kind of moving through alleyways, trying to avoid these
Yeah.
roving bands of, you're not sure
No,
if they're
Blue is
automatons or not.
Blue is walking down the middle of a street, probably whistling. Like very obviously.
Yeah, I wasn't really gonna avoid him either.
I'm
Okay.
sorry,
Yeah, they
I'm
don't
Trying
seem
to be like a normal
obviously-
person walking.
Yeah, they don't seem to be obviously looking for you guys in specific. It seems like they're looking for anybody or patrolling in a way that they weren't beforehand.
I'm not trying to be not obvious. I'm trying to just look like a normal person walking through town.
So Celia
So-
looks the most obvious out of all of us.
So I would say roll,
Little kid.
if you're just trying to walk through town and avoid them, it would be deception checks, I guess.
E. Deception.
Am I being paranoid right
If-
now?
If Celia ends up being like the one lonesome, Arthan will hang back and walk with her.
We're friends.
So I don't know if that would aid in our
Oh,
deception checks or if
yeah.
we're just all trying to be deceptive or what.
Wait. Do I have to do deception too? Because I'm trying to be seen?
Yeah, if you're trying to be seen as deception.
Cool.
Yep, Ian. Yep.
Yep, isn't that pretty good? I was like, oh god, they're so cool. They need to come into
That's not
existence.
good.
And
That's
then you
not
gave me a
good.
really good reason to make them.
Mhm.
Arthan, you and I are kind of just like, yeah.
We are in sync for this week, so
Yep.
Super.
I would
You
say,
get through.
yeah, you
you get-
definitely moving through the streets individually. I would say for Penance and Mateo, it's stealth. Mateo, you can do that with advantage because as you leave the window, you would notice you are not just very quiet. You can't see your own body.
The fuck?
Wild.
You're invisible?
Yeah, he went invisible.
I got scared and went invisible.
I think this is interesting.
Okay, so the 2 stealthy people make their way out of the city pretty easily without a hitch. Deception people, however, it's really late, and I would say at about
Play
at
drunk.
differing times, each of you is approached by one of these trios of these creatures. They'll just approach and question you as they approach. One of them steps forward. Citizen, why do you disobey the curfew of Rexentrum this evening?
I'm with Arthan. BT dubs.
Okay, well then the 2 of you can do this together.
Okay.
hold on, I'm just trying to. Okay,
I-
doesn't really.
Hmm?
No, Arthan would just say, just got into town and didn't realize there was a curfew,
The head
which
will
is pretty much true.
bow.
He didn't know there was a
Yeah.
curfew.
That's actually that one's true.
Yeah, the head will bow just slightly. If you are visiting, the curfew is not necessarily strict for you. However, I would imply that you seek some place to stay or leave the streets. Strange
Thank you.
happenings and chaotic actions have been done this evening unto the city of Rexentrum, and the Empire is shaken for it.
Understood. Thank you.
Where have we heard that before?
Just nod, give you a very obvious salute. Safety, citizen. Move on, and in haste, and they'll just walk past you.
Good job.
Let's get out of here
Uh,
as fast as we can.
Blue, you will also get approached by a group of these things.
Oh, cool. I was definitely trying to figure out what I was gonna say. But
Citizen,
she's been acting all
you disobey the
nonchalant, huh?
curfew. What brings you to the streets this late?
Shit. Because I had a plan, but she was acting all nonchalant. Never mind, I'm gonna do it anyway. Blue burst into tears.
They stop. Citizen, answer the question.
I'm so sorry. I'm lost, and I can't find my way back. And she's just crying loudly.
Where do you seek to arrive? This is something we may remedy as officers of the law.
Oh shit! Fuck. What would Blue come up with? I don't know the name of the inn that we were just staying at. Does Blue know the name of the inn we were just staying at?
Emerith Cottage?
Yeah, it was cottage
Yeah,
for sure.
Camarith Cottage. What's the name of the inn?
Yeah, that's what she would say. I was trying to decide how much trouble I was about to cause. But no, she'd say the cottage.
They would just say, "Come with us, citizen," and they would all three in unison gesture
And she does
for you
the,
to
like, the
kind of
sniff, like,
walk into the trio of them, and they would lead you straight back to the inn.
Oh
Right
no.
Literally.
What was youth's check? Are you sneaking?
Shit.
I probably would have been with Blue.
Oh, well then you probably
Oh,
get
no,
escorted back.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, sure. That's fine.
I usually follow you around like a lost
That's
puppy, so.
You're adorable, and I love you.
So we both are back at the cottage inn, right?
Yeah. And then, like, as soon as they walk away and, like, the footsteps, like, you can't hear him anymore, Blue just goes, fuck, now what?
I don't know.
Hey, youth?
Yeah.
To a fucking bird, bud.
Well, what about you?
I'll be fine, I promise.
No, I'm not leaving you here alone.
Yes. But yeah, I was
And I will-
infected them all. They're
Jesus
splitting
Christ.
up more and more.
Hey, remember how I used to be the impulsive one and then we got Mateo?
Yeah.
I will be fine, I
He's
promise.
more independent than impulsive, I would say.
It's the orphan in him.
I think there's
wow.
something I can turn into, and then I could carry you with me or something.
I'll be okay, I promise. I'm actually pretty good at the city shit.
I can turn into a war horse or a dire wolf, and you could ride
That-
me.
That's not gonna be noticed at all, hun.
Maybe they can't catch us then. What if I turned into a giant bird and you flew on me?
Blue, like, pats the side of you's face and just goes, I promise I'll get out. I'm fine. I promise.
No.
Oh my god, then, like, turn into a mouse and sit in my
Well,
pocket.
I could
or
go and
something.
tell everybody where you are, though. That is something.
I mean, sure,
Okay.
yeah, do that.
Okay. Well, I will turn into a bat. Because that would be appropriate to fly out at night.
And Blue gives you a little pat on your little bat head, because she loves you.
Okay, so everybody gets out of the city now except for Blue. What's Blue gonna do?
She's gonna make her way out of the city by way of walking past the library. I promise not to do anything too stupid.
Mm-hmm.
Too stupid.
Are you sneaking?
You knew I was going to do this, Don. Yes. Yeah, I am sneaking.
Okay, roll a stealth for me.
Cool. Let's see which of my shit ass dice is gonna.
Ian, did they just let me walk out freely?
What was your check?
I didn't make a check. I was just strutting.
Yeah, if you just strutted, they didn't care.
Huh. Wild.
Well,
They
said
figured
stealth, right, bud?
they looked at you, saw you were obviously not from Rexentrum, and saw you were headed for the exit.
Oh, lit.
Bud?
What was your stealth?
Okay.
What was it, Sarah?
It's an 11.
Okay.
But here's I'm considering if I'm using my inspiration point.
Well, I rolled a 19,
Ooh.
so
I'm gonna
Ian, I also sent you a
Inspiration
thing on
point.
Discord.
oh, okay.
Just get caught again and say you're trying to leave and have them escort you to the gate, dude.
I know that would be the smart thing to do, but we're talking about Blue.
Ah, yes. Physically incapable of doing the smart thing. I
oh my god.
think she's dying.
Fun.
What did you roll?
Because I rolled a 16. I'm terrified right now. I just want to go by the library and see what I can notice.
And your second check was what?
A 21.
Okay, so you do barely beat this. You would basically skirt past 2 or 3 of these animatronic almost patrols, and you would also see that at this point some of the city watch are being woken up and are moving through the streets.
Oh, that's bad too.
But yeah, you make your way to the library. You can see it just sitting dormant and boarded up. That one window kind of hanging quiet and open in that tower. The rest of them all boarded. If you hang out long enough, I'd say you would see a patrol of these automatons go inside the place. A trio of these go in through the front door. They basically pull all the boards off, and cut their way through. With you would see both their arms are capable of turning into long rapier-like blades that they just kind of force their way through with, and then walk into the library if you wait long enough.
Oh, you are making this a very difficult decision.
And at that point, they would close the doors behind them.
Yep. Blue turns her back on the library and walks out of town.
Okay.
Fuck.
Yeah, with that check, you would make it out of town stealthily. So everyone meets. I would say at the road, a little bit off the road. You all kind of meet in the shrubs, maybe 100 yards away from the estate, minus Mateo.
Like as soon as Blue gets there, he's not here yet.
Haven't seen him.
You should do ascending, Celia. I think he'd listen to you more than he'd listen to me.
Wonder why that could be.
Speaking to one of our little sending jewelry. We're at the estate. Where are you?
You guys go to Uthadurn and solve your stuff in Eurelis. Tor makes a lot of good points. I'm a bit more impulsive than this group needs right now. I'm going to go help the people of Shattengrad.
Alone?
Someone has to help them.
He's going to Shattengrod.
And then if he doesn't get anything back after a minute, he'll be like, he'll say, what was I gonna say? Fuck, I just had it in my head.
Hate it when that happens. It's the worst.
Yeah.
You're like, I'm gonna say this cool friggin'. What was that? Damn it.
If he's going to Shattengrod, he knows it. That's where we met up with him.
Chris, do you want to say your thing first?
Just go take care of it. I just almost got us all arrested. And it's not even the worst thing I've done recently. I can at least do some good here.
Keep us updated to where you are so we can meet back up with you. If this is what you really want.
Seems like the best idea right now. Not going to be a liability for the greater party.
You can always just come to the estate and we can talk it out. It's a family.
As soon as Celia says that, you hear Blue in yours, Mateo. You just hear her say, "Good luck. You better come back." Sorry, had to.
I don't think Mateo's going to respond after that.
He's set and going to Shattengrod, so wants us to go without him.
He should go alone.
We could send some people to coin tossers to go to Shattengrod too, meet up with them.
That's not what I meant. I meant it when I said I didn't think that I could hold back. I don't think I can talk to Clara Von Otto. Talking is not something that would happen.
So you want to go to Shattengrod too?
I don't know, this all got so complicated. When have I ever been one to not start a fight?
Sure, there are fights to start. Just have to bide your time.
Yeah.
If you guys tell me not to, I won't.
I think it's important for you to be there.
There, meaning
With
in your
us.
Alice?
In Euralis.
Well, it's important for Mateo to be there too, and we already don't have that. Let's go. You like see Blue not like pause for a second, like freeze deer in the headlights for a second, and then just like nod at nothing. And then say, "Okay, let's go. You're Alice.
Okay. So the party starts heading east along the road out of Rexentrum. Mateo starts heading southwest towards Schattengrad. At that point, we will close down the session story for this evening.
I was gonna do something else actually.
Okay, go for it.
As that all happens, Tori will cast a Ascending Mateo, but he's gonna also say this out loud. Okay, Schattengrad? You want to go to Schattengrad? Okay, that's fine. I can take risks too. We'll see you there. And you guys would see Tori takes his pack and like unties one of the pouches and just kind of shakes it out. And there's like this chalk and this ink. It's like I needed a piece. I needed a final piece. And he's like starting to draw things out. And you see the circle and you start to see sigils. I can get us to Schattengrad, probably.
I can
Maybe.
respond to this, right? Well,
Not
I have
all
the
of it,
ring.
just that
I mean,
just that
he's
original
just-
part.
Yeah, he rants
I have the
longer
ring.
than the message. It just kind of cuts off. It's like one of those cell phone messages that just cuts off after your grandma goes for too long.
But yeah, you guys
Somebody's
see him
drunk
starting
calling
to-
you?
You
Yeah.
see him drawing out sigils. It's like this. I mean, we walked right by it. I think this is it.
Mateo would respond to you, Chuck. He's like, I just think that you're right. I'm taking too many risks. And that's not what the group needs at the moment. And then if he runs out of sending, he'll just finish it with the ring.
And then
Schattengrad needs more action, and you guys can finish in your Alice.
Tori will use the jewelry to go back to you. Well, if I cast the fucking spell right, I'll only cut myself in half.
Blue
And
puts a hand on
he's gonna
Tori's
keep
shoulder.
on
Blue-
drawing
Blue-
sigils.
Blue puts a hand on Tori's shoulder and goes, "Stop. He's gonna be fine." Take a breath. And she kind of like slowly like scoots in front of Tori so that she's between him and his thing. You're not putting yourself in danger for this. It's fully your choice, but you need to make it with a clear head.
There's a cool breeze that blows through the situation. You know, we could make it a whole lot less risky.
Oh, just what we fucking need.
I think
She
you're the
says that
last
out
person
loud.
we want to see right now.
Well, I'm just saying, Mateo is maybe onto something. No risk, no reward. That's what they've always said to me. It seems like your friend Tori may be onto something too. But we can do it a whole lot less dangerously. If that is really what you wanted to do. I won't bend your arm or twist your fates, but if you're dead set on chasing your friend Mateo into almost certain Dwindalian trap, I'd say go for it. It sounds like a lot of fun.
Why do you think it's a trap?
Let's see, how did you find out about Schattengrad? A messenger? A refugee messenger? I mean, it's not like I was overhearing or listening to the actual conversation or anything, but I do know that the lowest of the low can be paid by the highest of the high to do the dirtiest of the dirty. Trust me, I used to be one. Of any of those three.
Mm.
You choose.
You're saying the information Alyssa got was wrong?
I'm saying any information, darling, can be misleading. Winks at you.
Oh, she visibly recoils on that one.
Too long.
Shithead. I'm gonna drop kicking into next week.
You might like that.
It's oolong with an iota of power.
And drop little shit head into next week. Fuck.
Why don't you tell Mateo it's a trap?
Well, that would just be
Why
boring,
tell
wouldn't
us?
it? Let's see. If we walk in together, it can't be that big of a trap if we already know that it's happening. Plus, I'll be with you this time. Won't that be interesting?
Gross.
Fuck is wrong with you?
I mean, nothing.
This is
I just
this
want to
is
save
life
this
and
realm the
death,
same
and this
as
is
you.
dangerous. And I thought you cared about Mateo.
I do.
Why is this a game?
Well, if you don't go, I'm going. That's all I'm saying. I just thought I might convince his friends to do something exciting and interesting and different. Instead of chasing vendettas and illusions or disillusions of things that they may or may not grasp. Sometimes it's nice to do something concrete and good. I think Mateo may be onto something.
Blue turns to the rest of the party and says, I'm not the one that needed convincing on this. It's up to you guys. But when she says it's up to you guys, she's staring at Tori. Sorry about it.
Why don't we just tell him it's a trap? Message him. See if he's still dead set on walking into a trap. After that,
You know
We
him,
know that
Celia.
we
It wouldn't stop him.
Let me ask you this.
We've got to go there.
If I had told you that
We can't
giant
let him
sea
be in a trap
beastie
alone.
had been coming towards Icehaven before you invaded, would you have called the mercenaries and told them to turn around? You could have saved hundreds of lives, thousands of lives. Not that I knew that it was there, saying, just hypothetically.
may I punch him real quick?
I mean, if you want to. Yeah, you can roll
Can
an
I
unarmed
try?
attack on him. Yeah.
Can I just punch him? Because he's just being a dick. And I feel like that's what...
I thought you never felt angry.
I'm running
Celia
I'm
does.
you the wrong way, Celia.
Fucking ball sacks. Oh, that's an 8 to hit.
Here's the thing. You know you shouldn't hit him, but he lets you hit him. It's like he locks eyes with you as you wind up and just gives you a half smile and lets you connect.
I want to punch him in the jaw for 3 damage.
Okay. Just hit him. He kind of lets his head roll to the side.
Can't believe I'm the one saying this, but Celia, that's not gonna help.
I mean, it may have helped
Guys.
her. I mean, let's be fair.
You shut the fuck up. Guys, we have to go to Mateo. I know, I've
Yeah,
gone
we
back and
do.
forth and back and forth and back and forth, but we gotta go.
I think so too.
Plus, if you
But
really think about
Can't
it,
let
you
him
already
in the
have
trap
everything you'd
alone.
want from Clara. The
But is
bowl, the brain
everyone okay with-
juice.
I'm not
What we
saying that
want
I have
from
her head.
Clara, Blackteeth, is for her to stop. That's what we want. We don't want any fucking material possession. We want her to stop. That's it. That's all it's ever been.
Okay. I seem to have perhaps been too mischievous in my dealings then. Perhaps next time I will just stab her.
I mean,
Why don't you grab the Dreamer's Rock for us?
That is not something I have heard of, but I will endeavor to research such a thing.
we're doing this all wrong. All of it. And Blue looks at Blackteeth and goes, I'm not going to apologize. I'm not.
I'm
But-
not asking for it.
Can you please take us to Mateo?
If that is really what you want, that is what you will get.
I know it's what I want, but we all need to be on the same page. Is that
Want it
actually
to.
what we want?
Yes.
going to come to us.
He's gonna lean over and look at the glyphs that Tori was drawing. Very, very close. Perhaps when we're there, we'll make it perfect. And then he's going to lean into what is currently a warm spring wind, and it suddenly becomes very cold. Especially for, I guess, those of you that are resistant to fire, it really bites through to your core.
Blue
So
hates
for the two
being cold.
tieflings, it's just like, oh, instant shivers. And as you begin to shiver, that uncontrollable, like, I'm going to collapse, my body is spasming, that moment you lose motor control, you find yourself finding it again in a different place. And you would see Mateo maybe 100 yards away in the field between the Amber Crossroads and Shattengrod. Mateo currently, as I would assume, continued walking after Blackteeth left towards the ruins that you can kind of see in the distance glowing, and this dull orange and the big column of smoke that still rises. Blackteeth walks with you as you guys... I don't know if you jog to catch up, but Blackteeth will.
Catch up to Mateo.
Mateo hears in his whatever his sending jewelry is. He just hears, "We're family." And then Blue jogs to get up too.
So Tori's just gonna get up to his side and just kind of like give him the side glance and be like, it's a trap, right? Chris, are you there? I'm trying to have a moment.
His mic is muted. Oh no.
I'm trying to
My
have a moment.
My bad.
Okay.
Yeah, no, Tori like runs up to your side and just kind of gives you that side glance. It's a trap, right?
I always assumed there was a possibility of it.
And then he like still looking as he just nods and continues to walk forward with you towards Shattengrod.
He'd stop and turn around and see everyone else.
Punch your
Blackteeth, go get
stupid
you guys?
friend.
Is Blackteeth there?
Yeah, Blackteeth's walking right... As you turn to look at him, you would see and hear Blackteeth just walking right beside you all of a sudden. There's that suddenly, for you, almost comforting cold wind.
And then you get tackle hugged by a tiefling. Who,
Penance.
well, just like fling hugging to you, goes, "Your patron's a dick."
Yes, he is. And he'd hug Blue back.
Best fiends.
Best fiends.
Best fiends.
Then hangs back for a few moments as people are walking just to unbind his wings, and then since it's nighttime, he's actually a little bit faster, so it doesn't take him long to catch up.
Nice.
Well, I guess you guys took care of your Alice fairly quick, yeah?
Yeah, we blew it up.
The whole
Do
thing.
we have that power?
Blew it off, rather.
I take issue with that phrase.
How about we go to Shattengrod, get a nice big win, so we're riding high when we get to Euralis, huh?
Works for me.
I also think that there's a chance that we might be able to take Pride's call as well. Maybe not us, but like the new empire. Without any, battle.
Mateo's just gonna put both hands on the side of Blue's head, one hand at a time.
Okay, fine. She licks his hand and walks away.
Gross.
Okay. So
Scripture.
You remember when I
Walks
did
away.
that to Donna and she like freaked out?
as you all walk into the, I guess, early evening, actually it's pretty late at this time, pretty late night towards the ruins, the dull glow in the evening of Shattengrod. We'll go ahead and cut away from you all and drift north and east to Euralis, where we see the city streets are bustling with a multitude of active orcs, half-orcs, Even some goblins and hobgoblins now moving actively through the streets, a lot more than would have beforehand. And we see a small gnome, deranged, hair all sorts of akimbo, dirt just smeared on his face, walking down the main drag, dragging a very long sword behind him,
Oh,
just
God.
kind of giggling to himself. Don't you? Yeah, you can't escape me. My sword knows everyone.
Gross.
And he continues walking down the street, and a few seconds pass, and he stops laughing, turns, cocks his head, and behind him stands the not Casper body of Casper. You would recognize it as the mundane man that you saw flashing in the nightmare before the nightmare was revealed. Kind of brown hair, very much male pattern baldness, with a very small amount of hair just clinging to the back and sides of his head. Kind of portly. Stands looking at the gnome. The gnome levels the sword at the Casper what we know as Casper. Casper raises his sword. They rush at each other. And that is where we're going to call the end of the session.
Oh,
Backers
man.
scares me so much.
Hey guys, that was like
Ah.
all that. Was...
Sarah's camera is frozen on the best face she's ever made.
It sounds like she really wanted to say something too.
Oh,
Am I that person? Oh no.
There you go.
You're
oh,
back.
now you're back.
You're back.
Okay.
Yeah, you're back now.